Je reviens chez moi. Oui, je sais, j'ai pas trop changé. Il y a l'odeur de la pluie sur les rues qui m'attend. Je reviens.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, good morning. Everybody have a great night last night? Yes.
What a great evening, eh? Great music, great view, great company, and I'm telling you, it's just the tip of the iceberg of the best that Montreal has to offer. So we're happy to see you again this morning to continue on this second day. Before we go on, though, one little note of contingency. We're missing some of the translator devices that were not returned yesterday, so if some of you forgot them...
It's not a souvenir.
Yeah. You can keep it for the day, but please don't forget to return them. Il y a certains des récepteurs pour la traduction simultanée qui n'ont pas été retournés hier. Donc, si c'est un oubli, ils sont dans votre chambre, dans votre sac à main, s'il vous plaît, n'oubliez pas de les retourner à la fin de la journée.
We have a lot to get to this morning, and one of the things that we're going to add to the mix over the course of the day is everybody's on their devices all day long, and that's cool. You can use those to communicate to us, and if you have questions that you want to ask over the course of the panels, you can shoot an email to us. The email address that you have been receiving communications from us over the course of the many, many months is the one to send. It's long, I'm not going to read it out, but if you have a question or a comment for one of the panels, just fire that email off to us, and we will get it, and we can ask that of the guests who are going to be on stage with us. Lots to get to this morning. Let's get things rolling. Without further ado, please welcome back the President and CEO of CBC Radio Canada, Hubert Lacroix.
Thank you. Bonjour. Attendance on a Friday morning after a party at PBI directly shows how good the party was. The party was very good. So to kick things off, my idea is to do a list, my David Letterman list of 11 top things, 11 because yesterday the BBC got its charter, and it's an 11-year-old charter. It's an 11-year-long charter. Only some of us would dream to have 11 years of funding organized. Wouldn't want its challenges, I just want the funding. So here's my list of 11 things that I picked up yesterday as we kick off the second day of PBI. And because I'm not a millennial, I'm going to have to do this and try to read across. 1, I decided that I want to go to Sweden. Actually, I should say 11 and go down to 1. I want to go to Sweden in December, and I want to go to Australia in January. No doubt in my life. But, we all laughed. We loved the videos. But you know what? I got the concept of bringing the nation together around these events. So that's really public broadcasting at its best. Number 2, a quote from Gilles Marchand yesterday. I try to do my best, I'll do it in French and then try to translate it. Le diffuseur public doit s'occuper de sa stratégie d'offre en plus de simplement régler la demande. C'est ce qui différencie les diffuseurs publics. I thought that was a really profound statement from Gilles saying, you know what, yeah, we can actually give what millennials want, what the public wants, but we got to remember that we are a public broadcaster, and in there, in our mission, there's some stuff, information, we inform, we enlighten, or we educate, and we entertain. We got to remember that we have a mission and a vision and a mandate. Really saw yesterday the concept of giving millennials control over their content, their organization of their content, and the way they want to deliver it. I mean, what we did at Next Generation resonated throughout every single presentation I heard yesterday. Yes, and I did hear, as my number 7 most important thing yesterday, 3 words: millennials, digital, and what was the number 1 word yesterday? Authentic. Number 6, Maxime said something, or Maxime from Radio-Canada, from CBC Radio-Canada, the car could become an extension of my smartphone. Geez, I never saw my car like that, but I understand what that could actually become. Number 5, Facebook. 360-degree video. Facial recognition to understand how you're reacting to their videos. Next one, Facebook Live. Starting to replace YouTube as a go-to tool for streaming video. That also gave me pause. I was very impressed yesterday, next one, by the diversity in age, background, and race of our presenters yesterday. And I thought that really bode well for the future. Next, again, something that we were very afraid of doing yesterday, taking risks. But I heard Richard Caney say something interesting. Fail fast. Le droit à l'erreur. Move on. Something also, sorry, Gilles Marchand, you really impressed me yesterday. 2 things on my list of top 11. Frankly, sometimes just get out of the way. Just support, and his project was, they kind of stumbled onto something. The 2 guys that started with this 2 minutes on radio ended up being a brand by themselves. What they did smartly is they supported and got out of the way. Finally, a quote from our friend Matt yesterday. It's nice to have the elephant in the room when you're talking about the elephant. I thought that was pretty cool. So, with these in mind, I hope that you enjoyed yesterday, and I thought that we started conversations. Don't hesitate. I mean, come in with questions today, interact with the panels. This is why we hope that PBI is an environment for you guys to talk. C'est très important de profiter de la présence des panels à travers Emmanuel et à travers Matt, de poser des questions. C'est pour ça qu'on vous invite à le faire à travers aujourd'hui, si vous ne voulez pas lever votre main, à travers une adresse qui était derrière moi. And before I walk off this stage, got to thank again Guylaine and James and our team for last night, and Emmanuel and Matt for this tremendous job they're doing at navigating us through the different items of the day. So enjoy it. Here's day 2. Let's have fun.
Thank you, sir. Nicely done. I host a news and current affairs program in Toronto called Metro Morning, and so it would be self-serving of me to say this, but it's true. I think that news and current affairs is the lifeblood of public broadcasting. It's the heart and soul of what it is that we do. And so We're going to kick off day 2 with a look at news and current affairs and what the place of that is in our changing world. Emmanuel, if you want to join us up on stage with your panel, please. This is going to be interesting in part because we heard yesterday about the incredible amount of content that is blowing at people out of that fire hose. How do you go about trying to distinguish yourself, not just, and we're going to talk about entertainment a little bit later on, not just broadly, but specifically if you're looking at news and current affairs. This is going to be a tricky subject. We heard a lot about authenticity. What does that mean when it comes to veracity? We will find out more in Emmanuel's panel. Take it away. Thank you.
There. So please help me welcome my panelist, Cécile Mégy, directrice de RFI en France, Lauren Mayer, Chief Operating Officer of NPR in the United States, Melvin Kaptein, Senior Online Editor of NOS Up 3 in the Netherlands, Marit Af Björkesten, Director and Editor-in-Chief of Svenska Yle Finnish Broadcasting Corporation, and Paul Thompson, CEO and Editor-in-Chief of RNZ in New Zealand. Thank you all for being here with me. I'm really excited to host this panel, because I have so many questions to ask. I host a Sunday morning political program, and the program before my show is a broadcasting of the Catholic Mass for 1 hour. So how to go from that to making politics interesting, trust me, it's a challenge I deal with every day. We reporters who cover the news, we're interested by it, we want to make it, but how do we engage young audiences? How do we get them to be as passionate about it as we are is a really difficult question that we grapple with every day. I think millennials are interested about seeing more than the watermelon with the elastic video exploding on YouTube. But you guys have mastered sort of the strategies of how to get them into the conversation. So how do we reach that audience? Do we have to make news differently? Do we have to talk to them? What's the recipe that you guys have tackled? Who wants to get this going? Cécile?
En français, si ça ne
Oui,
vous ennuie pas.
ben oui, bien sûr.
Je ne sais pas s'il y a une recette, et je pense que ce qu'on peut retenir aussi de ce qui a été dit hier, c'est le mot agilité, c'est-à-dire que voilà, on essaye, on sait que ces auditoires, puisque je dirige une radio, sont primordiaux pour renouveler nos audiences, pour créer du lien avec eux, pour faire exister sur nos antennes ce qu'est la jeune génération. Ça, c'est nécessaire. Et quand je dis antenne, c'est l'ensemble des supports de nos antennes, pas seulement évidemment la radio au sens le plus classique du terme. Maintenant, il faut s'adresser à eux. Il faut s'adresser à eux par des mots simples, faciles, compréhensibles, comme pour n'importe quel auditoire. Je ne pense pas qu'il y ait la catégorie jeune moins comprenante que la catégorie adulte mieux comprenante. L'enjeu est pour l'ensemble des publics. Et puis, il faut aussi, bien entendu, traiter des sujets qui les intéressent au premier chef. Et on voit dans les études qu'ils sont intéressés évidemment par leur avenir, les études, les professions, l'entrée dans la vie professionnelle. Et ça, ce sont des programmes qui sont aussi destinés à ces auditoires-là. Ce matin, sur RFI, il y avait une délocalisation d'antenne à Abidjan avec notre spécialiste éducation. Elle a rencontré des jeunes qui sont venus dans l'émission témoigner, donner des projets, faire part de leurs projets d'entreprise. Et en face, il y avait des grands frères qui leur disaient ce qu'ils en pensaient et de façon très franche. C'est-à-dire que non, là-dessus, ça n'ira pas, tu as beaucoup trop d'idées, il faut en choisir une seule. Enfin, voilà. Et ce monitoring, en quelque sorte, en mauvais français, je pense que c'est aussi une façon d'intéresser les jeunes. Et puis, ils s'intéressent au monde, ils ne s'intéressent pas seulement à eux, c'est ça qui apparaît aussi dans les études, ils s'intéressent à ce qui se passe sur la planète entière, l'environnement, les autres jeunes, ils sont connectés, donc ils ont un monde devant eux, la planète au bout de leurs doigts. Et je pense que parler des autres, ça les intéresse aussi. Les faire dialoguer avec d'autres, ça les intéresse aussi. Et sur une antenne comme celle de Radio France Internationale, qui a comme baseline les voix du monde, pour les jeunes, c'est aussi un attrait important.
Lauren, I want to get you into this discussion. For a long time, public broadcasters being there to inform and enlighten would not talk down to the nation, but Let us here stand and explain to you the virtue of what matters. All this tone of approaching news has started changing and needs to continue changing in order to reach that generation. Is that it?
I think that's important. I think that the substance of what this generation wants is not that different from what we've been providing. It's really about style. One of the things that's been really helpful for us at NPR has been the explosion of podcasting, which allows for a different kind of storytelling and a different kind of voice. It's much more conversational. And that's been a place where we've seen a lot of younger audiences come into the public broadcasting family. And we're seeing that tone and that conversational nature then infuse our radio broadcast as well. So it's a good virtuous cycle.
What about you? When is it about changing the nature of the conversation? Would you say reaching out to those audiences?
I think so. I think you should communicate with them on a more equal level than we have done before, because you have all the opportunities now to connect with them throughout social media, get their input, find out what they're interested in. And what we did at NOS is create a separate millennial brand. So it's called NOS op 3. Which is an editor's room. It's run entirely by young people between 20 and 35. So they really know what the problems of the generation are. They can relate to it. And they know what is appealing content. And we made a multidisciplinary team with graphic designers, developers, who can really tap into the new kind of content, create it to live on the social platform where the people are, and bring it to them instead of bringing them to us.
Marit, what's been the greatest adjustment, would you say, in changing the approach to finding a way to reach the millennial compared to how you used to do things before?
Actually, I think it's important to take a few steps back and ask ourselves, what's news? What's journalism actually? And maybe to redefine it. We're sometimes trying to put a square in a circle, to put the broadcast models into the new digital world. And that is apparently not working. We're looking at the figures and seeing that young people don't watch our news shows, or they don't even use our news apps. But it doesn't mean that they're not interested in news. They just are not.
That's kind of
interested
disheartening,
in our
considering
formats.
it's business we're in, no?
I mean, what's news? It's understanding what's going around you. It's making sense of the world. And of course, young people are interested in this. We have just not found the right ways to do this.
So, Paul, is it about creating a new brand and a new avenue where we can guide them and cover the news, but just in a different way? It's a new channel they need to tune into?
I'm not sure it's about creating new brands. That's what we've done at Radio New Zealand, and I'll talk about it soon. We created a youth brand called The Wireless. It's award-winning, staffed by great young people. We've given them the keys to the castle so they can run amok. They have freedom to work differently than we do. And they've created stories that we never would have created in our traditional structures. But I do wonder whether we emphasise the difference of these people as much as we should. They're not from Mars, they are human beings. They're very much like us. And I think we shouldn't lose sight of that. And I think the bigger challenge for RNZ as an organisation is to make young people and their storytelling part of the fabric of what we do, which is about cultural change and organisational change. And that's a lot more challenging than creating a new brand. As a CEO, I look at the demographics of our audience, and they're terrifying. There's a demographic landslide that we face. Really strong engagement with 50 plus on air, growing engagement with 35 plus online, and then this issue around younger audiences. And we can chase them with different initiatives and different brands, and I guess we should be doing some of that. But I think the bigger opportunity is to fundamentally think about how we are as an organisation and looking to get our content with the public service attributes into their lives much more than we do at present.
Oui, parce que est-ce qu'il y a une tentation de vouloir les séduire avec ce qu'on appelle au Québec des bébelles, like with gizmos and bells and whistles rather than what we're really good at, you know, which is content.
Voilà, les contenus, je pense que ils ont envie de ces contenus. Alors, il y a cette stratégie de diffusion qui est essentielle. diffuser là où ils sont, parce que nous savons qu'il faut aller les chercher là où ils sont. Donc on en a parlé, c'était l'objet de beaucoup d'interventions hier. Et donc réfléchir sur la forme de nos contenus pour les atteindre plus facilement sur les réseaux sociaux, sur les plateformes qu'ils fréquentent, y ajouter peut-être plus de contexte pour qu'ils comprennent mieux, mais ne pas trahir ce pourquoi nous sommes là. Nous sommes là pour informer, pour divertir et pour éduquer, bien sûr. Éduquer, informer, divertir, c'est évident, mais il s'accroche à ça, et c'est ça qui... Et nous avons, en tant que média public, je pense aussi un rôle social, quasi politique, de cet ordre-là. Donc ce n'est pas en trahissant ce que nous sommes, en ayant il faut avoir la primauté du contenu, de la véracité du contenu, de la qualité du contenu, pour s'adresser à cette cible-là.
If we're going to look at some examples of what's worked, maybe you touched on it, Paul, the wireless. Can you show us sort of how it worked and what impact it's had?
Is it coming on?
This is cue for for the PowerPoint. There we go.
You look just quickly. We're very proud of the wireless. We launched it 3 years ago. It started life as a discussion. Of whether we should start a youth music radio network like the great Triple J we heard about yesterday. We just didn't have the government or funding support for that, so we decided to set up a youth-oriented website called The Wireless, staffed by young people. And one of the key things we did was we allowed them to set the rules and do the work in their way. And this is just an example of storytelling which resonates with younger audiences. This is a major issue around the world, and certainly in New Zealand, how hard it is for young people to get into the property market. And again, this is a human thing. It's not about young people. This is a part of the human condition. And there's been endless pieces written and interviews done on this topic. But we've developed, through a young cartoonist called Toby Morris, the Pencil Sword series. And it's just a different way of telling stories. And it really does find fantastic engagement. So we've been proud of what the wireless has done, but as I indicated before, we're at the point where we are rethinking our strategy. It is very expensive and time-consuming to commit to make a brand like this really work when we have limited resources. So the wireless is going to continue, and I'd like to see it develop more partnerships with the likes of Vice in future. That may be one way that we can grow it. But one of the things we want to focus on as an organisation is making the relevance of youth, or to youth, more part of the fabric of what we do, rather than being out the side in a separate piece. We want to do both of that, but I am signalling that our strategy is likely to go back to making sure that we have young people in our newsrooms, we have young people in our production teams. We make our RNZ a good place for young people to work. We give them advancement and development. We give them freedom within our main programming. And we try to change the organisation over time. And I think that's the critical factor. Yeah, look, this is not an easy area for any of us.
No, yeah, Lauren, go ahead.
I just wanted to build on that. It's something that we've thought about at NPR. Do you separate going after this audience, or do you try to build it into the fabric of what we're doing? And we've taken the latter path. So one of the things we talk about internally is just trying to create zones of yes in our organization where people feel that they have an opportunity to explore. And so one of the challenges in the newsroom when you're putting on daily news, as many people know, is it's just a grind, and you can't really find the freedom to do something experimental. So we created a small program called the Story Lab, and people pitch small ideas, and we basically give reporters 2 weeks off from doing the daily news, and we backfill them. And then they have a 2-week sprint to work on something that's been interesting to them. Maybe it's for the radio, maybe it's a digital play, maybe it's a new podcast idea, but it creates some energy and excitement within the building so that we can retain talent and they don't feel like they need to leave public broadcasting to do something interesting.
Because it's hard, how have you felt, Melvin? Is it better to integrate them or keep them apart? My instinct would be to integrate them. I like having them in my team, you know, because I think people of my age, we learn from them, and it makes everyone better.
Yeah, sure, but we have like two different hats in a way, because we're also an academy function. So young people from us go out to, for instance, the Hague office, the political office, to work with them, learning about the new forms. We're trying to get out there. Sometimes, in the last year, 2 of our people have become foreign correspondents for the big NOS. So basically, what we do, we give young people a lot of responsibilities that you wouldn't have in the bigger newsroom. And that's why they learn faster, they grow, and then you're already quite fast a versatile journalist. Another thing is that older people actually come to us and ask if they can do an internship with us for 3 months, for instance. And they work at our desk. We tell them how we try to engage young audiences, why we make certain decisions, how we pick our subjects, how we interact with the public. And they all think that really relevant to get that skills as well. So it's also an exchange of knowledge.
It's a two-way street.
Yeah, it is.
Now, Marit, tell us about your Kioski project, because it's a mobile-first strategy, but it's really found a way to think outside the box, in a way, no?
Yes, and this is not part of the original newsroom. We're not sure about this way, but we're trying it out right now. And it's quite a new project. It started a year and a half ago, and it's already remade thoroughly 3 times, I think. So it's really about testing, analyzing, and reviewing everything. So just a short history. It started like quite a traditional news show. We noticed that young people don't watch our newscasts, so the management team wanted a TV show for young people. It was like a current affairs program. As you can guess, it didn't work quite well. It had an audience, but it was plus 65. So they remade it and took some YouTube stars, Finnish YouTube stars, to host their own news shows every day of the week. It worked a bit better, but the same problem. The audience was plus 65 still, and TV, as it does, it took all the energy, all the focus of the group. They made
it's so heavy to produce.
And so on, but yeah. So now what I'm going to show is that they're really focusing on mobile, on social media, and then they have a recap on TV Fridays once a week. So, but you can see now what it's all about.
Eikö se ole makeeta tulla uniikki bändibussi? Et se ei ole vaan joku transporteri.
Se on se transporteri!
Wow, we'd all love to do that. I want to, one of the last parts of that video that we saw is about this man in a park with a sign that says, I'm HIV positive, and he sits there when you watch the whole thing, it's pretty long, and people walk by and don't touch him, and then finally people come, and How is that news?
This was done during Pride Week, so it was the start of a discussion about Pride and all the other news that were coming through that week. So I would say it's really news. And as you saw, it had 6 million views. There are 5 million Finns. So it really went viral, thanks to Ashton Kutcher, who shared it.
But did it really change the nature of the discussion, or did it launch a different way of looking at Pride Week because of that video?
These social experiments usually change the discussion. It really involves people, it engages people, and when there's this strong emotional component, you really get something new out of the discussion.
How has any one of you tried these kind of very engaged social experiment, going on the ground to spur a discussion, or do you tackle the problem differently? Anyone?
Yeah, we try to do it all the time as well. We're pretty much on the same page. When I was looking at your broadcast, I think, oh yeah, that's exactly what we do as well.
For the cool people, you know.
No, but for instance, one thing we did to really engage people was we have every day we have Liberation Day, and we have big festivals all throughout the country. So we decided to do one big live show, but we gave the audiences the opportunities to stream their festivals as well, and we put it all together in one big broadcast.
How much resources do you have to take away of the traditional way of doing news and current affairs in order to build teams that come up with these really fun, insightful, new ways of engaging the public?
This kiosk is actually quite small. It's 13 people and 4 people doing a radio. So it's kind of experimental right now, and we have many youth brands. It's not an ideal situation. We're thinking about merging them or doing something with them, but they are teaching the others now to do things like this, and that part is maybe the most valuable.
Yeah, because it goes into the long term. At NPR, you have Generation Listen, which is described as a collective of curious minds, creative leaders, compassionate activists that has built a space to feed curiosity. How does that work?
Just like it sounds. This has been our approach to trying to be a little more grassroots. I wouldn't call them social change experiments, but they really are a way to build community. I'm going to show a very brief clip. I think it's going to look incredibly quaint after the clips that we saw yesterday. But these are parties that we do with a millennial audience around a piece of content, and the way that they work is that literally a group of people sit in a room, listen to some content, and then have a face-to-face discussion. It's, social media gone old school. So maybe we'll look at the clip.
This is Invisibilia, stories about the invisible forces that shape human behavior. I'm Lulu Miller. And I'm Elise Spiegel. And today we are talking about fear. How would our lives be different if we were able to short-circuit fear?
The purpose of today is to learn and share how we deal with and process our own collective and individual fears, but in a safe space. Start to realize that a lot of the love we give to everyone else is the love that we give to ourselves.
Because I think if you can face your fears, then it can enrich your life. People had the courage to face their fears, their lives could be bigger than what they thought was possible.
So is this rebroadcast or repackaged, or is it just a way to engage people?
This is really just a way to engage people. We launched a new podcast. It was called Invisibilia, and we basically made a listening party in a box. We hosted 200 listening parties on the night of the premiere all around the country. And it was just a way of people to engage with each other. It builds loyalty, we think, to the brand, but it's really about starting the conversation in communities.
Because it takes a lot of resources to reach not that many people. Like, you can't do a listen party for, the kind of ratings and engagements that our broadcasters are looking for. So
that's, it's a much different scale. We've tried to create it so literally you could go online and download everything you need. All you need is an MP3 player in order to listen to the clip. So it's very easy for people to do, and it's more of a grassroots kind of approach to getting people engaged with our content.
And is the idea in all those projects that you find maybe a more of a quirky way to bring people in? And does it have, through time, have you seen that it helps keep retention? Est-ce que de leur mettre le pied dans la porte permet de les garder?
Alors, nous, en tant que radio internationale, c'est difficile d'organiser, mais je trouve que l'idée est excellente d'aller à la rencontre et de les faire intervenir sur nos antennes en même temps. Enfin, voilà, je pense qu'il y a cet aller-retour qui est essentiel et qui est en fait une concrétisation du réseau social comme on le connaît aujourd'hui. Nous avons ces derniers temps, et je crois beaucoup à ce que les autres panélistes ont pu dire, qui est d'intégrer les jeunes dans nos rédactions. Ça, c'est essentiel à travers l'apprentissage, les stages. Alors, la loi nous permet certaines choses et ne nous permet pas d'autres, mais faire rajeunir nos équipes, c'est essentiel. Et je pense à l'inclusion plutôt qu'à créer des ghettos de jeunes et que les vieux regardent en disant « vous nous discriminez, on est encore plus vieux ». La moyenne d'âge à la rédaction de RFI est de 46 ans, ce qui est assez élevé. Donc, on a besoin de jeunes dans la rédaction. Nous avons cet été fait un programme pour les jeunes avec des jeunes, parce que l'idée nous a été proposée, ça s'appelle « Le monde est à nous », donc c'est vraiment, voilà, ils embrassent toutes les questions, et c'est un peu ce que l'on a pu voir dans cette vidéo, c'est-à-dire que c'est de jeunes journalistes animés par une jeune journaliste sur des sujets qui les intéressent. Et c'est du débat, du témoignage, de l'interactivité avant l'émission, parce que l'émission est très portée par les réseaux sociaux, de l'interactivité et de la modération après pour créer du débat à l'échelle de notre auditoire. Donc oui, je pense que ça, c'est quelque chose d'essentiel qui demande des ressources et qui demande de pouvoir augmenter aussi les effectifs de nos rédactions. Donc médias publics, c'est pas toujours facile, mais je pense que c'est un effort indispensable.
Yeah, because Melvin, part of it is finding a way to engage the public. At NOS, you've done it through live Q&A sessions around breaking news. Has that worked out?
Yeah, it has worked out, but only in particular situations. Only when the news gets really complex and people are just waiting for answers and they have a particular question themselves that maybe wouldn't be answered in like the regular news broadcast. So what we tend to do, for instance, with the coup in Turkey, and also with space news, which works really well all the time. For example, when Proxima B was discovered not too long ago, we bring in an expert. We have one of our hosts. We have one moderator behind the camera taking all the questions. And that really works because people feel they are taken seriously. And we give them credits when their question is asked. And they get an answer to what's really on their mind. And they're not just waiting if their answer is getting answered. They're just interrupting and saying, give me the answer right now. And most of the time we will give it. And after the session, we sit down with the expert, see what more interesting questions we missed out on and answer them afterwards. Put it in an article online so you can choose in which form you want to take it. If you want to watch the video back, 20 minutes, which is a long time, or just scan the answers that came by. So that's the way we try to repackage the content as well, so you can take it the way you want.
How many people, for example, would participate in a live Q&A about the coup in Turkey?
The coup in Turkey was one of our biggest hits. I think maybe 600,000 people.
You're kidding?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I don't know in terms of questions, because that's even more important to us, that we get real engagement out of it. Not how many people just watch inactively, but how really participate and try to get something out of it. And then it has more value to them, so that's more important to us.
Wow, that's numbers to make people dream. All our eyes went kind of woohoo. How do we... Part of broadcasters' mandate is to inform, enlighten, but it's also, and Hubert was referring to it in his opening comments, build a sense of community across the country, social cohesion, bringing the country together. How crucial has it become in this really fragmented world in order to be able to bring this element into the offer that we give and that with the millennials? Does anybody, Paul?
I can speak briefly to that. It's such a fundamental challenge because as public media organisations, we tend to be so strong in the older demographics who so engaged with us, spend a lot of time with us, and let's face it, don't like a lot of change and like what we do. Yet we are with a public purpose, and we're driven by a charter to serve the whole community. So if we are going to fulfill that goal of bringing national unity, encouraging tolerance and a sense of identity, then this whole issue of becoming relevant to people from throughout the community is pressing, and the biggest gap is obviously in the younger piece. And, I think it's really interesting hearing the other panellists talk about some terrific initiatives. And I think it's really important, and I'm going to pinch a couple of those ideas myself, but just if you take it back to fundamentally what are we like as an organisation, what is it like for a young person to come in and try to work for us? What are our attitudes? Someone said the average age was 46. My staff, I think, would be a little bit older. So in long term, if we're really going to fulfil our obligations to the whole community, our staffing needs to reflect the community we're there to serve, and we're not just there to look after the older audiences. And I think it would be a real cop-out if we just ride the baby boomers down to the end of our careers. So it comes back, I think, to some really challenging decisions around the very DNA of the organisation.
In what way? In terms of staffing?
Who you're hiring, how you retain them, the opportunities you give them, the pathways that you give them, and I think also just being attuned to their world. I've got a couple of teenage daughters. They have the same concerns that we all have, but they see them in a different way. But they're much more tolerant than we are. They're much more open-minded as a generation. I think also they're more fearful for the future because it is a tougher world these days. It sounds like a cliche to say that. So in some way, as an organisation, you need to be able to reflect that reality rather than just bringing people in and just telling them to do what they're being told to do. And I think one of the really good things about the wireless is that it's staffed by young people. They've been champions for change internally. They're digital natives, and we need more of these people. But they can't just sit in the wireless department.
Yeah, in a little fishbowl, like there are each our own experiment. Does it involve also a greater culture change? Because those are all great experiments in reaching out, but the idea is to modernize also our entire news organizations in a way, because these people will grow up, and we do have a mandate, do you think, to challenge our own older audiences into viewing the world differently also. So does it imply changing our own kind of general news culture, being less risk averse, more daring, do you think? Cécile, vous n'êtes pas certaine.
On doit changer, oui, on doit changer, on doit accompagner nos équipes pour changer, et au regard de nos auditoires, on doit, mais je pense, c'est ce que disait Paul tout à l'heure, c'est-à-dire que on doit aussi être le miroir de nos auditeurs. Nos auditeurs, nos téléspectateurs, les internautes ne s'intéressent pas à nous si on ne leur ressemble pas un petit peu. Donc ça, oui. Après, j'ai l'impression d'être... je ne veux pas paraître archaïque, mais je reviens au contenu. Et quelle que soit l'audience à laquelle on s'adresse, comme on dit en franglais, c'est difficile de passer d'une langue à l'autre. Je pense qu'il faut revenir aux fondamentaux. Et les plus jeunes sont intéressés par ce qui est l'information. Alors peut-être qu'il y a quelque chose à faire, c'est d'aller leur expliquer ce qu'est l'information et sortir de nos rédactions.
Et vous le faites, vous, entre autres, avec Info Intox?
Alors, Info Intox, on trie l'info du buzz, l'info de l'intox. Ça, c'est autre chose. Oui, c'est de l'éducation aux médias. Voilà. Et ça, je pense que c'est quelque chose de très important aussi pour que nos entreprises, nos rédactions, le travail du journaliste soit connu de tous. Il y a une défiance, et je pense que ça c'est dans le monde entier, à l'égard du travail des journalistes. On se méfie des journalistes aujourd'hui, on n'est pas une référence, tout le monde on est bien conscient. Donc aller vers les plus jeunes, qui seront nos auditeurs de demain, leur expliquer que l'information a un prix, parfois le prix de la vie pour certains, que l'information c'est un vrai travail, que recouper une information ça veut dire quelque chose, les former à ça. L'éducation aux médias c'est quelque chose à laquelle nous croyons beaucoup. Nous sommes impliqués avec beaucoup d'autres médias dans la presse, la semaine de la presse à l'école, où les jeunes viennent dans nos rédactions, nous allons dans les écoles, et puis nous faisons aussi un travail sur nos antennes. Alors là c'est France 24, la chaîne de télévision qui est dans le groupe groupe auquel appartient RFI, qui fait un module qui s'appelle Info Intox, qui est de décryptage de faits d'actualité, de photos d'actualité, de vidéos d'actualité, qui tournent sur les réseaux sociaux, enfin d'actualité qui se dit d'actualité, qui tourne sur les réseaux sociaux et qui décrypte en expliquant que non, cette photo d'une petite fille ukrainienne dans la boue, c'est pas du tout une petite fille ukrainienne dans la boue qui tourne sur les réseaux sociaux, c'est une photo qui a été faite en Australie 4 ans plus tôt et ça n'a strictement rien à voir. Enfin, voilà, c'est du décryptage de l'information qui me semble être essentiel aujourd'hui dans ce monde où ça tourne à toute vitesse, où tout et n'importe quoi peut se retrouver accessible par les jeunes, en général les auditeurs plus larges, la population plus largement. Faire ce tri, cette éducation aux médias, repérer les pièges, c'est quelque chose qui nous semble essentiel, encore une fois, en tant qu'un engagement de service public, pour que, voilà, c'est ce lien social qui se tisse comme ça aussi et qui évite la rumeur, le buzz, le noise.
Yeah, because that's so hard, eh? Like in today's world, finding a way to help audiences differentiate between the noise and the news, because sometimes they do get confused, I think, no? Marie, do you want to add something to that?
Yes, I think we can sometimes blame ourselves because we haven't been able to be transparent enough to open our newsrooms to tell them what we are doing and why. And as a result is that they don't trust us. The dialogue is difficult. It's difficult to find time for it in the newsroom when you're busy, but we have to somehow.
And I just think what you said is so important. The notion of editorial integrity has to remain core to what we do. So I agree with Paul, we have to change the culture of our organizations. We need to make them open and welcoming to the next generation. But if we don't stand behind the integrity of our journalism, I think we really lose. I know at NPR, one of the most important people in our organization is our standards and practices editor. You know, that is a critical function for us. And I'm not sure that at some of the younger, buzzier, organizations, they are as concerned about those issues.
Such an important point. I agree entirely. The world is awash with content, and young people have more content than they've ever had before. A lot of it, they make it themselves and share it. And so we need to think about what we can bring that's unique into that world. And it does come down to credible information, high quality news, proper journalism, and we should really be careful about anything which dilutes that mission, because then we are just becoming another of those people providing that torrent of content.
How do we bridge the gap? We heard from a lot of the speakers yesterday that part of reaching that generation is listening to what they want to hear and offering it to them, and I think we would all agree that they are interested. All your experiments, all the debate, they're interested in the world around them, so it's not a question that, but how do you, news sometimes is about covering issues that are not necessarily exciting, or, there's what people want to know and what they need to know, I think is how we often differentiate them. How do you manage to tackle those need-to-know topics that kind of are maybe viewers are less interested to? It used to be easy. You'd put them in the newscast and people would be stuck listening to that story, Now they don't have to do that. So how do you tackle these need-to-know issues that are more difficult and less appealing?
I would say for us, one of the ways to do that is about the form and not the content. So we have an app called NPR One, where we take our news segments and we put them in a continuous personalized stream, and you can choose to effectively like content. In our world, you think it's interesting because you probably don't want to like a story about genocide. But you then get a flow of content that is more targeted for you. And what we find is in that format, the audiences are younger, but they're not shying away from the hard news. And our algorithm, some of the stories you get are based on things you like, but some of them are things that we think are of high news value. If you don't want it, you can skip over it, but we find that by and large people don't in that environment.
So you slip in the need to know stuff between the want to know, and it kind kind of hooks them in? Is that
a little bit? I mean, sometimes it's the heavy news, but sometimes it's the light news. I think for us, the notion of serendipity has always been a key part of our appeal to audiences. And if you only get exactly what you already know you're going to like, you never have that moment of serendipity.
Now, Melvin, you at NOS, you did an interesting experiment about separating the noise by sort of in-depth, very immersive kind of discussion, and one of them was about slavery.
Yeah, one of them was about slavery, indeed. I want to go elaborate a bit on first, really in the sense of separating the noise. We did one on ecstasy as well, which was a long-form multimedia production, where normally we would say, oh, there's so many deaths from ecstasy this summer again. What can we do to prevent it? But young people are taking ecstasy in the Netherlands, and we were just hoping to inform them really well about it. So we made a long-form multimedia, really appealing form, which did quite well, especially in reading time. So it was not about judging the ecstasy, but just telling them, okay, when you take ecstasy, this is what you're gonna take in, real factual, do what you want, and that one worked really well. There's a clip right now that is more about the social cohesion part we were discussing earlier, and about creating new forms to still tell the story you want to tell as a public broadcaster, which relates to your task you have. So this particular one is about slavery. Maybe we can just watch it first and I can elaborate a bit.
Een bladzijde in de Nederlandse geschiedenis waar je echt vraagtekens bij kan zetten.
Op basisscholen en op middelbare scholen hebben we daar nooit echt veel les over gehad.
Ik denk dat er nog heel veel onwetendheid heerst over die geschiedenis inderdaad, die we delen. En waardoor de bevolking misschien nu wel onbewust toch het gevoel hebben dat ze beter zijn dan anderen.
Wat vooral pijn doet, is dat je dan toch merkt dat er alsnog structuren, denkwijzen, ideeën bestaan die jou daaraan doen herinneren.
Antillianen zijn dom of zo. Ja, vind je het gek als we de afgelopen 200 jaar niet naar school zijn geweest, bij wijze van, omdat we moesten werken als slaven? Wat moet je daarover zeggen? Ik denk dat het bizar voor woorden dat er op die manier met mensen werd omgegaan.
Het is mensen eigenlijk zien als koopwaar.
Yeah, so I can elaborate a bit in between. This is a discussion that comes every year in the Netherlands. We have a Slavery Remembrance Day. There's always a lot of people who find it really important, and a lot of people are just waving it away, like, why are we still doing it? It's so long ago. So this one we did to really create an understanding, which I think is an important task of a public broadcaster. And just by having people looking you in the face and telling you why they think it's really important that you think about this and that you are aware of what happened. Where otherwise, in the traditional way, we would have gone out, put a mic underneath someone's face and asked them, well, how do you feel? And this is different. It's more personal. And I think this is a way we can repackage content, still tell the same story, but in a way that really works for the younger audience.
Yeah, because it's got the same level of analysis, conclusion, challenges than if someone had written a column saying, this is important. You managed to capture it. How much resources needs to go into changing the way we cover these things?
Not too much, I think. No,
but it's important to say, because we see, wow, it's so well packaged, it's so well done. Must have been complicated and expensive,
We did this in one day.
Really?
Yeah. We produced the people beforehand, obviously, to come to the studio, but we shot it all in one day, and we edited in one day. So I think it's just getting the chance to find out what works on the platform where your younger audiences is, experiment with that, fail with that as well, and then just come to a nice form that actually appeals. So this one was watched, I think maybe 1.5 million times, but it got a lot of engagement, which for us is way more important, especially on this particular subject. So many comments, real on-topic discussions underneath the post. So that was what we were aiming for. Yeah.
How much we're here discussing about what worked and what we've learned. Have you had like massive like real failures that we can learn from in terms of what not to do? That you're willing to share?
Only success.
Only successes.
I will step up and share something with you. What we did, we are also exploring the ways in which you can fit opinions or more engaging journalism from your journalist yourself, with a real point of view kind of journalism, which we discussed a bit about yesterday as well. And that one we took one way too far. So we had a big big population of refugees coming to the Netherlands, and one of our journalists visited them, and he made a letter with them directed at one of our ministers of foreign affairs. And that was one case where we took the form over the story. So the letter was like a real, felt to many people as a real statement, that we felt it ourselves. And with that, we should have been more transparent, a little bit more cautious maybe as well.
Yeah, we have had some issues with this opinionated journalism too, at Kioski especially. And that is really difficult because they follow our values, but it's how do you interpret them? How far can you go? That's a thing they discuss.
Is that one of the lessons is that one of the elements that differentiates the style of documentary making that Vice has done, when it's very point of view journalism compared to the kind of distance that we need to maintain as public broadcasters? Is that how you would describe it? Ou Cécile?
Oui, je pense que effectivement, en tant que média public, et encore une fois Radio France Internationale, France 24 en tant que média public qui diffuse à l'étranger vers des publics qui n'ont pas les mêmes repères dans des territoires, sur des territoires où l'expression n'a pas la même liberté que celle qu'on peut avoir dans nos pays, et on est chanceux de l'avoir. Je pense qu'il faut faire attention à la façon dont on s'exprime et à ce point de vue que l'on doit avoir. On a des valeurs à défendre, mais on ne parle pas, et pour un média public français, on ne parle pas au nom de la France, on a aussi une indépendance, et ça, quand on va dans les pays étrangers où nous sommes diffusés, faire comprendre qu'un média public, c'est pas un média d'État, c'est parfois de longues discussions. Donc je pense que nos journalistes sont aussi dans cet équilibre permanent entre la confrontation des points de vue, mais pas mon point de vue de journaliste. Après, il y a des espaces de point de vue de journaliste, ça s'appelle un éditorial, où là, il y a un engagement, mais je pense que nous devons aussi faire attention, et dans l'expression qu'il y a, effectivement, vous citiez cette personnalisation de Vice News, par exemple, qui peut attirer effectivement certains jeunes, enfin certains publics, pas que les jeunes en l'occurrence, certains publics. Je pense que nous, en tout cas à Radio France Internationale et France Média Monde en général, c'est une option qu'on ne peut pas se permettre de prendre.
Do millennials not want to be told what to think? They want to figure it out by themselves? How?
Can
Lauren?
I just make just a point on? It feels like we set up a distinction between either your point of view or your distant and objective, and I think that doesn't. For me, that doesn't have to be the only two choices.
Okay.
One of the things I think is so powerful about radio, in particular, and I know we're talking about a lot of other platforms, but is the personal voice. And is a notion of empathy and connection. And I think that as public broadcasters at NPR, we try to make sure that we tell the human piece of the story, and that we are very empathetic, which doesn't mean having a particular point of view, but allowing listeners and users to be close to the story so that it matters.
And we've talked a lot about authenticity, transparency, being more open about how we create content and news. How do we do that? Like, how do we welcome citizen input and what they want to hear without giving away those pillars that are what we're all about. That's a tough one, eh?
No, I think just by making the promise that you are there for them to keep in touch and answer to their questions and be open to suggestions and really keep the conversation with them going as an equal partner. It's not always easy. But for instance, we did a project in Molenbeek, which is an area in Brussels, where we sent one of our journalists. It was totally and only on Instagram. And he went there with the idea, okay, I've heard so many bad stories about it. I'm just gonna live there for 1 month, find out what the people think there, what their feelings are, talk to many people, and then come out with a new comprehensive conclusion of that. So it was real process journalism kind of project where people could ask him questions. He made portraits of people in the area, and through that, by showing the whole process of how his conclusion came to be, he could defend himself in the end, why he came out with a brighter look at the area.
Et ça, je pense que cet exemple-là est l'exemple du travail de terrain par essence. Aujourd'hui, hier, le journaliste va sur le terrain, rencontre les gens, discute, interroge, enquête, recoupe. Voilà. Et là, on revient encore une fois aux fondamentaux. Et je pense que voilà, c'est la recette qu'on doit...
Il ne faut pas abandonner.
Et qu'il ne faut pas abandonner de toute façon, quelle que soit la forme. Après, on met cette enquête en forme différemment. On donne peut-être plus d'importance à le way how et making of. Ça, c'est aussi peut-être une démarche de plus grande transparence. Mais je pense que les fondamentaux, c'est l'immersion du journaliste dans l'univers dans lequel il enquête et de pouvoir avoir les moyens de le laisser suffisamment longtemps pour pouvoir faire cette enquête.
Paul, Marit, you wanted to add something?
Yes, I think you can keep your journalistic integrity, although you collect content from the viewers or listeners. They love to engage, and they are quite okay with us making the journalistic decisions in the end. For example, we had a big project about mental health, and we got hundreds and hundreds of stories about how young people are feeling. They sent them to us, but then we made the journalistic pieces about all of that material that worked really well.
Paul?
Just one simple thing is to correct your mistakes openly and quickly, and be transparent when you haven't got things right. People aren't fools. They can tell quality work. They don't expect us to be perfect, but they do expect us to be prompt when we get things wrong.
Et vous, à RFI, dans un autre ordre d'idée, pour les années, vous avez eu un projet important qui est RFI Savoir aussi.
Alors, oui, et ça, c'est une des idées qui a été aussi effleurée hier, c'est-à-dire l'éducation. On parlait d'éducation média. Nous considérons que, et je pense qu'en tant que service public aussi, nous sommes des médias d'éducation populaire en quelque sorte, au sens le plus noble du terme. Et à Radio France Internationale, on a une longue tradition d'apprentissage des langues. Donc on a des méthodes d'apprentissage du français, TV5 Monde également. En tant que média diffusant à l'étranger, on apprend le français à partir d'une vingtaine de langues sur nos sites. Pour renouveler ce site, on s'est dit on va permettre aux internautes et à tous ceux qui fréquentent nos sites d'apprendre le français, mais aussi d'apprendre en français. Et là, comme nous sommes un média de service public sans moult ressources, on s'est dit, mais sur nos antennes, de quoi apprendre en français, nous en avons déjà beaucoup. Donc, nous organisons en fait tous nos contenus de façon à les rendre peut-être plus contextualisés, avec des fiches pédagogiques, avec un accompagnement, avec évidemment une communauté, puisque ça aussi, c'est je pense, l'intérêt aussi pour les internautes, c'est de débattre du tutoriel ou juste avec un professeur, ou alors de débattre entre eux, de consulter l'ensemble de ces contenus, d'en apprendre plus, et puis d'aller ensuite vers de grands organismes de référence qui sont nos partenaires autour de ce site, comme le CNRS, l'Institut Pasteur ou des universités francophones ici, par exemple, au Québec, où là, on approfondit encore plus. Donc c'est une vitrine vers le savoir, et je pense que ça n'est pas si loin du travail journalistique, parce que la base et le travail de nos journalistes, nos émissions, autant broadcast que ce qui peut être créé sur nos sites internet. Et à partir de ça, on donne accès à la connaissance. Il y a juste une petite bande-annonce très courte qui concentre tout ça. Donc le secret, ou enfin secret, ou le principe de ce site, c'est l'organisation. C'est-à-dire que pour diriger, on revient encore à aider à trouver les contenus, aider à trouver sa route au milieu d'un grand maelstrom, organisé par thématique, par typologie, par auteur. Voilà, c'est l'organisation de ce site qui, je pense, en fait l'intérêt. Et ensuite, on approfondit, on va vers des chemins de connaissances.
Now, to sort of, before we head to the floor for questions, so we're coming your way, please get ready. I want, what I take from this discussion is that world affairs, current affairs, big social debates, the millennials are engaged in them. They want to take part of them, but it requires on news organizations a new way of presenting it, packaging it, and involving them. That becomes confusing too, because there's so many formats accessible to do all these things. I mean, all of you are here and have offered really interesting, different ways of doing this. How do as a news organization, like I'll go back to how do we figure it out? Because we're kind of in a sea of options as to what to do.
I would make it even more complicated and involve the other parts of our organization. We have the documentaries, we have the factional departments that actually do parts of this, what the news organizations would like to do. So share competences, maybe even break boundaries between these two. And here's the competences that we have.
Paul?
Do some research and find out where people are spending their time and get your content to where people are spending their time, different groups. And I think Lauren talked about this idea of the format being a way that you can reuse content. As broadcasters, we're creating news and information, insights, analysis, golden moments every hour of the day. And you can't expect the 25-year-old person to come in and listen to the morning news show for 3 hours to pick up that moment. But the moment is there and we've made it. So identify it, repackage it, and put it where you know that those people are. I was interested to know where the younger audiences are in your markets. So for us, obviously, Facebook is massive. We're working on Instagram. Twitter is less important. And obviously YouTube. So it's no mystery, really, if you get that kind of information and you can reuse some of these golden moments and present it in a way that's digestible for those different audiences.
What works better? Is it the sort of repackaging, if you will, of really what are more traditional news moments, or the big projects like what you presented, you know, of social engagement, and which require more thinking and which fall more into the current affairs side? I look at the millennials in my life, they seem to be much more attracted to these kind of projects than the day-to-day things. Is it what you've seen also?
I think it depends on what your goal is with a certain story. Like there would be some stories you would just like to get as a conversation starter. For instance, what you told about the HIV guy who was hugging on, it was just like before some real big topic started that week, right? You can just already make some really interesting content where you already put that into play and people start talking about it already, and they will maybe follow the news better because they saw that in their timeline earlier on. Yeah.
Very good. So we're ready to open the floor to questions. Someone will come and bring you the mic. We have about 10, 15 minutes. Oh, there's lots of hands. Can I just ask you to please, it's fun if you stand up because we actually get to see you. And if you can introduce yourself and your organization also.
Just keep going. From CBC Radio Canada. My question's to Paul Thompson and perhaps Lauren. Paul, you spoke very passionately about changing the culture and opening the newsroom up to be more comfortable to younger producers and creators within the newsroom. What are the kinds of things that you're doing with the majority of your teams, the older teams, to actually make that happen? What are the kinds of tactics, approaches?
Look, great question. I think my main job is to refresh and change the culture of the organisation where I work. When I leave, that will be my legacy. I mean, there'll be other things as well, but what we really need to do is change the DNA. And if you look at traditional newsrooms, and I've worked in this environment, for a young person it's like running a gauntlet, and it really is, can they survive? Because the mindset is, let's see how tough they are, let's throw them assignments, let's not help them too much, let's see whether they can figure this out. And I'm trying to turn that on its head to where if we hire someone, if we bring someone in and we want the best interns to come in and the best young talent, we love and support them, we nurture them, because in hiring them, we've made a decision around their attributes and their quality. So some of it is as simple as changing the climate in the newsroom so it's not so bruising and combative, because I don't think it has to be. So that's one of the things we have to do. The other thing is thinking about power structures. And look, I'm a middle-aged white man, so I'm part of it, but I look around the newsroom and the managers we have and the pathways to management and where the pathways aren't, and we're having to make a fundamental reorientation of how we groom and develop talent and give them opportunities. And that is really, really difficult for the organisation. The third point I'd make is that because we're such a successful and stable public broadcaster, we tend to think everyone thinks like us, and we tend to think that we have all the answers. So one of the key things I think we can do as leaders is get really good research underway about what audiences really want and need and how they're behaving. And don't just do the research, talk about it once or twice and put it on the shelf. Make it the chemistry and the catalyst of how you run your newsroom. But heat and all of those things are really, really hard work. It does in the end come down to the values and behaviours that we support as a leader, as leaders, and I think frankly it is God's work for any CEO to be focusing on those things.
I think part of your question was about how are the more seasoned journalists in our organizations dealing with this kind of culture shift as well. And a little bit like you were saying about wanting internships with the younger staff, we're seeing a real appetite with some of our best journalists who've been with us the longest. We're doing some work with Facebook, doing live streaming, and many of our, journalists who've been around a long time are eager to learn those skills because they see it as a way to engage and they want to get that feedback. We have a joke in our organization that everybody and their brother has an idea for their own podcast. And it started a little bit as the younger staff thought this was a great place to be. But now every journalist you've heard of on NPR's air has come and asked for their own podcast. So there's I think, an understanding that you want to be embracing these new forms.
This engagement is really rewarding, so once you get to do something like that, it kind of gets going by itself. But then it also takes some time and resources, so then you have this discussion about what are we letting go in the normal newsroom to make this happen.
Avez-vous quelque chose à ajouter?
À RFI, je pense que la valeur de l'exemple, c'est exactement ce que disait Lauren, la valeur de l'exemple compte. Nous avons des structures, la structure des rédactions dans nos langues étrangères sont beaucoup plus petites que la rédaction en français. Et dans ces rédactions-là, la nécessité a fait que l'ensemble des journalistes sont devenus polyvalents. Radio, Internet, réseaux sociaux, ils pratiquent l'ensemble. Pour certains même, la diffusion dans certaines zones du monde a été amoindri parce que nous étions par exemple en ondes courtes et qu'on a fait le choix de passer sur une diffusion numérique principalement et une très grosse activation des réseaux sociaux. Donc les journalistes se sont mis en unité assez petite, une dizaine de personnes, à être totalement polyvalents. Quand on montre ces exemples-là à la rédaction en français, forte de ses principes et de ses silos et de ses territoires, ils se disent mais on a raté un truc, c'est maintenant qu'il faut qu'on le fasse nous aussi. Donc je crois vraiment que voilà, la valeur de l'exemple par petite unité, par expérience, est très productive.
Yeah, because change is easier to bring in a smaller team first. That serves as an example to it. Once everybody sees it works, it's like, okay, I want to be part of this. I think we have other questions in the room. I saw hands up before. Yes?
Thanks very much. Simon Marks from Feature Story News. I think it's been a fascinating panel. I have a question about the sharp end, which is where I spend a lot of my time, in the field. And specifically about a phrase that was used yesterday here, digital first. There are some broadcasters beginning to entertain the concept of digital first. What do you think of that? Do you ever envisage a situation in which the plane crashes, the Prime Minister retires, the election result comes in, and a reporter in the field is actually told, Facebook Live first, then your radio report or your TV report? Is anyone ready to embrace that reality?
Well, we quit our TV show, so... We quit our TV show and we put all our resources on our online. So yeah, we're doing it, and it's been really rewarding, especially because it's been like a magic word for 2 days now. Because you get a lot of engagement, you get a direct result from your public who can say that they appreciate it or what they don't like about it, and you can adapt. So it's been really rewarding for us to put all our resources there, especially since nobody like yourself told me earlier from our target audience was watching our linear TV show. So it was kind of an easy decision in the end.
And I think we use a different phrase at NPR, which isn't digital first, but which is story first. And so when the editors and their digital and their radio get together every day, they're talking about what are the stories of the day and what's the right format for them. And so we may start with a Facebook Live, we might start with a radio broadcast. That's a major shift. It always used to start radio first, and it doesn't anymore.
Yeah, look, from RNZ's point of view, we are commercial free. So I don't mind where the audience finds us, and I think it comes down to how you best tell a story, as Lawrence said. And I think the idea of doing it first on social media, including through Facebook Live, is a great idea. Journalism, it isn't a zero-sum game. It can be exponential, and you can get very rich, layered storytelling by allowing your staff to just respond to the story in the appropriate way and get it to as many people as possible. It grows the pie rather than shrinks it.
But if I can jump in here, how hard does it become then to ask a reporter on a story to do the Facebook Live and do the reporting and think about his story? It's like we're asking a lot of reporters because part of reporting involves thinking, digesting information, figuring things out. Like there's a big intellectual process, and now we're asking, okay, to tweet, to take pictures, to do Facebook, to do all this. Is there a risk that weakens the journalism down the road because we're asking so much of some of our reporters?
Yes, there is a risk. It's a huge pressure point. I'm sure Simon's feeling that. But if you have really, really good staff who are well trained, if they have the right equipment and the right support, it is possible. One of the things you can think of as a newsroom is prioritising ruthlessly around big stories. Put 5 people on the story that matters. Get them each doing something different in a coordinated way, and don't do something else. So I think just make some really good news decisions. But you're right, in the day-to-day, I'm sure you find this in your job, it is a lot of work these days, a lot of work.
And of course, it's very important to focus also. I think Julia from Swedish Radio said it yesterday, that it's better to be very good in a few platforms than mediocre in
all of them.
Oui, je pense que, voilà, le journaliste n'est pas Shiva. Il ne peut pas tout faire à la fois, il faut en être conscient, et notamment sur des terrains compliqués, ça n'est pas toujours simple.
Est-ce que vous priorisez sur les affectations, un peu comme NPR, donc ça, mais finalement,
Oui.
C'est mieux d'y aller numérique, on fera le reste
En
après.
fonction de l'information, du type d'information qu'on a. Après, je pense qu'il faut réfléchir à la chronologie, la dramaturgie de notre information, en quelque sorte, parce que je ne suis pas hostile à ce qu'une information soit donnée, et la rédaction peut la donner, le reporter sur le terrain, s'il a les moyens de le faire, une fois qu'elle est vérifiée, certifiée, blablabla. Oui, Twitter. Et puis, on renvoie ensuite à un autre traitement dans l'édition du journal plus classique, parce que là, on développe, on contextualise, on fait intervenir 2-3 débatteurs autour de ce sujet, et puis l'analyse arrive ensuite. Voilà, il y a une dramaturgie de l'information, ça va plus vite, mais c'est dans la limite de ce que peut faire le journaliste. Et le journaliste sur le terrain, même s'il est seul ou avec un technicien de reportage, il n'est pas seul parce qu'il y a la rédaction derrière, comme le disait Paul, et je pense que le service Internet, par exemple, peut prendre en charge aussi ce relais-là et lui publier, et ensuite ça fait un travail de groupe qui fait que effectivement on est à tous les endroits au moment où il faut diffuser l'information.
On a le temps pour quelqu'un en arrière. On me fait des signes. Oui? Ah, allez-y.
This question is for Paul. You said you created a distinct brand for your millennial offer, but weren't sure if it was the right way to go. What makes you re-question, and can you explain the plus or minus?
Look, yeah, that is exactly the situation. I'm really pleased and I'm really pleased and proud that we've started the wireless, but it has 5 staff and no marketing budget, and it's they've done fantastic work, but growing the audience as large as we'd like has been hard. And I'm certainly going to continue with the wireless, and it's got a good future. But I'm wondering whether, if we just see that as a box that we've ticked, and we've done enough for millennials, that we'll just give up and go home. I don't think that's adequate. I think the bigger challenge is to fundamentally make a lot more of the work that we do within our mainstream relevant to a whole group of diverse audiences. So I think the danger in setting up separate brands is that you think you've done the job and you haven't, because you look at those bruising demographics and the skewing older, and in my community, because we skew older, we skew more European, because that's the structure of the population in New Zealand. It really does come down to a failure for us to fulfill our mission. So what we're doing at the moment, we're having a look at the wireless, we're giving it some more freedom to break some more rules and to be even more independent and feisty. And we're looking to create stronger storytelling for diverse groups through all our programming and all of our outputs. I think our strategy will be doing both, but I think the more difficult strategy is the changing of the DNA, as I talked about.
Anyone else want to jump into these? Because the risk is the ghettoization of this sort of information also, no?
But I think it's
You would
also
agree with
good
that.
for the public to know that there is a space where you're giving yourself the space to experiment, and you can put it out there and saying, okay, that's NOS of 3, they're trying out some new stuff again. And the stuff that works, you can later on incorporate in the bigger brand.
It's a great idea.
Yeah.
It's like a lab, essentially.
Yeah, but it's all about, like, we always have this discussion, we're only with young people, if we should have our own building, apartment where we work, our news floor. But in the end, I think that would be a waste, because it's all about sharing knowledge and gaining new insights. And that's why we go out and tell the news floor when we tried out something new, if it worked and if it doesn't, and why. So.
And are they open to that feedback?
Some of them.
Does anybody want to add something? We have a few seconds, or
I can
go
add
ahead.
a few words. Some years ago, we tried to hide our big brand YLE when we talked to young people, and then we realized that actually, when we did something really good, they are okay with YLE. We don't have to hide it. Maybe we have to have a brand also, but it's a way to get them to us later on, and they are okay with that too.
Okay, I'm being told we're taking one last question from a gentleman in the back. If you can
Thank you.
introduce yourself, thanks.
Hi, I'm Brody Fenlon with CBC. What is the future of the traditional newscast, television newscast? What does that look like in a year or 2 years from now?
Source for social content, I think, isn't it? So it's it's a destination bulletins and destination programs are still really important, but they are able to be creating content that can be delivered in new ways on new platforms. So it's a little content machine, I think.
I don't have a good answer to that, and we're not in the TV business, but we do have newscasts throughout the day, and we've started doing 2 of them a day on Facebook Live.
Really?
Yeah, so we've been doing them at 11, and we're starting an afternoon one, and then right after the newscast, our newscaster takes questions from the viewers, and so it's this interactive experience too then about the news, and I think that's been a really interesting experiment for us. It'll be interesting to see where it goes.
How popular are they? Because your anchor or news director will sit and then get questions from the public.
Yeah. I would say the engagement is high. The actual audience
That's the new phrase.
Yeah, exactly. Aren't all that high, but it's been a very interesting experiment for us.
Very good. Well, thank you very much. I think we had a great panel. It was really a pleasure.
Fantastic. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. A number of my bosses are here, and so I mean, we learned a lot. One of the things that I really loved was Lauren's idea of zones of yes. So to my leaders from CBC, let's steal that with permission and credit, of course. So you can be disrupted or you can disrupt yourself, and that is the subject of our next speaker, is kind of disrupting yourself. It's interesting hearing Ira mention what's happened with the BBC and its new charter, which was unveiled in its draft form, an 11-year charter that is all about reinvention and trying to figure out what that public broadcaster will be in future. Our next guest is somebody who completely changed the idea of what his part of the public broadcaster could be. He is in charge of BBC Three, which is the youth programming, and he took it off television and moved it entirely online, which to a lot of people would seem like a disaster movie come to life. For him and for the BBC, it was an incredible opportunity, and it's completely changed how that part of the BBC thinks about itself and how it engages with its audience. Please welcome, if you would, to talk further about that, Damien Kavanagh.
Sure this works. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're having a very stimulating and inspiring conference here in the wonderful city of Montreal. This morning I want to share with you some of the insights about the development of BBC Three as an online proposition. I will talk about the questions we felt that we needed to answer to make the transition. I'll talk a bit about what we've learned and how it's playing out today. In March 2014, the BBC made a bold decision to move BBC Three off linear television and transform it into a fully digital service. For us, this was both exciting and daunting in equal measure. Even our Director General, Tony Hall, described it as difficult, but strategically right. And our industry publication, Broadcast, described it as a big leap in the dark. We had an incredibly vocal opposition to the move in the early days, but I think we're winning them around. The decision to close BBC Three as a linear channel was based on a number of factors, and there is no denying that making savings was one of them. BBC Three now operates on roughly half the budget that it did in its previous iteration. But there was also something happening across the media landscape that we just couldn't ignore. The media consumption habits of younger audiences were and are continuing to shift dramatically. And we believe that the BBC needed to be at the forefront of thinking about how to address these shifts and to do what it could to help redefine the market for public service broadcasters. It's worth noting that back in 2003, BBC Three launched as a digital TV channel before digital switchover had happened. So not everyone in the UK had access to non-terrestrial television. So BBC Three has always been ahead of the market. And with this move, once again, the new BBC Three is ahead of the curve. When announcing the move online only, BBC Director of Television, Danny Cohen, was open that given a free hand, it would still be 4 to 5 years away. But the wave of change is building. By going early and being such a big part of the UK media landscape, we believe that not only are we reflecting some current behaviours, but we are also going to help to shape them. At BBC Three, our mantra is never afraid to try new things. We believe in taking risks and pushing the boundaries. We believe in producing world-class content that speaks to the lives of young people today whilst holding true to our public service remit. When Danny Cohen asked me to come on board and lead the reinvention of BBC Three, he gave me a very clear remit. He asked me to completely reimagine BBC Three for the digital world and to take risks with ideas, with talent, and with technology. We knew we would be working to an extremely aggressive timetable as we had to submit a full proposal for the plans of BBC Three to the BBC Trust by December of that year in order for them to consult a public consultation. So we set about defining what BBC Three Online could be and embarked on a rigorous period of fact-finding and insight-gathering, both within the BBC and with the wider industry. The first thing that we did is we set up a multidisciplinary team. We had people from all areas of the BBC. We had people from TV, from marketing, from communications, from digital, from radio, from audience research, from UX, user experience and design, schedulers, commissioners. And I really, really encouraged them to challenge each other and not take the easy option to try and do something truly different. We also embarked on a period of co-creation with audiences. We worked with young creatives to discover what we are currently making and how that might feel in the new world, what we could approach differently, and also to develop new ideas with them. We ran a lot of focus groups with audiences and with influencers, particularly underserved audiences within the BBC, to get a sense of what they truly valued from our current offer and what they would like to see more of. We talked a lot to people in the industry. It was invaluable to chat to people already working in the digital space. We got a chance to understand their workflows, understand how they acquire audiences, what their approach to rights are, what's best practice for them, insights into their organizational design, which platforms work best for them, and what type of content you need for these platforms. And then also, we consulted within the BBC. Don't forget, all of you, that within your organizations, there are people doing wonderful work. It's useful to understand what new stuff people are working on. And given that we wouldn't have a TV channel anymore, I had to work out how best to leverage the real estate around the BBC and work with different people in different areas. Just to give you an example of that, BBC One is currently the biggest channel in the UK for 16 to 34-year-olds. It's really important. I work with them. BBC Online is the third biggest website in the UK for 16 to 34-year-olds. So I really needed to understand how we prioritise that. Throughout this period, our proposition began to take shape and a direction of travel began to emerge. We realised we had some big questions to answer, but we were very clear on one thing. This was not about picking up a TV channel or its audience and simply putting it online. We couldn't think of it like that. We wanted to take what's great about BBC Three's linear legacy, its original UK content, its best-in-class storytelling, what it knows about curation and scheduling, and its track record in innovation. What's great about digital, the fact that it's immediate, it's individual, it's interactive, it's often irreverent, and we wanted to work out where the overlap was. Instead, we were committed to ensuring that the new BBC Three isn't just in the digital world, but that it is of the digital world. It will have digital in its DNA and all its component parts, a truly digital BBC Three with digital content across a network of digital touchpoints, both on and off the BBC, and delivered by a digital brand for a digital audience. This ambition led us to ask ourselves a number of questions. We had to think about the nature of media itself in a digital age. We had to think about what's unique or different about the digital world compared to the linear broadcast one we were coming from. And we had to think about what this means for content. What would we make? So, the first of these, what is media? A colleague at the BBC, Ralph Rivera, who is a director of digital, described it as the intersection of storytelling and technology. In the early days when tools were sticks and hands and mud, we had cave paintings. Then along comes papyrus, and it leads to the development of scrolls. Gutenberg arrived with his printing press, published the first Bible, books, magazines, newspapers followed. The ability to capture and play back sound, radio. The ability to capture and play back images, television and film. Now, think about the characteristics of digital and what that means for media. It's interactive. It facilitates a two-way exchange. You can have more engagement with your audience. It's non-linear. It's no longer bounded by durations and slots. Content can be whatever it needs to be to tell the story. I commissioned a show called Murder by My Father. It was a 60-minute drama documentary. The team called me while they were in the edit, and they said to me, Damien, this is running to 73 minutes. It's absolutely fantastic. We don't want to lose anything. I said, absolutely fine. I'm not bound by slots anymore. The content can be what it needs to be to suit the editorial. Another example, I commissioned an investigative documentary called Unsolved. 2 investigative reporters went to the Isle of Wight in the south of the UK to investigate a crime, a disappearance of a young man. I spent the same amount of money on that show that I would on a regular documentary. They came back with 100 minutes of content. I said, don't think about form yet. In the end, we ended up playing it out as 8, 10 to 12-minute episodes. We produced other content around it. For the same spend, that content, a normal documentary on BBC iPlayer would get 1 million requests. That got 4 million requests, and in the week we launched it, it sent 1.2 million unique browsers to our platform. So just thinking about it in a different way and how we use the different types of form really paid off for us. It is social. The audience can share it, and in fact, they can become your distribution network. Also, the feedback they leave via comments can help influence future creative decisions, and you get a real sense of what's engaging them about the content. It's immediate. We can do things quickly. We commission documentaries now, sometimes on a Friday, and we're publishing them on the Thursday. We did one recently in Orlando, and we did one recently about the immigrant crisis across Europe. It's irreverent. It doesn't always conform to the norms of program making, and be confident about this. Think about how well vloggers do online, low-cost drama, so on and so forth. So what media are we creating for the oops, forgot to press these. What media are we creating for the, broadly speaking, I believe, and this is where we arrived at, there are 2 types of media on BBC Three that we felt we needed to engage with. And I think for a media company to thrive today, it needs to publish both. Technology has opened up huge potential and opportunity for media providers, and we should embrace it. I'm going to categorize the 2 types of media that we're doing on BBC Three as immersive and viral. If you want to think about it, it's really like the boombox and the Walkman. The Walkman media, you consume yourself, you keep it to yourself. Viral media, the boombox, the idea and the intention behind it is to share. What differentiates these types of media is the character or the soul of the media. It's not the platform it's on. Television broadcasters as an industry have excelled at immersive media, but are now just starting to understand the principles of viral media. Our approach to immersive media remains broadly the same, although as I described before, we've got more flexibility over things like duration and constantly trying to evolve our storytelling. Viral media is designed for people to share. It fits their worldview. It's important to remember by sharing, they're showing a bit of themselves to the world. So there are some rules about things that work. Emotion. We want to stimulate audience emotions. Research shows that content that triggers arousing emotions, such as awe and anger, are most shared. People don't want to share facts. They want to share feelings. And in this vein, social justice is golden viral media. Simplicity is golden. Simplicity is not the same as simplistic, and it is not the same as short. Clarity, it cannot be subtle. The message needs to be clear. It needs a very obvious top line. Comedy is golden, VM. Laughing makes people feel good, and there's nothing better you can give your friends and connections. Useful is golden viral media. People want to share something of value to their friends and connections. People argue that people share viral media because it makes them look good, though the inverse is also useful to think about. People won't share media that makes them feel bad, whatever that means in their network. A YouTube funny that's a few years old, a piece of commentary that contradicts the politics of their peers, a supercut of the sex scenes from Game of Thrones. It's also worth noting that communities that form around pieces of immersive media can break out and dominate those normally designed for viral media. Game of Thrones, Serial, Pokemon Go, these were all consumed privately, away from the platforms built for viral media, but the buzz around them came to dominate those platforms. Yesterday, we published a documentary, 2 pieces of content yesterday. We published a lot of content, but there's 2 I just want to tell you about. One was an hour-long documentary called Obesity, the Post-Mortem. True public service broadcasting. We got this comment from somebody who had watched the program saying, I'm impressed. Firstly, I would like to thank the family of the deceased. I found this program to be a difficult watch, but did nevertheless, and that wake-up call is what I've required. I'll be aiming to get in shape. I'm not massively overweight, but I think I've noticed a few extra pounds and I need to nip this in the bud. I have to sit, I hope people sit up and take note. A very valuable program. Thank you. That's the kind of program we did in the past. We also published a piece of content yesterday. We do a strand called Things Not to Say To. Things Not to Say To. We did one yesterday. Things Not to Say to a person with HIV. I was just looking at the comments, the engagement that we're getting from the audience. Somebody had written on it, a nurse actually, God, this is so cool. Healthy people living with HIV, with positive attitudes, speaking about HIV. Amazing job, BBC Three. You're making people think differently. It's really important that we hold the public service ideals that we have and put it into BBC Three. So, how are we going to operate on BBC Three? There's, first and foremost, we all agree BBC Three would make a content brand. In a nutshell, BBC Three is a badge of quality. It's shorthand for content that has purpose, it stimulates emotions, and it provokes reactions. We wanted to dispel the myth that going online is about dumbing down. Cats on YouTube, we are most certainly not. The first important change that we made was to organise ourselves away from traditional genres and focus our commissioning on editorial pillars. We explored what the audience told us was important to them, streamline our mix with an emphasis on quality over quantity. The first editorial pillar we set up was Make Me Think. We covered documentaries, current affairs, and thought-provoking drama. We've moved away from features and factual entertainment. Make Me Laugh was the second editorial pillar. This is scripted comedy and talent-led entertainment. We decided not to do any more shiny floor end shows or panel shows. We've got much less of a reliance on acquired programming, which saved us a lot of money. We no longer needed to commission repeats and schedule fillers, a greater range of originated content with genuine purpose. Also, we decided that if we were moving online, we should benefit from the characteristics of digital, which I talked about earlier. And we developed a third pillar, Give Me a Voice. It works on two levels. The first level is we will produce content that truly reflects our audience's world and their place in it. Also, by being online, they can now interact with our content in a way that wasn't previously possible. They can share it, they can comment on it, and they can engage with it in a fulsome way. The second big change that we made was how we would spend our money. We decided to continue to spend 80% of our budget on what we excel at, award-winning programs, but freed from constraints of linear television, so they're no longer bound by time slots. We can make the content appropriate to the platform and the needs of the editorial. We decided to spend 20% on short and new forms of content we wanted people to share if you wish. Some short-form content will relate to our long-form originals, some will be standalone, and some will be reactive to what's happening in the world. To allocate 20% of the budget to this type of content was an important decision for us, as it allows us to experiment in a meaningful way with new forms of content on established and emerging social platforms. We knew we needed to set up a different rights framework to enable this, so we set up an in-house production team to create content for us. This way, we would have control over the rights, and we can make the content available where we wanted. In essence, we could fish where the fish were. Crucially, it also meant that we could develop these new skills within the BBC and train and nurture the next generation of content makers for the entire industry. We, in the end, decided fundamentally we would continue across all our output to back the best of British talent and ideas. We wanted BBC Three to be bold, British, and creative. So, where do you find BBC Three's content? It's available in more places than ever before. We're platform agnostic, and we make bespoke content for all screens. I mentioned earlier, we're on BBC One, the most popular channel in the UK and the most popular channel for 16 to 34-year-olds in the UK. When our content plays there, it's generally doing channel average, and we're getting a much bigger share of we're getting a very high share of younger audiences. We're also on bbc.co.uk, third biggest website for young people in the UK. On BBC iPlayer, we are on over 10,000 devices. At launch, BBC Three made up about 4% of requests within iPlayer. Now we're regularly getting over 10%. Today, we have 7 of the top 20 shows on BBC iPlayer so far in 2016. The first episode of our drama 13 is the most requested show across all of BBC iPlayer with 3 million requests. That's more than anything else from the BBC this year. Second place we are is we've built a platform, the Best Of and the Daily Drop. This hosts all our content, long form and new form. The Daily Drop is a daily stream of content where stuff that the BBC team makes, what we aggregate, and what our pipeline partners across the BBC and BBC News and Sport provide for us. There's still much to do, to be honest with you, on this. We're making changes. We had a few short months to get it up and running, and I think one of the things we've discovered is we have to work really, really hard on improving user journeys and ensuring that we don't have any content cul-de-sacs, that the audience can move around both our platform and the rest of the BBC. We are also on social media. We're on social media, we're on YouTube, and we make bespoke content for each platform. We've just passed 1 million followers on Facebook. That's 7 months ahead of schedule. We've doubled the number of YouTube subscribers and tripled our view time since launch. We've do some kind of fast turnaround content. We did a mashup for the return of the Premier League. That's had 22 million views, 300,000 shares, 300,000 likes, and 200,000 comments in under a week. What I find most interesting, though, is when we're working across social media, it's how we've altered our tone of voice. You need a really strong tone of voice, and it's working for us. We've changed how we interact with our fans. We're a lot more engaged. We respond to questions. We can ask questions. We can thank people for comments. We can rebut criticism in a very personable way. We can see reactions, and we can adapt to them. This is helping inform our editorial. The engagement, the extra engagement really helps to inform our editorial. We developed a strand for Facebook called Things Not to Say. I mentioned the HIV one yesterday. We've done previous films on autism, on immigrant parents, on transgendered people, on people with facial disfigurement. We have a film that we did recently on Down's syndrome. It is Things Not to Say to a Person with Down syndrome. It has had 12 million views. It's got 113,000 likes. It's got 7,000 comments, 200,000 shares, and a reach of 43 million. It is pure public service conduit who runs BBC Factual Programming. When she saw this film, she said she doubts that if we had done a series on Down syndrome that we would have landed the same points in an impactful way as we did with a short 3-minute film. I'll just show you a clip from it now.
This is our pet hate. Adults with Down syndrome are like children.
Oh. Do you ever have people like come up to you and talk to you like you're a child?
Yes, it's patronising. Yeah. But some people do the head tilt as well.
Oh, bless her. Isn't she lovely? How old is she? Infantilisation, do one.
Yeah, please. Babies with Down syndrome can be aborted at 40 weeks.
I've heard of that.
Whereas a baby without Down syndrome, obviously the cut-off point is 24 weeks. So I think there's an ethical question there.
Because we can all lead amazingly active lives, can't we?
Yeah. She doesn't like the testing.
We've learned a lot doing this, and the way you set out about making those films is very, very different than the way I can talk to people afterwards if they want than you would to make a long-form documentary. It's really interesting, I think. When you move into this world, you have to force yourself to think very differently about content. There's other people out there who are doing it really well. One thing, and I would urge people in this room to watch it, that really inspired me when we were setting out to reinvent BBC Three Online, is a BuzzFeed video called Beauty Standards from Around the World. I don't know if people have seen it. A lot of us in this room may have considered commissioning a film about beauty standards from around the world, but what we have done, we would have sent a crew to countries around the world. We would have spent a year making it, and we probably would have got a fairly decent film. What did BuzzFeed do? They thought about this. They thought about what they wanted to do. The intention was the same. They got a woman with no makeup, and they sent the picture of her with no makeup to Photoshop experts from around the world with the simple task, make me beautiful. And it came back. It's a 4-minute film. It is full of amazing content. It's incredibly viral, but it's just a different approach to doing things. And I think one of the things we have to think about is when we're trying to do these different things is where the value lies for our audience in the types of content that we make. So I just want to talk a little bit about how we did all this. It's really important when you're embarking on doing something like we've done with BBC Three is to create the right environment. We moved the BBC Three team away to a different building from the rest of the BBC simply because I wanted the whole team to be together. In previous, when BBC Three as a linear channel, marketing was in a different floor, social media was somewhere else, our content makers were somewhere else. Now everybody sits together, including the people who work on the programme, our website. And to make sure that we got the right mix of business expertise and project support, there is a lot that you don't understand when you try and embark on a project like this. that you don't take for granted when you embark on a project like this. There's lots of issues around the business side of things, how you pay people, what the terms of trade are, rights, so on and so forth. So that has to be embedded in the team. There has to be adjacency and collaboration of key business individuals and divisions, buy-in from the outset to be a pathfinder and challenge convention and culture. Doing something like this is incredibly disruptive. It's disruptive across every part of every activity that we do, and we need buy-in on that. We also have to ensure that we have pace and agility, that we ensure expectations and limitations are understood from the outset. We carefully communicate change with shareholders. We're doing something different. There's, for instance, our genre commissioning teams now have taken on responsibility for commissioning short form. There's a very different approach to it, and there's also very different terms in terms of what we're looking for from a rights position, but also what we pay for that type of content. You have to be empathetic, and you have to realize that some individuals in your organization will be adverse to change. You can't go in with a sledgehammer. You have to try and win them around, but also understand that some areas are just not ready yet, and you let go of those areas at this time, particularly since we needed to move online. Outline the mutual benefits. I really think and really believe that if we all understand what we're trying to do and what the benefits of it are, we will succeed a lot quicker. We need partnerships and collaborations, both within the organization and outside, thinking very differently about the types of people that we will work with. If we wanted to create a sustainable service, we wanted to have a joint ambition and vision. This enables the right culture and mindset. It's really important that there's BBC-wide divisional objective setting. There's no point in BBC Three being told that we're the people who are trying to attract younger audiences to the BBC unless everybody shares those objectives. So the other channels across television, other product owners across digital, people in news, people in sport, we know there is a problem with young people and attracting young audiences. Everybody needs to share those. And if we get all this right, it ensures that we've got a prioritization on the roadmaps. Things that are happening across the whole of the organization are looking and thinking about BBC Three as they're doing it. Just a short bit, I just want to kind of, before I wrap up here, just a little bit about culture and innovation. There's the quote at the top. I think it's really important when you're doing something like we've done with BBC Three to allow the team the ability to take risks and the permission to fail. Failure is not necessarily a bad thing. You learn an awful lot from failure. You need to have the ability to stretch the business outside of its expected scope. We're doing things on BBC Three now that the BBC didn't do. You need the permission to do that. You have to ensure that individuals and their teams have appropriate resources to innovate and that they are rewarded and evaluated for their innovation efforts. You cannot have somebody trying to do something new and coming and asking you for new tools all the time. What you do is you make those available, and it's just business as usual. And senior leadership constantly needs to reinforce the need to focus on innovation. It has to come from top of the organization. And it's important that the message that it's important that we try to do new things. So in summary, what are we doing at BBC Three? We're reinventing the BBC's offer for young people. We're focusing all our efforts on our 16 to 34-year-old target audience. We're innovating with new forms of storytelling. We're building a creative laboratory for the BBC. We're giving opportunities to the best new on and off-screen talent. We're taking risks. We're breaking the rules, and we're having fun, crucially. We're partnering with new suppliers. We're helping grow the UK's digital creative economy. We're innovating with new platforms to distribute and promote content. And we're, most importantly, I think, sharing what we learn with the industry. That's it from me, and if anybody has any questions.
It moves like an express train. My head is kind of spinning with all of that information. We're going to keep the question and answer period, and I know you have a million questions. We're going to keep it short because after the break, Damien's going to be sitting on a panel that I'm moderating with some other exciting creative folk about disruption and entertainment. So we will ask a lot of questions in that panel, but if you have a couple of questions now, we can get to them before you get out and stretch your legs and get a cup of coffee. Does anybody have a question in the wake of all of that for Damien? We have a question in the back. Just remember to stand up and say who you are, please.
Morning, Damien. Fabulous presentation. Thank you very much. My name is Glenn O'Farrell, Group Media TFO. One question for you. What would you do differently?
Wow. What would we do differently? Do you know, it's really interesting, and the thing that I think we learned in doing this is you set out to try and do these things yourself, and you set out to try and acquire audiences yourself. I would imagine that everybody in this room, because you've worked in an organization that's established, you've already got a lot of really powerful real estate. And it's just about how you leverage that and how you work differently with people across the organization. So I mentioned that the bbc.co.uk is the third biggest website in the UK for 16 to 34-year-olds. So what my job now is, and I wish we had built this in at the beginning, because we've built a product, but we don't have the proper workflows. We cannot share content across products, across the different BBC websites. But it's vital for me. If my content sits on news homepage, on BBC homepage, on sport, it will drive a lot of traffic for us. And also, I think one of the things that we've learned over time is, particularly working with sport, they want to do different things. What sport have identified is sometimes, as their audience, as their website gets older, the audience is getting older with the website. When they try and do something that's a bit more edgy, maybe, the audience doesn't respond to it, but they really want to work with us to try and do stuff. So we're doing a lot of stuff around UFC with them at the moment. So I think the thing, if I look back, would have been to really, really properly interrogate what we already have in the BBC and the desire from people within the BBC to do something different and start working with them at an earlier stage.
All right. Any further questions before we take a break? Everybody wants coffee. That's okay. All right, get out and stretch your legs. We'll come back at 11 o'clock. We have a lot to cram in before everybody rushes out into the great outdoors. So go and stretch your legs, have a cup of coffee, pastry, and we'll be back with a panel, including Damien, in just a few moments, okay? Thanks.
Hi again. I'll ask you to take your seat. Got your coffee in hand. Welcome back to everyone in the room, to the people watching us online. We will now continue our discussion regarding entertainment, another key piece of that big puzzle. And I'll ask my colleague, Matt Galloway, and his panelists to come up on stage. Nous les avons vus à l'œuvre à la maison. Nous savons tous que la génération du millénaire, la génération Z, consomme leur divertissement de façon bien différente de leurs aînés, dont malheureusement nous faisons partie. Donc, diffusion en continu, visionnement en rafale, contenu provocateur, nouveaux formats, nouvelles plateformes. La programmation de divertissement traverse vraiment une période de profond changement. So how can public service media compete in this new environment? What aspects can they explore, but more importantly, what aspects can they own? Can we continue to create national or nation-building content to reach a new generation? And what impact will these factors have on our strategic thinking and ability to transform ourselves? Over to you, Matt.
Thank you very much, Manuel. And if our panel wants to come and join us on stage, I'll introduce you as you make your way up. We have some very smart people to look at entertainment. Damien Kavanagh, of course, you know already. He is the controller for BBC 3. Bruno Laforestrie is the director of Le Move Radio at Radio France. Thomas Sessner is the chief digital officer for BR Television, a member of the BR Digital Board at ARD and BR. And Hélène Zemmour, the director of digital for TV5 Monde. We could pick up directly where Damien left off in his presentation. There's a lot to talk about. I wanted to know, from your perspective, you talked about, and we'll get into risk-taking and things like that a little bit later on, but you talked about what support you needed from on very high to make this pitch and to make it. When you went to the BBC and said, this is what we need to do, this is the radical idea, what was the immediate reaction from people about not just engaging that audience, but doing something extraordinary to get that audience?
I remember when we had a meeting, I presented the early plans from BBC Three to the exec board, and genuinely, I think they were really, really excited about it. And I think, you know, I remember one or two members of the board were saying to me, how are you going to ensure that you can push boundaries here, that you don't just fall back into kind of the way that the BBC may have traditionally done things, that we genuinely try to do stuff differently. So to be honest, I felt, you know, via my boss, Danny Cohen, and now Charlotte Moore, I felt that we are supported. We're expected to do things differently. We're expected to try and do different things. We kind of, you know, since we moved online, we've really, really evolved how we behave on social media, how we talk to our audience on social media. I think we've really found our voice there. And it's a voice that I think, you know, through some of the things we've made on in the past on the BBC, people might have gone, oh my God, I don't know if they really should be doing that. But you know what? It's paying off for us in terms of the way we're engaging.
And so, and this is a question that I'll ask all of you, and I'll start with you because you're right next to me. People can get things from anywhere. We know this, we've heard this about news, we've heard it about all the other content. People are faced with an extraordinary amount of choice. So what is it that we as public broadcasters can do? What is the unique role of public broadcasting when it comes to entertainment?
Well, I know on BBC Three that what we're trying to do, and the channel's had, you know, it's 13 years of a legacy of, you know, doing things in a particular way. And whenever I get pitched an idea or wherever we're talking about something, the question in my mind always is about purpose. And it's about, you know, I don't want to do benign, meaningless content that's just kind of, you know, when somebody pitches me a documentary or a film, for instance, I don't want to tell stories in a very kind of linear way or just kind of expose the facts. It's got to have a point to it. We've got to find a way in to use maybe a broader canvas, to use a broader territory, to talk about the world and talk about, you know, the world that young people are facing today. So I think, you know, public service, I really wear the public service badge on my sleeve. I think it's really, really important. I think it's what differentiates us from other people. It's interesting. Last week, or 2 weeks ago, I was in Edinburgh and I heard Shane Smith talking, and he was talking about what Vice are trying to do now. Do you know what he described? He described public service broadcasting. And it's something I think that we have been doing, and a lot of people have been doing for decades.
Bruno, you're nodding. From your perspective, what is it that we as public broadcasters can do that nobody else can when it comes to entertainment?
Bonjour. La première question, c'était de savoir, est-ce que des vieux médias peuvent parler aux jeunes générations, ou c'est uniquement les jeunes médias ou les médias digitaux qui peuvent, entre guillemets, aujourd'hui parler aux jeunes générations. Nous, quand on est arrivé sous la présidence de Mathieu Gallet, je suis arrivé à Radio France il y a 2 ans et demi, on a pris le point de dire nous pouvons continuer à opérer un média historique comme la radio et parler aux nouvelles générations, mais différemment. Différemment, non pas uniquement dans les contenus, mais dans la manière de leur parler et la manière de les toucher. Et effectivement, aujourd'hui, notre audience, le projet qu'on a lancé est un projet on air, donc le média traditionnel, online, évidemment, ce qu'on retrouve sur toutes les plateformes aujourd'hui et la distribution, et on me, qui est dire effectivement, c'est un média, la radio peut être un média qu'on a toujours sur soi, ce qui est aussi une différence par rapport à ce qu'on connaît aussi dans la télévision. La radio est un média de l'interaction et on a essayé de profiter aujourd'hui des nouveaux médias et des nouvelles interactions pour faire en sorte qu'on parle différemment et avec plus de proximité à notre public. C'est un peu notre focus aujourd'hui sur le projet MOVE.
Thomas, do you believe in that mission of public broadcasting? Is there something within the mission? I'm sure we all do, but something specific that is different from what everybody else can do when it comes to entertainment? Something unique that we can do?
Yeah, what we can do is, or what we do at Jour is we look for the white spots where no one is till now, where no one answers the questions that people have. And then we go into these white spots and we think, okay, what can we do there? How can we make in an entertainment way, give answers to cultural questions, to economic questions, to questions of education, but in an entertaining way so that we can connect with the people we want to reach.
Hélène, from your perspective, what is it that we do differently? What do we have to fight for?
Bonjour à tous. Effectivement, nous, à TV5 Monde, on a un objectif qui est un petit peu différent, qui est de défendre le français auprès de ces jeunes générations. Si on veut que demain les jeunes parlent français, eh bien, il faut cibler et ne pas oublier l'Afrique. On parle de plus de 300 millions de francophones à l'horizon 2025, mais c'est si et seulement si les jeunes enfants en Afrique font le choix du français. Donc ça, c'est un objectif qui nous tient à cœur avant même de parler de toutes ces générations très connectées. Il faut s'intéresser aussi aux enfants.
Why should those kids turn to us? Why should they care about what it is that we're doing, do you think?
Eh bien, parce que je pense que ces jeunes-là, ces enfants en tout cas, ce sont les francophones et les jeunes de demain. À travers la langue française, c'est pas seulement une langue qu'on véhicule, c'est aussi des valeurs, la démocratie, la liberté d'expression. Aujourd'hui, ce sont des valeurs qu'on souhaite transmettre à ces jeunes de demain qui seront la génération connectée, les jeunes adultes. Donc, il est nécessaire de ne pas les oublier. Et aujourd'hui, ces enfants, pour leur parler, eh bien, c'est pas nécessairement via des iPhones, des iPads, des contenus en ligne qu'on va les chercher, c'est à travers une antenne de télévision. On a fait le choix à TV5 Monde de lancer en juin dernier une chaîne jeunesse pour les enfants, les préscolaires en Afrique, puisque aujourd'hui c'est bien derrière la télévision que ces enfants sont, si on souhaite leur parler, avec des dessins animés en français qui viennent de partenaires de TV5 Monde, des Suisses, des Belges, des Canadiens, des télévisions publiques qui sont aujourd'hui aux côtés de TV5 Monde. Et c'est essentiel de les attraper à travers cette télévision si demain on veut les avoir sur nos sites et nos productions digitales.
For you, Damien, why do you think that those young people, the people that we're trying to target, those new audiences, why should they turn to us in the first place?
I think, we do content, it's back to that word purpose again, and I think, if we do, there's a lot of research, and if you look at the millennials, Generation Y, Generation Z, and you look at the particular challenges that they have now, and, the world that they've grown up in a world where, a lot of them know that they'll probably never own their own house, or it'll certainly take a long time for them to do that. They'll have jobs that won't be secure, that they grow up in a world that has a terrorist threat. They have different attitudes towards sexuality and so on and so forth than previous generations did. And I just think it needs somebody somewhere, and I think this is what public service broadcasting is really, really brilliant and where it can be really powerful, is to kind of explain the world to them and kind of tell them about the world. These people young people are incredibly engaged and they care. They really kind of, the idea of social justice, all those type of things, like right and wrong and the way they approach and, are open-minded. And we need, as public service broadcasters, I think, in terms of maintaining, a civil society, in terms of democracy, we need to be talking about these issues for young people. And they come to it. In my experience, we on BBC Three make, I would probably describe it as quite challenging concept about quite cheery issues, and that's everything from discrimination to rape and, and beyond. And we get big audiences for it. We get really, really engaged audiences for it. So I think it's just about tapping into those things that matter to young people and explaining them or kind of explore them in a really intelligent way.
Thomas, do you agree that there is that audience that they're waiting to be tapped into, that audience that's there waiting for this sort of content?
No, they're not waiting for us. But that's not our business plan. Our business plan is also not to make money. And our business plan is to reach them. That's our duty. We have to go there. We have to look where they are, at what time on the day, what they're doing there, and what they want to hear from us. And then we have to go there and reach them there. That's our duty.
Bruno?
Nous, le sujet à Move et Radio France, c'était aussi un sujet culturel. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, on parlait de vieux médias avec nouvelle génération. Il y avait aussi la question, on a beaucoup abordé la question des âges et la question aussi de la culture en général. L'approche qui a été la nôtre, c'était de dire effectivement, il faut qu'on fasse un changement culturel stratégique pour aussi aller en direction de ce public. Et la radio Move était historiquement une radio rock. Ensuite, a connu un déclin quand elle a quitté la musique pour devenir une talk radio plutôt pour les adultes ou jeunes adultes. Et le challenge était de dire comment on revient aux fondamentaux de ce qu'était cette radio. Et on a décidé de positionner Move sur le hip-hop. Pourquoi ? Parce que le marché local en France, sur ce segment-là, est ultra puissant. Évidemment, vous avez Drake à Toronto. On a les équivalents en France tous les jours. Et on a juste regardé, ne serait-ce qu'en streaming aujourd'hui, sur la cible, 50% d'audience en streaming et sur le segment hip-hop français, le hip-hop US, en musique en France. Et donc, on a accepté ce changement fondamental de dire à un moment donné, les jeunes, dans l'approche d'une radio, quelle soit digitale ou qu'elle soit effectivement aussi broadcastée en FM, veulent de la musique. On va aller sur ce segment, sur ce terrain, et leur amener une valeur ajoutée supplémentaire. C'est la valeur ajoutée du service public. On va effectivement passer les morceaux, mais aussi avoir une approche musicale, d'expertise, patrimoniale, et aussi, c'était un de nos points forts, on va amener les musiciens avec les artistes, et on a lancé le Move Live Show avec 11 musiciens, le hip-hop symphonique avec l'Orchestre Philharmonique de Radio France. On a essayé de dire, voilà, c'est une approche culturelle entre deux mondes qui se retrouvent ensemble. C'était un premier message. Ensuite, c'était de dire, on peut être dans le hip-hop, on peut être dans la musique, mais on peut être aussi dans l'engagement, on peut être aussi dans l'entrepreneuriat, et effectivement, on construit une approche qui est culturelle forte, mais aussi avec un état d'esprit qui est le nôtre et qui met en valeur aussi d'autres éléments de leur quotidien. Et c'est notre approche aujourd'hui, au-delà de la question purement technologique, et qui, là, on en parlera tout à l'heure, je pense, sur la manière dont on les contacte en permanence.
It's so interesting because you're talking about going to where the audience is. And we heard this yesterday. Michelle Guthrie from ABC said that's what you have to do. Increasingly, that's through social media. Just talk a little bit more about the social media focus for Le Move and what it is that you've done, particularly with Snapchat.
Yeah. On avait un sujet principal à Radio France, parce que comme vous le savez, il y a Radio France et France Télévisions, et Radio France, c'est le son, historiquement, et on a été effectivement confronté très vite à la question de l'image. Aujourd'hui, faire de la radio sans image, pour le public qu'on vise, peut apparaître incongru. Donc aujourd'hui, on est déjà, première étape, qui était de dire, bon, on accepte d'aller sur toutes les plateformes et faire ce que fait tout le monde. Lancer la chaîne YouTube qui n'existait pas il y a 2 ans et on a pu faire 30 millions de vues en un an sur le channel. Proposer des productions de qualité, y compris en joint venture avec France Télévisions sur des productions qu'on diffuse en télévision. Et troisième étape, c'était comment interagir et comment produire du contenu effectivement avec notre public. Et très vite, on s'est rendu compte qu'il ne fallait pas considérer que des outils comme Snapchat étaient des problèmes, c'était des solutions entre guillemets pour nous, parce que ça nous permettait de faire entrer l'image très vite et très fortement dans notre produit, dans notre programme. Pourquoi ? Parce que les jeunes, quels qu'ils soient, ont envie de savoir ce qui est derrière, ce qu'il se passe, quelle est l'histoire, quel est le storytelling. Et aujourd'hui, le storytelling passe par ces réseaux-là. Donc on a très vite adapté notre antenne à ces outils, et notamment à Snapchat, qui n'est pas un outil de viralité, mais un outil d'interactivité. On a considéré aujourd'hui que l'interaction, ce qui est historique dans la radio, c'était Libre antenne, on appelle, on passe à l'antenne. C'était choisis ta musique, disque à la demande, historiquement. C'est des formats de radio que vous connaissez tous. On a adapté ces idées aux technologies et on a considéré que Snapchat était notre principal canal d'interaction permanent. Et on a effectivement créé des formats radio spécifiques qu'on a pu appeler Snap and Mix, et on verra tout à l'heure. Mais on a aussi considéré que le lien avec l'auditeur se faisait en permanence, que l'animateur était aujourd'hui aussi important dans ce qu'il véhiculait sur Snapchat en termes de récits, d'histoires à raconter tous les jours, de mots-clés à lancer. Et effectivement, aujourd'hui, la relation qu'on a avec l'auditeur, c'est qu'il nous écoute, il nous voit, il participe à la vie de famille, ce qu'on a vu sur tous les exemples. Et c'est ça qu'il a besoin. Et effectivement, on a adapté ces outils à notre problématique.
We have a clip that we want to show about how this works. Do you want to explain what it is that we're about to see?
Pour la présentation, on a voulu faire un clip spécifiquement, parce qu'évidemment, on fait pas mal de choses, mais spécifiquement sur l'interaction avec Snapchat, et de considérer que c'est un outil aujourd'hui de production de contenu pour nous et d'interaction. Voilà, un clip en images que vous pouvez voir tout de suite. Et,
Okay.
On est au festival Juste Debout en direct de l'accord Hotel Arena avec Hakim là qui prépare un peu toute l'équipe. Petite démo de King en 10 secondes, regarde bien.
Tiziana, rendez-vous sur Move dans quelques minutes. On est avec toi.
Because my addiction, I'm so strong, I love you, and you made me move.
Je suis Pascal Souffrant et je vous fais les meilleurs grecs de la bande FM. Alors écoutez tous les matins, Good Morning Souffrant.
You said in your presentation, Damien, that you have to alter your tone of voice for social media. What did you mean by that?
Well, I guess what we have started to do, it's interesting, after the presentation, someone came up and talked to me about it, and I was just showing, we've started to, with every piece of content that we release on social media, we think about it beforehand, and we think about how we're going to position it, how we're going to talk about it, if people come in over the top, how we're going to defend it. I think, you know, for instance, we were releasing the short films that we did, the Facebook films, the ones I showed the clip earlier. It's just about how you start that conversation with the audience, and then when you know when to let it go and when you interject in it. For instance, the Down syndrome film, the film we've done one previously on autism. When we launch those films, we work with the contributors who are in the films. They're the first people to comment on the films. So that kind of sets the tone of where the conversation goes. What you don't want is when a person, you know, who has autism or Down syndrome, kind of sharing the aspects of their lives. What you don't want is you don't want people coming in and kind of saying stuff that's inappropriate. What you also get when you do that, as well as managing the conversation, you can also manage how that story spreads, because, you know, these people they're quite connected within these areas on their social media. So we work really, really hard. You know, but our tone of voice, I think, what it has shifted to now is shifted to a very conversational but very authentic, confident tone of voice.
People use this word, and if we had a counter, we could count how many times people have said authentic over the course of the last couple of days. And one of the things that's important about that word is that if you don't get it right, you look like you're talking down to people. You look like you're talking about people, not talking with people. How well, Thomas, do you think public broadcasters do in social media, in that world, in being truly authentic and actually being part of the world, not being interested in the world?
Only knowing the German social media guys, and not everyone here in our station which is represented here. I can say for us, not so well. So
Not so well.
Not so well. So some things function, but only if there are young people answering to young people, not old people answering to young people. The conversation must be young people to young people. And that's a problem we have because we can't hire so many young people as we need. So what we do, we look to enable young people or go in co-productions or find firms who can do social media for us because they can do it better than we do it. That's the thing we try to get young people to our social media accounts who really speak with them in the right tone.
If you aren't doing it well, what is the cost of that? What's the backlash? What's the response that you get?
In different ways. When we see the comedy social media channels we have very, very good response. Really a high level, high engagement, about 60, 70,000 answers per comments per post we make. It's harder if you get on news social media. There you have a lot of hate today in Germany. We have to deal with that, and we have to deal with every of these posts. So that's really hard to deal in this field. Comedy is easy. Yeah, it's just everyone makes a little fun and wants to be funnier than the next one, and this really works. It's easy. News is difficult.
Helen, how do we do as public broadcasters in being authentic on social media?
Oui, on a effectivement le tout d'être authentique, c'est d'avoir effectivement une parole légitime, crédible de là où on est et trouver des personnalités qui peuvent l'incarner. Bruno parlait tout à l'heure de la façon de trouver des images pour diffuser auprès de ces jeunes lorsqu'on a une radio. Eh bien, lorsqu'on est une télé internationale, en matière de divertissement, c'est aussi très compliqué de trouver à la fois des thématiques qui parlent à tous les jeunes dans le monde. Qu'est-ce qui fédère aujourd'hui les jeunes francophones et les jeunes francophiles qui aiment le français sans forcément le parler? C'est aussi une cible de Télé5 Monde qui est sous-titrée dans de nombreuses langues. Il faut trouver ces thèmes. Alors, il y en a un qu'on a trouvé, c'est le sport. Le sport, ça parle finalement à tous les jeunes, en Afrique, au nord, au sud. Et on a une autre difficulté, c'est de libérer des droits. Parce qu'en matière de sport, lorsqu'on est une chaîne publique, ça coûte très cher de libérer des droits sportifs partout sur la planète. Donc on essaye de trouver des contournements, et on en a trouvé un sur les réseaux sociaux, en allant chercher une star des réseaux sociaux sur le foot. C'est un chroniqueur qui s'appelle Didier Roustan et qui s'adresse avec un ton très libre sur les réseaux sociaux, et on a créé des petites pastilles vidéo avec un ton un peu déluré. Alors c'est pas 100% jeune, mais c'est lui, c'est incontrôlable, c'est une sorte de carte blanche qu'on donne à Didier Roustan et qui s'accompagne très souvent d'experts africains avec lui. Donc il est légitime, il n'est pas forcément jeune, vous allez voir, c'est même un vieux, mais il a un ton différent qu'on pourrait, je pense, pas se permettre sur une antenne internationale. Et il trouve des techniques pour parler du match sans montrer d'image de sport. On va regarder un extrait.
Bienvenue dans le Temple au Jersey. Ce match au sommet, dimanche prochain, au Vélodrome. La Croatie, la Sampdoria. Direction la salle des machines. Voilà l'histoire. Coup de tonnerre. Lyon a réalisé un match de toute beauté. 299 buts. Oh, tchac, tchac, tchac. 17h, Montpellier. Sous la pluie. C'est le football. Allez, portez-vous bien. On se retrouve la semaine prochaine. Allez, circulez, circulez, il n'y a pas rien à voir.
Et les gens lui répondent directement. Il est assez populaire sur Twitter, il a sa petite communauté, il interagit directement avec eux. Donc là, on a une vraie connexion avec nos publics.
What has that done for you? What have you been able to achieve through those little clips?
Eh bien, ça nous permet de montrer que sur le sport, on arrive, en tout cas sur le football, à toucher un public africain qui s'intéresse au match, qui échange sur le foot, sur le sport, et qui partage des moments partout dans le monde. Voilà. Donc on arrive à créer un dialogue, à faire en sorte que la communauté sport soit fédérée en français sur les réseaux sociaux. Donc ça, déjà, c'était un pari important.
Bruno, you wanted to say something?
Oui, parce qu'un des sujets de la table ronde, c'était la disruption. Donc on voit bien qu'on peut faire une disruption culturelle, de dire que old school, new school, vieille école, nouvelle école, et aller là où est le public. Mais Et là, on rejoint sur ce que disait Damien, mais notre projet est quand même d'être un média aussi d'éthique et d'information, dans le sens où aujourd'hui, en France, comme ailleurs, la problématique, une des sujets principaux, voire selon moi le sujet principal des enfants de 15 ans aujourd'hui sont dans des situations psychologiques extrêmement difficiles et qui fait qu'à un moment donné se pose la question de l'information, où ils la trouvent. Et là, le cœur même de notre mission, c'est de dire, si on pose la question, c'est très simplement l'exercice même autour de nous. On demande à des gens de 50 ans dans la salle quel est leur média d'information auquel ils croient. Il va y avoir des dizaines de noms, Le Monde, France Télévisions, France Info, Arte, France Culture. Si on pose la question à quelqu'un de 15 ans dans la salle, il n'y en a pas malheureusement, ou 18 ans, quel est le média auquel tu crois? La réponse va être très surprenante parce qu'il n'y aura pas de média auquel on croit, il y aura éventuellement des gens qu'on aura vus sur YouTube auxquels on croit, mais selon aucun critère. On l'a vu hier, c'était très intéressant, l'approche de Vice, de dire on est capable de faire de l'information, de la culture, de l'entertainment. Cette approche est la bonne, mais il faut que les médias publics aient la même approche. Nous sommes capables de faire de l'entertainment, mais aussi de l'information, et que notre but serait de dire qu'il faudrait que les auditeurs, les quelques centaines de milliers, ou les gens qui sont sur nos réseaux, qui sont plus puissants, disent « Ah, cette marque Move, c'est quelque chose auquel je crois. Si je crois dans leur approche, dans leur éthique, dans leurs relations, peut-être que je peux croire aussi à leur information. » Et c'est ça notre défi aujourd'hui principal, qui fait bien entendu, on est une radio musicale, un projet hip-hop, on est crédible, on fait des choses, je pense, exceptionnelles au sens musical du terme, mais notre enjeu en tant que média public, c'est de dire, de créer une zone de confiance, non pas pour faire de la propagande, parce qu'il y a certains maintenant, hommes politiques, qui diront, il faut faire... Non, on n'est pas là pour ça, pour permettre justement que les nouveaux formats d'information que France Info expérimente en ce moment de manière nouvelle, mais qu'on va essayer d'expérimenter, puissent être délivrés à notre public sans qu'il y ait la question de est-ce que ces gens derrière sont des gens qui nous mentent? Et notre position et notre histoire, c'est le storytelling de ce qu'on est, de ce que nous sommes, et du fait qu'effectivement, on est authentique dans notre approche, y compris dans l'approche qu'on aura à l'information. Quand on fait un magazine comme Move Nation, qui est un magazine de terrain, on a 2 journalistes à plein temps qui font 30 minutes par semaine, mais qui ne font que donner la parole aux jeunes, c'est-à-dire que tous les sujets sont uniquement des sujets de terrain pour et par les jeunes. Ça demande de l'investissement, mais j'espère que derrière, ils comprennent qu'on leur donne la parole et qu'effectivement, ce qui est dit n'est pas déformé, parce que de temps en temps, c'est très dur à entendre. Et on accepte de le diffuser. Je remercie Mathieu Gallet. C'est pas pour... On n'a jamais eu de problème de censure, ni quoi que ce soit, y compris sur des sujets qui sont difficiles. Et c'est ce qui fait aussi le service public. C'est en tout cas notre mission aujourd'hui.
Can you appeal, a target when it comes to entertainment, to me this could be applicable to anything, but can you explicitly target a young audience without dispensing with your core, Damien? Because people see it as a zero-sum game, either or in some
No, I don't think it is either or. I think it's both and. If you look across the BBC, you've probably heard me say while I was in the presentation that one of the luxuries that I have at the BBC is I've got access to the biggest channel for 16 to 34-year-olds in the UK, which is BBC One. And I think, you know, if you look at the range of content on BBC One that serves young audiences, I think sometimes certain people think that the kinds of shows that young people watch exclusively are quite niche propositions. They're not. There's a big, soap opera in the UK called EastEnders, massively popular for young audiences. Bake Off, a show about baking cakes, massively popular for young audiences. But the thing that I was struck by in what young people were actually watching on BBC One is the biggest factual show in the UK last year, outside of Bake Off, which is a phenomenon, for young people was a show called How to Eat Well for Less. It's a show that's it's got utility at its heart. It kind of tells people how to live their lives better. So I think, when you're creating content, I'm not trying to get rid of an older audience, but what I'm making damn sure of is that what we're doing is relevant to the young audience and it touches their lives. And also, I think one of the things, and it's just interesting, the word authenticity. And I think in the past, people have been guilty about not using young people to make programs for young people. So what you had, and one of the things we will make sure we never do on BBC Three, is we won't have people in our shows talking about young people who aren't young and about how young people live their lives. And that's about how we write comm. It's absolutely the way we kind of, structure the films. But having young people at the heart of it, talking about young people's lives. But, if you look across E4, and I'll take a recent example, a channel run by Channel 4 for young audiences in the UK. It's a very successful young channel, but the average age of the channel is 44 years of age. And there's no way you're going to get rid of those older audiences. I think if people want to watch, I don't know, Big Bang Theory or whatever else it is, they will. But the crucial part of it is that it's made, and the intention is to make it for young people.
I want to come back to the idea of young people making their content, but Thomas, you talked about the audiences waiting for us. We have to go and find them. So in going find them, do you leave somebody else behind?
No. But that's the thing. If you don't leave someone behind, you have to finance the thing you're doing now. What we're doing, we have a different strategy. We make, because the people are out there, we have to get into their timelines. Yeah? The one way would be we could buy it at Facebook. It's really easy. If you spend money, you will be in the timeline. That's not the way we do it. What we do is, in transmedia projects, for example, we really make little bits of it, and we use all assets in our company to deliver the story we tell. So from every social media account, from every show, we try to have stories, one big story per year. We'll deliver over all our assets. And we also do web magazines, we also do web series, yeah? And we all combine it under one story. Like a thing we did here with CBC, with Arte, and with the help of the NFB, International Film Board here, we did an international co-production. We had Al Jazeera on board, we had the New York Times on board, and we partnered with NGOs and with government organizations. And with this effort, yeah, our ranking was so high that we reached 6.5 million young people with this story, and it was quite a success for us. And we can have a look at it. It was called Do Not Track, and it was quite popular also over here in Canada.
Okay, let's have a little clip of that.
Bienvenue, installez-vous, on a des nouvelles.
Les haut-parleurs.
That's not mine.
Ça, c'est pas.
This is a different one. He jumped ahead. We'll get to it in a moment. How do
Have you noticed the internet getting creepier? It used to feel like a fun, magical place, but these days, something feels off. It seems like a few companies are getting rich, and the rest of us get tracked.
Vous êtes sérieux? Es gibt so viel Individualismus.
You don't believe I'm standing in this journey, and they're gonna say hi to you. I'm here with Milky Chance.
Milky Chance aus Kassel sind jetzt auch so richtig big in the USA.
We believe Milky Chance will make a tremendous impact on pop culture and will compete at the highest level.
I would bet you that the majority of people that love this band don't even know that they're German.
And as you see, there's also a project we do right now. It's called Generation What. It's a multinational project. It was quite popular in France, and I saw it because we do not track with the same co-production, Pion. And I said, okay, let's do it in a large scale. And then the EPU came in, and we had 12 public broadcasters all over Europe doing this project. And till now, alone in Germany, we have 12 million answers from the young people who made with the survey. And it's quite interactive. It has a lot of fun making this survey. And we can, with the data we get there, yeah, we can confront politicians, economics, churches with the results and make a story and spin the story on and on for over a year.
You said earlier that one of the issues with social media was that you weren't able to hire as many young people perhaps as you'd like, and that's why the authentic voice wasn't there. How successful have you been at having that content targeted young people being created by young people?
what we do if we work with co-production firms like Epion, it's very essential for us that they work with young people who create the content in the way young people want to see it. And in the moment when one wants to copy it, because then, okay, it works like this. You have to film a cat and you put it online and then it will work. It makes a difference. I don't know where they see it and where the thing is and how they sense it. But in the moment, people try to copy something what is not authentic, first time I use the word, then the ratings go down for us.
Mm. You said it's non-negotiable to have content for young people, created by young people. What are the hurdles in actually making something like that possible?
It's, my office is a content team, social media team, content release team, all very young people. I think probably the average age is early 20s. I think the problem is, I mean, it's when I talked about in the presentation earlier, one of the things we have to recognise as public service broadcasters is this skill base is relatively new. There's not a lot of people doing it, and one of the things I constantly worry about is when I get somebody brilliant in my team is I need to keep them. What the hell's going to happen if I lose them? The problem is with a lot of these young people, they don't want to be put in permanent contracts. They're happy with a 1-year fixed-term contract, and they're in their mind, I'm going to bugger off in a year and go somewhere else. So what I need to do is develop a pipeline of people who can do the kind of things we want to do. Everybody in my office, pretty much, and I'm not saying they're experts at it all, but everybody can shoot, everybody can cut. They're all pretty damn good writers. They can all use a graphics package. So if we want something turned around in the morning to go out in mid-afternoon, they can do it. Those skills are not abundant, and I think one of the things we're trying to work on the BBC is how we can work with colleges and universities and the BBC Academy itself to try and train this, that we have a sustainable pipeline of people who can do this stuff.
You've been able, it seems like, to nail this pretty well, Ellen. Tell us a little bit about what you've been able to do to ensure that the content for young people is actually being created by those young people.
Oui, effectivement, on se dit qu'il faut, puisqu'on ne peut pas les embaucher, ces jeunes, tout le temps, parce que de toute façon, si on les embauche dans les services publics, ils vont devenir vieux un jour et ils vont rester ou partir. Finalement, il faut donner la parole à ces jeunes, peut-être essayer de créer un réseau de jeunes qui puissent prendre la parole et justement avoir ce ton qu'on cherche tant sur nos antennes. On a eu l'idée à TV5 Monde de proposer une information différente, puisque TV5 Monde, on fait aussi de l'information, plus orientée magazine, avec des jeunes contributeurs, reporters, pas forcément journalistes, qui sont francophones. C'est le seul lien qu'ils ont entre eux. Ils vivent en Asie, en Afrique, en Europe. Et ils sont engagés sur des thématiques qui leur parlent, la drogue, les immigrés, la fête, le sport. Et l'idée, c'est de leur donner la parole, de les laisser se filmer avec leur iPhone, leur iPad, monter leur sujet, avoir un ton justement authentique, ce fameux qu'on a du mal à avoir lorsqu'on fait de l'info à la télévision, et ce fameux ton que France Info aujourd'hui crée sur ses antennes, qui est très innovant, qui peut déranger certains. Eh bien, nous, on a essayé de le mettre en place avec les haut-parleurs. C'est un réseau de jeunes francophones dans le monde qui prend la parole et qui s'adresse à vous, comme on s'adresse à vous sur YouTube aujourd'hui. Et ça passe à la fois sur YouTube, c'est un channel YouTube, ça passe sur le site internet, mais aussi sur les antennes télévision partout dans le monde, pour montrer aux vieux téléspectateurs, entre guillemets, qu'on peut parler différemment et qu'il se passe quelque chose sur YouTube, un ton qu'eux ne connaissent peut-être pas. Donc on regarde les haut-parleurs, ce que ça donne.
Bienvenue, installez-vous, on a des nouvelles pour vous.
Les haut-parleurs, le réseau mondial de contributeurs vidéo qui s'expriment sur les grandes questions d'actualité.
Ce qui m'a frappé en arrivant ici. Aujourd'hui, à Moscou, il y a plus de 125 000 de consommateurs de drogue. Bonjour, c'est Chloé à Beyrouth.
Bienvenue à Abidjan.
Ah voilà, c'était Mathieu Saint-Don, à Montréal.
Retrouve-nous sur leshaut-parleurs.tv5monde.com.
Je vous invite à suivre les haut-parleurs sur YouTube.
À bientôt.
What anxiety was there in your organization when you turned the tools over to somebody else? Because you're relinquishing control in many ways.
On ne perd pas complètement le contrôle. Ces jeunes, on les encadre, on les accompagne, on écoute leurs sujets. Ce sont eux qui viennent avec des idées. Ce sont vraiment des sujets qui leur parle, on leur impose pas des sujets. On travaille avec Fab Lab Channel, qui est une boîte de production là-dessus et qui nous aide parce qu'on sait bien que nous, en interne, on va pas se mentir, on n'aurait pas réussi à faire ça. Parce que les gens qui sortent des écoles de journalisme en France, ils sont très formatés. Et partout dans le monde, ils sont très formatés. Et on voulait casser ce format justement pour montrer comment on peut s'adresser aux jeunes différemment. Et finalement, on a beaucoup été là pour leur dire, lâchez-vous. N'hésitez pas à parler comme vous parleriez à votre ami pour que ça touche réellement les fameux millennials qu'on essaye d'attraper. Mais la difficulté, elle n'est pas tant de les encadrer que de les décadrer, en fait, les aider à sortir du cadre. Et ça, aujourd'hui, je pense que c'est courageux de le mettre sur une antenne télévision. C'est compliqué aussi à gérer avec les journalistes en interne parce que ça pose des questions. Il y a un travail journalistique qui peut être fait aujourd'hui par des personnes qui ne sont pas forcément journalistes. Alors ça dérange beaucoup, c'est compliqué, mais ça arrive, c'est là, c'est déjà là. L'information, elle arrive de partout. Notre rôle, nous, de médias de service public, elle est de faire le tri, elle est d'orienter, elle est de cadrer, de vérifier. Ce que disait Bruno tout à l'heure, je crois que c'est intéressant. L'éléphant Facebook qui dit ne pas être un média, alors ça se discute. Moi, je pense qu'aujourd'hui, Facebook devient un média à part entière. C'est une marque comme les autres pour les jeunes. Il est important que ces réseaux sociaux fassent la différence et se rendent bien compte que le média de service public, il doit être certifié, il doit avoir une place prioritaire. C'est aujourd'hui ça qu'on souhaite tous dans le fameux partenariat avec les plateformes sociales. Snapchat a aujourd'hui créé des liens et des accords avec des médias. On ne voit pas de médias de service public, en France en tout cas. Donc il faut qu'on existe, qu'on prenne la place sur YouTube en français, ça c'est notre mission à nous, TV5 Monde, et qu'on montre que le contenu qu'on propose est un contenu de qualité. Et ça, aujourd'hui, YouTube nous a accompagnés dans le lancement des haut-parleurs. On a lancé cette chaîne YouTube au YouTube Space à Paris, et ils nous ont dit on a besoin de médias qui font des contenus de qualité, parce qu'aujourd'hui, les gens s'informent sur YouTube. C'est plus uniquement des lolcats, des vidéos de seconde zone. Donc il faut vraiment qu'on occupe le terrain et qu'en retour, les médias sociaux nous reconnaissent une place privilégiée. Ça, je pense qu'il faut qu'on s'unisse, nous, médias de service public, pour obtenir cette place.
The way that she's describing it, it sounds very integrated with a larger operation. We've heard from other organizations where they will have hived things off, and there will be an incubator, a lab, where young people work on things for young people, and it's separate from the large, gigantic elephant that happens to be there as well. Do you think that there's a danger in doing that, Thomas, or do you think that there's an advantage in having different operations?
No, I'm not in fear of this. Actually, what we do a lot of public value projects where we make things like Story First, which is a transmedia storytelling project where we enable young people who have an idea. We bring them together with expert producers, and they can pitch their ideas after training of 2 weeks to producers and go into business with the idea they have. Or we do a social talent academy, where we're looking for social talents which are not so popular till now, who tell a story which is interesting for us, like a nurse with 20,000 followers who speaks about the experience with cancer she has, a fireman who shots videos of every fire he's working on, and he keeps it get under control. A farmer who lives on a hill with his cows and makes cheese.
And those initiatives are all part of the larger BR. I mean, that's
a public value, because all we do is we enable them. We have experience we can share, and we have money, and that's quite essential for them, because with 20,000 followers, you earn no money. It's a hobby, but some of them they want to go farther than this, make a hobby a profession, and so we can help them. And whether they stay with us or not, that's not the thing. But if they stay with us, we are happy, and we help them, and perhaps it's getting a bigger story we can tell.
Go ahead, Damien.
Yeah, I think that it's a really interesting thing, and how we also as public service broadcasters can support people, particularly young creatives. It's something we're talking about in the BBC at the moment. Last year, I went to Los Angeles, to YouTube's The Space area, and I don't know if anybody has been there. If you have 100,000 subscribers on your YouTube channel, you can go into, this is the building that was owned by Howard Hughes. I think they made Avatar there. incredible. I have never been in a TV studio like it in my life. If you've got 100,000 followers on your YouTube account, you can go in there and get a free day every month. You can use it. Nobody tells you what to do. You've got the best kit. You can broadcast to anywhere in the world. This is made available. So then just think of that relationship that YouTube, that Google are already making with young creatives in terms of the trust and the way that they're opening up. And I think us as public service broadcasters, I've got a studio that we use probably 20% of the time. It's sitting there. I want to encourage young people to come in and give them our kit
and open it up,
making stuff and make stuff. And you know, we can give them some guidance along the way, or we can just trust them and get on with it. But if they really want to up their game and kind of put a level of professionalism into it, we can now offer that as well. And I think it's really important.
Is that going to prevent, I want to get to Bruno in a moment, but is that going to prevent what we heard earlier during the news panel, that people will think that they have to go somewhere else to do something fun? That if we can open up our doors and say, use our stuff and we're going to help you, but knock yourself out, that people will then build a relationship rather than saying, well, no, I'm going to leave and I'm going to go to Vice, I'm going to go to YouTube.
I think so. We take public money, and certainly, you know, through the license fee, and I think there's a way of kind of engaging. We try and work in communities. We have expertise and we have resource in terms of studios, kit. It's not used all the time, and it's just, I think it's really important to try and work out a way or find a way of making that available to young creatives.
Je pense qu'effectivement, là, l'enjeu numéro 1, c'est de créer un écosystème autour des médias jeunes publics. Et 2, c'est de casser les images aussi. Quand on voit quelques youtubeurs qui gagnent des millions, ça existe, c'est comme dans le football. Pour qu'il y ait des youtubeurs qui gagnent des millions, il faut des millions de footballeurs. Et c'est ce qui se passe aujourd'hui sur les médias sociaux, et ce qui n'est pas expliqué aux jeunes non plus, que pour qu'il y ait un youtubeur qui fait 10 millions, 5 millions, il y a des millions, voire des milliards maintenant, de gens qui passent leur journée à faire les choses gratuitement. Et même quelqu'un, vous savez, 1 million de vues sur YouTube, ça rapporte 200 €, 300 €, ce n'est rien. Et aujourd'hui, en face de ça, on ne va pas dire que les médias publics ne vivent pas des difficultés économiques, parce que c'est vrai, mais quand on voit les moyens qui sont investis et les gens qui sont rémunérés, il faut aussi expliquer aux jeunes qu'on peut être rémunéré pour son travail, son énergie, son talent, sa créativité dans un média public. Et ça n'empêche pas de faire autre chose à côté. Et qu'effectivement, c'est un sujet aussi de dire, ouvrez les portes, venez, et on a aussi un écosystème, parce que nous sommes capables de payer, à Radio France, on paye des milliers de personnes chaque mois, qui ont du talent dans toutes les radios, et en France Télévisions, j'en parle pas. Je pense que quand on pose la question aux jeunes, est-ce que vous pensez que vous pouvez être payé par Radio France ou par France Télévisions pour faire ce que vous faites? Je pense qu'ils vont répondre non, parce que l'écosystème n'existe pas. Ça, c'est un point, je pense, essentiel. Et quel que soit du digital, du podcast FM, le sujet, c'est le rapport. Oui, effectivement, il se passe quelque chose. Et troisième élément qui est un point important, en ce qui nous concerne, on parlait des studios, des moyens techniques colossaux qui existent, qu'on ne retrouve pas ailleurs. Nous, on a expérimenté. Moi, je viens de la radio privée. J'ai créé une radio tout seul, en 20 ans, qui est montée. Et donc, je sais ce que c'est avoir 5 personnes pour tout faire, et qu'on est arrivé à Radio France avec un autre écosystème. Au départ, j'ai vu des techniciens. 8, 9 techniciens dans une radio jeune, que nous, on en avait éventuellement avant 1 ou 1,5. Donc, je me suis dit, c'est un autre mode de fonctionnement. Mais on s'est rendu compte a posteriori, et c'est aujourd'hui ce qu'on vit, le fait qu'on ait des techniciens, ça permet aux animateurs de faire autre chose que de la radio. Et c'est ce qu'on voit dans Snapchat, c'est ce qu'on voit. Maintenant, un animateur qui vient dans notre média, certes, il parle à l'antenne, mais il est là pour être sur les réseaux, pour se mettre en scène, écrire des histoires, parler avec les autres pour écrire l'histoire. Qu'est-ce que tu veux raconter après? Faire autre chose. Donc l'écosystème, y compris le fait qu'à un moment donné, on fonctionne différemment, il faut en profiter. C'est aussi ça qu'il faut, je pense, communiquer aux plus jeunes, de dire l'écosystème des médias publics existe, il est puissant, il a des moyens également pour vous. Et ça, c'est un message important. Et on en parlait tout à l'heure. Un des grands projets qu'on a pu mettre en œuvre le 2 juillet dernier, on a créé le premier hip-hop symphonique du monde. On a rejoint l'Orchestre Philharmonique de Radio France, 60 musiciens, et les 5 principaux rappeurs, artistes, même si Solar, Ayam, c'est des gens qui avaient vendu 5 millions d'albums, qui n'avaient jamais travaillé avec des musiciens classiques. Et on a pu faire ce projet parce qu'il y a un seul endroit quasiment dans le monde, et en France c'est sûr, qui peut accueillir dans un auditorium des 1500 personnes, 100 personnes, des musiciens, des moyens et un savoir-faire. C'est nouveau, on essaie de l'expérimenter, mais c'est aussi ça le message qu'on a fait passer en disant, si on prend le meilleur de ce qu'on est, et des deux côtés, on crée de nouveaux projets. Et ça, on a pu le faire avec France Télévisions. Et on a pu le montrer, il y a eu 100 000 téléspectateurs à 22h30 sur une chaîne de France Télévisions. Et c'est ce qu'on essaie de démontrer, de dire c'est aussi bien ce qu'on peut, en réunissant les cultures à la fois publiques et ce qui se passe sur le terrain chez les plus jeunes.
That's a big bit of risk-taking, and much of what we're talking about is gambling and rolling the dice and being willing to take a risk, but also hearing about being willing to fail fast. How do you teach public broadcasters, which are often big and unwieldy and a bit like that tanker ship that's sailing through the ocean or cruising through the ocean, how do you teach them to take a risk? Damien?
Well, I suppose on BBC Three, we were, I think, from the early stages, I said when Danny gave us the mission statement, it had at its heart, we were to take risks with talent, with ideas, and with technology. So it's kind of, it's written into our DNA. I suppose, you know, we're working in a space, you know, risk-taking is kind of an interesting thing, isn't it? Because you can be totally reckless around risk and you can throw everything up in the air, or you approach risk in a way where you identify the projects you're going to take risks with, and you identify, I always liken it to managing a football team. The best football managers in the world are the people who know the players that are really, really important to them. They're absolutely the core of the team and they have to hold. They know the ones that are emerging, that are coming up and will be those players, and they know the areas where you can kind of, you're going to have to get rid of at some time. And I think what you constantly need to do in this business is the stuff, you need to make headspace, you need to make space to do things, and that's the area you take those risks in. But, you know, if you think across media and you think, look at all the things that are absolutely kind of memorable today, I think, you know, when people kind of just think about things slightly differently, I'll give you one small example. A story I heard at the BBC is, and it's just about kind of thinking about something different, this is about a decade ago now, the BBC used to pay about £500,000 an hour to make drama. They got to the end of their financial year, coming up to the end of the financial year, and realised that for some reason in the budget, there were slots to be filled on BBC Two, and they had about £190,000 an hour left. And they're going, oh my God, we can't do this. We just cannot do this. And they approached a man called Tony Garnett, who ran a production company called World Productions. He had a look, and he looked at the budget, and he says, okay, I can do something for you, but it is going to be very, very different, and it's going to be something you have not seen on television before. So this was at the advent of this time where everything was shot handheld. It wasn't it wasn't lit in the way that it may have been in the past. The scripts were more improvised. That show went on air. It was called This Life. It was the youngest drama that BBC Two had ever done. It did something very different. It took a massive risk. Money drove it, ultimately, but that risk paid off in terms of delivering massive young audiences. It's really important.
How do you teach someone, how do you teach an organization to be comfortable with risk?
Ce qui est utile et pratique dans les réseaux sociaux, c'est qu'on a un retour assez immédiat et les plateformes peuvent nous servir de test. On voit très bien sur YouTube ce qui marche ou ce qui ne marche pas. Donc, par exemple, sur les haut-parleurs, déjà, je tiens à dire que ces jeunes que vous avez vus sont tous payés parce que Bruno disait, est-ce que ces jeunes, on est capable, nous, service public, de dire qu'on les paye? Oui, on les paye. Alors, pas beaucoup. On les paye peu, mais on les paye. Et c'est intéressant de voir ce qui fonctionne. Alors, on voit que, par exemple, on a certains qui marchent mieux que d'autres, qui sont un peu des stars. Donc, on va forcément leur commander plus de sujets. Donc, on arrive aussi à voir ce qui ne marche pas. Et c'est pour ça que je pense que le digital peut aider à être une plateforme de test et ensuite de se dire, on met ce qui fonctionne sur le web, sur les antennes. Je pense que c'est un écosystème justement qui peut fonctionner. Après, un des défis qu'on a tous, on aimerait tous faire travailler les stars de YouTube, mais ils n'ont pas besoin des services publics, ce sont déjà des marques en soi, donc on ne les fera pas venir chez nous. À un moment, il faut être modeste. Nous, on a fait ce deuil-là. En revanche, on peut donner la parole à d'autres et essayer d'aller chercher des personnalités en lien avec notre ADN, celui de notre chaîne. C'est ça aujourd'hui un des enjeux sur lesquels on travaille.
Thomas, are we nimble enough to pull this off, do you think, as public broadcasters?
Yeah, when I heard this, in our company it is, and it was like this, and it still is in some part, that if you fail, you have to find the right spin to make it sound good. Yeah. So what do you do to make a failure possible? Yeah? So you have to take someone exposed, high ranking, let him fail, yeah, and then let it discuss with everything and say, hey, okay. okay, we had this big project, everyone was with this, and all said, oh, he can make this big project with all these young people, wonderful. And then it fails, and then you communicate the fail and said about this went wrong. And I did it. I stand there and for a company and said, okay, this project is a failure, it didn't work out, and then, and the guy is still there. So, yeah, you have to set an example.
Failure at a high level, and it'll trickle down. Yes, you're about to say something.
But failure, I think, is in any creative endeavor, failure is part of it. It's like if you think of all the TV shows and radio shows and web shows and so on and so forth that are made, not everything succeeds.
But it's also kryptonite. Like, it's toxic for a lot of people.
To fail.
To fail.
I don't think it should be. As long as you learn something from that failure, and as long as you kind of can sit down and reflect and work out. I think one of the things that we're actually, I think, really bad at, what I've noticed we're bad at, is we're bad at sitting down and looking at what we do, whether it works or fails. I think we're constantly striving to move on to the next thing all the time, and we don't take enough learnings on board and try and work out exactly why that worked, or indeed why it didn't work. But I just think across the TV, across the media landscape, a lot of things, we take risks all the time. Some of them are going to fail, and we shouldn't beat ourselves up about it.
Go ahead, sorry.
One comment, because we're sitting here because we're already failing. Yeah, we don't reach people younger than 30, so we're already failing. Yeah?
Et pour ajouter un mot, pour avoir un échec, il faut avoir les moyens d'avoir des échecs. Et aujourd'hui, on est autour d'une table sur les 15-25 et les médias publics. Le marché explique, et encore on a eu des déclarations tous les jours des médias français, des médias. Une étude a été faite dans 54 pays il y a 2 semaines qui disait que la stratégie principale de tous les groupes médias du monde était de focus on millennials. Pourquoi ? Parce qu'eux ont d'autres raisons que les nôtres. Nous, on a des raisons certainement, j'espère, citoyennes, mais eux ont des raisons aussi de marché, parce que Danone explique que maintenant, c'est les millennials qui choisissent les yaourts. Et c'est ça, le changement épistémologique qu'on vit aujourd'hui. On passe de la ménagère de moins de 50 à le jeune qui choisit les yaourts dans le frigo. Et donc, l'ensemble du marché, du business, est en train de se focus sur les 15-25 pour des raisons uniquement dire faut pas, parce que c'est l'argent est là, les choix, la recommandation, parce que c'est la génération multitask qui elle-même recommande pour la famille. Ça, c'est le marché privé. Le marché public, c'est de dire aujourd'hui, nous avons des enjeux de société. Les jeunes n'ont pas leur place. Nous vivons des moments terribles, des attentats. On vit des choses quand même qui sont considérables. Nous vivons des moments d'extrémisme terribles, et on le vit dans tous les pays européens aujourd'hui. Et qu'aujourd'hui, cette cible-là, on ne doit pas la voir pour des raisons de marché, mais pour des raisons de citoyenneté et de mission. Ensuite, il y a une deuxième chose, d'avoir les moyens de prendre des risques. Si vous faites le calcul dans chaque audiovisuel, et on peut prendre le cas français, c'est de l'ordre de 3,5 milliards d'euros l'argent investi. Quelle est la part de l'investissement sur les millennials aujourd'hui ? Je vais me risquer à dire que c'est beaucoup moins que 1%. Voilà. Donc aujourd'hui, le seul sujet est là. C'est de dire aujourd'hui, les citoyens qui financent, est-ce qu'ils acceptent qu'il y ait une répartition équitable sur les personnes qu'on veut toucher pour des raisons citoyennes, ou effectivement c'est un système qui va laisser les millennials pour des raisons marketing aux boîtes privées, aux entreprises privées, à Facebook, à Google, qui sont ultra puissants déjà. Et ça, c'est un choix de société auquel on est confronté, là, cette fois, en termes de politique publique. Et c'est ce qu'on essaie de défendre aujourd'hui en disant non, la priorité jeunesse par rapport à un média public, c'est pas uniquement de dire il faut renouveler nos publics, c'est de dire voilà le marché dans lequel on est, est-ce qu'on décide de l'abandonner définitivement ? Ça veut dire que dans 20 ans, la question même du marché public se posera. Parce que si on n'a aucune expérimentation avec le service public, pourquoi quelqu'un qui n'a jamais été expérimenté paierait 200 € à 40 ans pour continuer ? Ça n'a aucun sens. Et ça, c'est un vrai sujet, je pense, central aujourd'hui.
I want to ask the audience for questions in just a moment, but there are 2 final things that I wanted to talk about. One is success. How do you define success, Hélène, when it comes to what it is?
Justement, c'était la remarque que je voulais faire. Qu'est-ce qu'on appelle un échec aujourd'hui ? Est-ce qu'on parle uniquement d'audience ? Parce que j'ai l'impression que c'est ça qu'on a tous en arrière-pensée. Moi, je pense qu'il ne faut pas qu'on oublie la mission de service public. Aujourd'hui, on est d'accord avec Bruno, les enfants sont ceux qui en ont à la maison des préscolaires, ce sont des dictateurs, ce sont eux qui décident ce qu'ils veulent regarder à la télévision. télévision. Ils ne comprennent pas qu'un vieux schnock décide pour eux ce qu'il va mettre comme dessin animé, pourquoi c'est celui-là et pas un autre, c'est incompréhensible. Mais néanmoins, il ne faut pas oublier qu'on a une mission, donc à nous de proposer des choses qu'ils n'iraient pas voir naturellement. Évidemment, si je mets un enfant sur YouTube, il va aller au plus facile. Moi, ma fille de 5 ans, elle finit par regarder des publicités pour Kinder. Donc voilà, j'espère à un moment pouvoir lui offrir une offre jeunesse sans publicité, et c'est ce qu'on offre aujourd'hui sur TV5 Monde et sur les sites de services publics. Je crois qu'il y a aussi l'idée d'une seconde audience, d'une deuxième fenêtre de nos programmes. Lorsqu'on diffuse sur nos antennes des programmes de TV5 ou de nos partenaires francophones, on les exploite ensuite sur le digital pour apprendre le français à travers ces programmes. Et ça, c'est une audience finalement qu'on ne comptabilise pas nécessairement aujourd'hui, mais aujourd'hui, on peut apprendre sur TV5 Monde le français à partir des programmes de France Télévisions, de Radio-Canada, de la RTS, de nos partenaires. Donc là aussi, revenons à nos missions. On n'ira pas, voilà, on ne peut pas aller se battre avec nos moyens aussi sur certaines émissions de télé-réalité. Donc soyons aussi concentrés sur nos objectifs et nos missions pour mesurer le succès ou l'échec.
Second question, we'll go all the way through. What's the thing that you're most frightened of when it comes to what you're up against?
Ce qui me fait peur, moi, aujourd'hui, c'est sur le divertissement, c'est aussi le modèle même d'une chaîne internationale en matière de divertissement. Aujourd'hui, TV5 Monde, pour ceux qui le savent, a été cyberattaqué l'année dernière, en 2015. On n'a failli pas se relever de cette attaque. Et beaucoup de gens m'ont demandé à Paris pourquoi est-ce que c'est TV5 Monde qui a été attaqué. Finalement, TV5 Monde en France, bon, personne ne regarde, ou très peu de gens. Mais TV5 Monde, au niveau international, c'est très puissant. Ça représente toutes les chaînes publiques francophones. Et aujourd'hui, on propose des films, on propose des séries qui sont sous-titrées dans 14 langues. Et il y a des gens que ça dérange, visiblement, lorsqu'on voit des scènes de nus, enfin de nus entendons-nous, je parle de cinéma classique français, eh bien on est censuré dans certains pays du monde et la chaîne est coupée, tout simplement. Donc ce qui me fait peur aujourd'hui, c'est qu'on n'arrive pas à proposer une offre de divertissement, une offre culturelle internationale, parce qu'il y a un moment où on va flouter et couper toutes les scènes qui peuvent déranger en Asie, au Moyen-Orient ou ailleurs dans le monde. Ça, ce dont je vous parle, c'est pas demain, c'est une réalité qu'on vit aujourd'hui au quotidien et avec laquelle on se bat. Il y a un véritable combat permanent des équipes de distribution et du marketing à TV5 Monde pour garder la chaîne sur les câbles opérateurs pour qu'elle reste accessible à tous les gens qui ont envie de parler français ou qui ont envie de voir la production audiovisuelle francophone. Ça me semble être vraiment un risque.
Okay. Thomas, for you, how do you define what would be successful in terms of actually engaging that younger audience, we say that in quotation marks, with the entertainment that you're providing?
Yeah, the easy thing is you can measure the entertainment, the engagement, you can measure the ratings, okay? We won a lot of prizes with our projects. But the one thing which really is impact. Yeah? Impact is the thing we try to, but
how do you define impact? What is impact?
Yeah? Do we reach them? Do we really change something? Was it the right story we told? Yeah? And what we learned, and which is essential for us, is that in the young audiences, 86% of them trust us. Our brand is trusted. That's something we build. And that's the same thing we fear, to lose that trust. Yeah? That's the thing which counts for us, the trust of the young people in our brand.
So that's the thing that you're most worried about, is that trust eroding within that next
because
generation?
if you only look on numbers and your success is only counted by numbers and engagement, you can push that high. That's not the problem to make better engagement and have better numbers, but you can lose the trust. So trust in our brand is a key thing for me.
Bruno, same thing to you.
Le succès, c'est quand vous prenez une radio comme France Inter, je fais une radio France, aujourd'hui c'était la deuxième radio de France, c'est à la fois une radio puissante, plusieurs millions d'auditeurs, et on en parlait, quand vous interrogez les auditeurs de France Inter, 85% des auditeurs disent c'est une radio que je considère différente des autres, dans lesquelles j'ai un lien, et effectivement, ils l'appellent service public ou pas, je ne sais pas, c'est parce que c'est quelque chose d'autre, c'est une autre offre. Le succès pour nous, en tout cas pour le projet jeune de ce qu'on essaie de mener, ce serait la même chose. C'est de dire que, bien entendu, notre audience globale qui progresse tous les jours. Parce que, évidemment, l'audience radio, mais l'audience des réseaux, c'est plusieurs centaines de milliers de personnes par jour sur Facebook aujourd'hui. Ça serait de dire, oui, notre audience globale fonctionne, et deux, que quand on interrogera les jeunes qui nous écoutent, qui nous voient sur Snapchat, qui sont sur Facebook Live, ils disent « Ah, c'est différent ce qu'ils font », et qu'un jour, on ait 85% des gens qui disent « C'est différent », ça sera le succès.
And the thing that you're most frightened of?
Qu'on nous donne, ce qu'on peut, en étant très franc, c'est qu'aujourd'hui, la société française vieillit, que les moyens consacrés aux jeunes, hormis la partie scolaire, et on voit que c'est compliqué, en général, sont faibles, et que cela continue, et qu'en plus, ça s'accentue, et qu'à la fin, on considère que ce n'est pas au public de gérer ça, que c'est au marché privé, et je considérais, moi ça me dérangerait personnellement, qu'on considère que tout ce qui est en dessous de 50 ans, c'est pour le marché. Et ça serait une vraie fracture, parce que c'est une fracture démocratique, et ça a été écrit dans Le Monde dernièrement par Mathieu Gallet, et c'était ce à quoi on doit faire face aujourd'hui. Voilà, c'est ma principale crainte.
You've done this already. I mean, you pulled the plug, you switched it up, you changed the game. How are you defining success?
I'm with Thomas. I think we're working very, very hard at the moment to try and define success in terms of reach, and not everything in this world is equal, and somebody watches a show and it's established on a TV channel and we've got Barb, the measurement kind of system, is different from a Facebook view, and we have to I think this is a call to the industry. This is not just a BBC problem. This is going to be everybody's, not necessarily a problem, but this is going to concern everybody down the line. We have to come up with a way to measure reach and define success in that. But however, I think that said, I think something is changing, and I think the really important thing for us and what we're trying to do with BBC Three, and the really important thing I think for most public service broadcasters, is around impact. And it's about believing that we make content that has purpose, that can change people's lives. We have, over the years, we've done shows on BBC Three on suicide. I read that quote from the obesity show. We've done shows concerning the LGBT community. We get a lot of people saying to us, and I'm not being kind of, hysterical on this, saying, you genuinely have saved my life. And I think to have that impact and be able to do that for audiences is a really important thing. And then I know the next question, you're going to ask me what I'm afraid of.
Yeah, which you wake up in the middle of the night sweating about.
I don't ever wake up in the middle of the night. But what I'm afraid, I'm too tired. What I'm afraid of is, because I believe in the purpose of what we can all do with public service broadcasting, is failing to reach those young audiences. Because I've seen it, and I genuinely believe we can make a difference. But if we don't get it right, we don't have the courage to kind of look at how we produce and approach content for different platforms, for the platforms that our audience is in. If we don't take risks, if we don't experiment, I think there's a very, very real danger that they'll forget we're here doing content that's really important to them in their lives.
Questions for these very, very smart people on stage about what it is that they're doing and what it is that you could learn from them. In the back, please just say who you are and go ahead.
Bonjour, Christiane Asselin, en charge de Tout TV, donc l'OTT de Radio-Canada. I'm going to try my question in English. So, what about fiction? We're good at the public broadcaster to make content, news, current affair, and also to tell a story. So I'm just wondering, to reach the millennial, is there any hope, or are you trying to develop fiction on social media also, like on Snapchat or whatever? Is that something you're trying? Is there any potential?
Who wants to take that? Okay, Hélène?
Oui, effectivement, en ce moment même se tient le festival de la fiction francophone à La Rochelle, où Yves Bigot, le directeur général de TV5 Monde, est présent. Et effectivement, ce qu'on voit, c'est qu'il y a un vrai dynamisme de la création fiction par les chaînes publiques. Je pense à la RTBF notamment, qui fait des choses vraiment très fortes. On est en train de développer actuellement avec TV5 Québec-Canada, qui est notre partenaire, une web-série spécifique francophone. Donc là aussi, essayer d'aller chercher avec ces nouvelles écritures, ces nouvelles formes narratives, un public qui est habitué à voir beaucoup de choses très déjantées, très souvent en anglais ou dans d'autres langues que la nôtre. Donc oui, on essaye de coproduire des choses avec nos partenaires pour exister sur ce terrain-là. Après, c'est des choses qui sont pour l'instant destinées au web. pas nécessairement sur les antennes. Donc, des formes de fiction, on va dire, voilà, pour l'instant expérimentales encore pour nous.
Another question in the back. Go ahead.
Hi, Richard Caney from CBC. A lot of the discussion over the last couple of days has been around content and specifically how we make content that works really well on social platforms. I'd love to hear from the big brilliant brains on the stage about how you think about product and where product fits in addressing these new behaviors and these new audiences, our own products.
Who wants to start on that? Damien, do you want to go first?
I think it's essential, like kind of to steal a phrase from William Butler Yeats. I think when you're putting content onto platforms, it's the dancer and the dance, and I don't think you can separate them. I think it's really important that the platform works for the content, that, you know, we build products that feel, you know, somebody was talking a while ago, I was at the Edinburgh TV Festival, and somebody there was talking about, you know, when you're building, you know, a product, you've got to remember what your audience is using all the time, and they're using apps like Tinder to date, where it is swipe left and swipe right. And, you know, if we build things all the time where people just have to click on it, I think, you know, it's really, really important we get that right. It's something that we're putting a lot of effort into on BBC Three at the moment, because I think what we've discovered is we've built something that's, you know, basically we've built something that works, and I think don't take that for granted. If you press on it and you press play, a film will always play. However, in trying to develop that, one of the things that we forgot is to develop meaningful user journeys. So we're getting a lot of people to our site on a single item view. They come in, they read one piece of content or engage with one piece of content, and there's nowhere for them to go. It's really, really important that we fix that, because we've got a brilliant ecosystem across the whole of the BBC where there are big audiences and amazing content, and we have to work out how, in a really compelling, exciting way, we can flow those audiences around all of that.
Là, juste un complément. Non, mais la différence de ce qu'on peut avoir vu, quand les personnes de Facebook sont venues hier, ils étaient chefs de produit. C'était leur titre, en charge d'un produit. Nous, on était là en tant que média de contenu. Et c'est la différence qu'on a vue. Nous ne sommes pas des chefs de produit, a priori. On est responsable de contenu et de mise en réseau de gens. Et qu'aujourd'hui, à la fin, c'est les contenus qui gagnent, quoi qu'il arrive. Et qu'effectivement, ces contenus s'adaptent à des produits, mais eux-mêmes viennent chercher ces contenus. Et on doit se concentrer vraiment dessus, spécifiquement pour cette génération-là. C'est en tout cas ce qu'on essaie de faire.
Do you then just turn over the control of the product to somebody else? I mean, at Facebook, we saw the guy. I mean, they ran out a bunch of ideas that are going to change how people operate, and whether they say they're a media company or not, whether they say that they want partners or not, they're the ones that seem to have the keys to the car. So do you then just turn things over to them?
La différence aussi, c'est qu'il y a eu une question de répartition de recettes très vite, d'argent. La discussion entre les médias publics et Facebook peut être sur une autre base. C'est-à-dire que ça devrait être un privilège de pouvoir intégrer des contenus qui ne sont pas tout le temps dans une logique de monétisation sur son plateforme. Et ça, c'est des discussions qui doivent être faites avec l'ensemble des médias publics et les puissances en présence. Parce que quand vous additionnez les budgets des uns des autres et les gens touchés, c'est 25-30% des publics dans chaque pays, c'est puissant, mais ça demande des discussions à très haut niveau. Parce qu'on n'est pas que là pour faire un partage de revenus à la fin, c'est aussi amener des contenus qu'eux ne fabriqueront pas.
Damien, I got to ask you this question. Because you're going to see how similar it is to a situation at CBC Radio Canada. Your transformation of BBC Three came at the same time that your organization is facing cuts. Some cynics said that it was a measure to answer or to start the cut process. We at CBC Radio Canada launched our 2014 plan towards 2020 in the same kind of environment where people didn't look at the actual content of the plan, it just said it was an answer to cuts. Do you find yourself having to fight against or still under this cloud of, no, it was the right thing to do, and it was not simply an answer to a fiscal or a financial environment? We saw this coming. Do you have any issues with that right now?
You know, I'm going to be honest, it arose from a fiscal situation. The licence fee had been flat and it was fixed for years and years, and costs were increasing, and the government asked the BBC to take on more responsibilities, so there was less money, and you know, when there's less money, you've got to kind of think about where best to spend it. And remember, the BBC Three proposal was part of a package of proposals. The money that was saved from BBC Three was redistributed back into drama, which does get young audiences on BBC One. There was an idea for a +1 channel and so on and so forth. However, I think that's well and good and part that. But I think what happened at the same time was, and it was my slide that I put up today, slide 2, there is something really dramatic happening in the broadcast landscape, in the media landscape rather, about how young people are consuming content. And I think what we're trying to do with BBC Three is be ahead of that curve. And I think, you know, there's a couple of things. Danny Cohen said himself that we're probably doing this 3 to 5 years early. I say to everybody all the time is, don't judge us about this today, don't judge us about it in 1 year's time. This is a marathon, not a sprint. This is going to take time. But I dearly believe and hope that by the time this change has gone through a few more turns, that we'll be at the front of this curve, and we'll be doing content, we'll be doing this, it'll be second nature, we'll have the skills within our organisation.
Do you find that this has taken credibility out of the quality of your product because it is being associated with a cut?
No, we were very, very careful about this, and why I put up that slide. We're doing 2 things. We're spending 80% of our budget on the long-form content. The things that we have commissioned are very similar to what we commissioned for, and 20% is that kind of innovation play, for want of a better word. We have the exact same budgets. I spend the same amount of money on documentary, on current affairs, on drama, and on comedy as I did before. We're not trying to reduce those budgets at all. I've also got, and my team will tell you, I'm quite rigorous with everybody about, we cannot do anything on social media with the new forms of content that undermine what we do. We make some of, and I probably sound arrogant saying this, but we make some of the best comedy in the world. We can't start making crap comedy for our social media platforms just because it takes less money, because it will undermine BBC Three as a brand in its entirety. So we've got to be really careful. The way we've saved money, interestingly, is if you don't run a TV channel, you don't need as many repeats, and repeats cost a lot of money. We don't need acquisitions anymore. We used to spend a lot of money on acquisitions every year. So what we've done is we've actually got more hours for documentary and current affairs than we did. We've got 1-2 less series per year of comedy. We've got the same amount of drama as we had going forward, plus all the additional social thing. But we haven't affected those budgets at all, because that would be a big, big mistake.
What a great pleasure to sit on stage with 4 really smart people who are able to, it seems like, see a little bit around the curve and help us figure out a way forward. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers. Thanks.
Gives us a sense of seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Over the last 2 days, we've seen, I think we can agree that as broadcasters, we have the resources, the editorial independence, the respect. So the tools, essentially, are all at our disposal to launch some really innovative millennial and Gen Z initiatives. And we have what's needed to become a real force, to bring to market some really cool and innovative projects. And we've heard a lot about really smart people thinking outside the institutional box. Wait until you listen to our next project. It's a pure example of this. So we're honored to have here at PBI a big contingent of our colleagues from the NHK. And so I am pleased to invite to the stage Hideki Tazuki. He's the head of science program at NHK, to tell us about Robocon. Now listen to this. Robocon is a contest about building a robot that was launched by NHK, and it pits teams of young people against each other to construct and operate robots to perform specific tasks. Now what has that got to do with public broadcasting? Well, beyond the entertainment value, it has become really an inspirational project, an inspirational public initiative that has really built bridges across the Asia-Pacific. So it's really an honor to have you here with us, Mr. Tazuki.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Hideki Tazuki from NHK Tokyo. And just like all of you here today, NHK is trying hard to catch the attention of younger generation. And we have sent out love calls to attract them for a while, mostly ending up as a heartbreaking one-way love. But it's not always a sad ending. Here is one happy example where our love is accepted. That is Robocon. Robocon is a robot contest, and it's an event of the youth, by the youth, and for the youth. And I think it's one of a kind example of social contribution that only public broadcasters can make. Just 3 weeks ago, the international contest took place in Bangkok, Thailand. And so let's start by taking a look at it.
August 21st, representatives from 16 Asian countries and regions gathered in Bangkok. The venue was filled with supporters cheering with enthusiasm. The excitement exceeded the Olympics in Rio de Janeiro. Robocon is an event in which students compete using robots they built. This year, the mission was to make the robots run on a pathway. One robot doesn't have power of its own and must be operated by another one that sends out magnetic or wind power or any other power source students choose. The goal is for the robots to climb up a pole and place a propeller at the top. This team made use of wind force. Japan's team used magnetic force. Pushed from behind, the robots steer left and right by detecting lines through sensors. Everything depends on the creativity and inspiration of the team members. Students have spent a whole year developing their ideas. No time for play, no time for dating. They put everything into Robocon. When we planned out the competition, we expected the match to last about 1 minute. But the result was
เริ่มเกมครับใครที่เร็วเกินไปจะลำบากนะครับต้องเร็วกำลังดีครับญี่ปุ่นจีนนะครับตอนนี้โอ้โหสูสีมากครับจีนเร็วกว่านิดนึงนะครับโอ้โหจีนครับ
15 seconds versus 15 seconds. The students always amaze us with their creativity.
It all thank you. It all started in 1988 when one NHK producer saw a unique class held at MIT. And in this class, students had to build their own robots to win a game. And the purpose was to nurture their creativity. The producer wondered if it could be introduced in Japan because at the time, Japanese young people's attention was starting to shift away from the manufacturing industry to the service industry. It became a national issue because manufacturing was the heart of the Japanese economy. I must confess that I myself studied engineering at university, but as you can see, I have been making TV programs instead of machines. The producer wanted to stop such students like me choosing the wrong path. In Japan, we have educational organization called Kosen. They are like engineering schools for 15 to 20-year-olds. It's no exaggeration to say that Kosen is the base of the Japanese high technology. Many of the graduates work in major Japanese manufacturing companies such as Sony and Honda and Toyota. The demand in the industry is very high, and 20 companies could be fighting to recruit one Kosen student. However, in the 1980s, because young people were losing interest in engineering, the number of applicants to those engineering schools started to decline. So, hoping to change this trend as a public broadcaster, the producer presented a proposal to the engineering schools and started the Robocon together.
This is the very first contest that took place 28 years ago. The mission was to build a single passenger vehicle that only used 2 dry cell batteries as an energy source. Robots back then were primitive. We actually got complaints from our viewers saying, it's not even a robot. But the passion of the students attracted many people. This show was extremely well received, especially among teachers and the manufacturing industry.
For nearly 30 years since this start, the contest has been held every year under a strong partnership between NHK and the engineering schools. Together, we decide on the rules of the game and organize the contest. And there is another important partner that makes major contributions to this event, the industry itself. Major sponsors, major corporations such as Toyota, Panasonic, Honda, and NEC sponsor this event. They support NHK's quest as a public broadcaster because they realize that Robocon offers important goals to young people. Of course, corporations may also have an ulterior motive to recruit excellent students who have been nurtured by NHK's Robocon. With joint support between public broadcasting, education, and industry, Robocon was eventually expanded to universities and has become a big event.
Each year, the battle is filled with drama, joy, and tears.
チーム全員で協力してやってきて足りなかったけども嬉しいです。
この悔しさをバネにいいエンジニアになろうと思います。
自分のセッティングのミスのせいで先輩たちに最後に花を送れなかったのがちょっと残念です。すごく嬉しいです。秘書は最高のチームです。みんなありがとう。
This 8-year-old boy, after seeing the matches, was so taken in that he created his own Robocon world. Like him, many become interested in manufacturing by watching Robocon. Supported by such youngsters, popularity of engineering schools is now fully revived.
In this way, Robocon has become one of our very important social contributions. It is all about making young people interested in science and technology. And in the year 2002, Robocon entered a new phase. With the success in Japan, the format was expanded across Asia. We partnered with the ABU, Asia Pacific Broadcasting Union. In Asia, we witnessed the huge response that far surpassed our expectations. Let's take a look at the video.
This is a preliminary domestic contest in Thailand. Nearly 300 schools take part every year. The venue really gets heated up. A huge victory parade is held to celebrate the winning team. Looks like girls pay the Robocon boys quite a bit of attention. It's the same in Indonesia. The winner of the domestic contest is admired as a hero in his hometown. As a prize, a scholarship for graduate school is provided by the government. 27 countries and regions have participated in the International Robocon so far. Students with small budgets often go to junk piles to find parts for their robots. With their handmade robot in a handmade battlefield, they bring their ideas to life. Why has Robocon become so popular in Asia? We think it is because Asian countries have the passion for development, with the manufacturing industry at their core. This experience is helping to develop not only the students, but their countries too.
This will inspire our next generation very much, and which we really wanted to do. Yeah, for Bangladesh. For Bangladesh.
In this way, Robocon has come to assume its second social contribution. It is nurturing creativity of Asian youth. And now, something everybody has been talking about, the digital. We also have been doing various digital trials with the Robocon. We have live streamed the contest on the internet, and we transmit visuals from 4 cameras simultaneously, so the fans can enjoy watching the game by switching images from various angles. It will give a different view from the TV broadcast. And also, Robocon is very popular on social media. We often invite influencers of social media to the venue, and they tweet about the Robocon. During the broadcast of the show, the word Robocon always ranks on the top of trend world ranking. By catching more attention of digital generation through various trials, we hope we can make the youth of Japan and Asia shine even more. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tezuke, for showing us the diversity of the different initiatives that public sector broadcasters can bring to the fore. It is now time for lunch. We invite you to serve yourselves from the buffet table located outside. Same drill as yesterday. The webcast will resume in about 90 minutes. Enjoy your lunch, and if you can be back in the room by maybe just before 1:40, we have some great talks and panels to go this afternoon. See you soon.
poetry I bring, I sing a Shakespeare.
Shouldn't take the time, but maybe just a minute wouldn't hurt. Just a minute wouldn't hurt.
Que je me suis sauvé trop souvent sans moi. Je reviens chez moi. Oui, je sais, j'ai pas trop changé. Y a l'odeur de la pluie sur les rues qui m'attend. Je reviens, la vie n'a pas changé. Je reviens chez moi. Je reviens, cette fois fais monter. Y a l'effet de tes yeux sur mon cœur qui m'attend. Retire-moi, cette fois je vais rester. Je reviendrai parmi vous. Et mon rêve qui me montre c'est tout. Je reviendrai malgré tout. Je ferai la route jusqu'au bout. Oui, je sais, l'amour doit se recharger parfois. Et mes ailes sont un peu froissées. Y a la croix du Mont-Royal qui attend l'orage. Je reviens, le courant va passer. J'ai besoin de vous, vos sourires règle tout. Je veux voir les tempêtes, vos éclats de fête. J'ai besoin du froid, de tes yeux sur moi. Montréal, attends-moi, je reviens pour toi. Je reviendrai parmi vous. Montréal qui me montre c'est tout. Je reviendrai malgré tout. Je ferai la route jusqu'au bout. J'ai oublié nos paysages. J'ai besoin de voir ton visage. J'ai oublié nos paysages. J'ai besoin de croire au mirage. Je reviendrai parmi vous. Et Montréal qui me manque trop. Un point, c'est tout. Tous les jours, pris de court. Semble exemplaire. Leur toit nation.
Everybody hanging in, nice lunch, stretch your legs, get outside. We're in the home stretch. There's no break this afternoon because we're wrapping up at 4 o'clock and we have a lot to get to before then. So let's get rolling. Listen to this. News has always existed and will continue to exist forever. It is the nature and definition of journalism that must change. That comes from our next speaker, who started out in public broadcasting and is now operating in a very different sphere. People call him perhaps a competitor. People may call him and his organization a collaborator. Please welcome, if you would, to talk about that future of journalism and how it might change, Richard Gingras, the Senior Director of News and Social Products at Google.
you very much. It's a real pleasure being here, particularly in gorgeous, sunny Montreal. Richard Gingras, as I mentioned when I tweeted, this is my heritage is here. I did not grow up here, but have many relatives still in Quebec, particularly Quebec City. So a joy to be here. Thank you very much. You know, in 1973, when I graduated from college, I was an aspiring but penniless documentary filmmaker. As a result, my first job in Washington, D.C. was driving a taxi cab. So went the aspirations of a documentary filmmaker coming out of college in 1973. Fortunately, sooner after I landed an entry-level job at the Public Broadcasting Service. I was the assistant to the vice president of programming. I was essentially a file clerk. But as mundane as that sounds, it was hugely educational. I read and learned from every bit of correspondence that flowed in or out of that office. And I mean, interestingly, it was the kind of entry-level position that sadly doesn't exist in our digital world. A year or so later, I came to the attention of Hartford Gunn, who, those of you who know public broadcasting history in the United States, was the visionary founder and first president of PBS. I worked with Hartford on several pioneering technology efforts as a result. First was the creation of PBS's satellite network in the mid-70s, along with home box office. These were the first satellite networks for television in the United States. It exponentially changed the flexibility of TV program distribution and dramatically reduced the cost structure. We could now get more programs, including live programs, to television stations in far-off places that otherwise was impossibly costly. It was my first lesson on the impact of expanded distribution on a media landscape. Another project in 1980 was building the first interactive information services in the United States using broadcast teletext. For the first time, giving users access to on-demand information. This was an infantile precursor of the World Wide Web that would follow a dozen years later. But it's hard to remember today just how extraordinary it was at that time to have on-demand access to news and information. And it changed the path of my career. Along the way, Hartford taught me the key lesson that has guided me and my career from that time forward. He said, Richard, if you want to influence the evolution of media, focus on the technology. Technology changes the rules of the game. It reconfigures the playing field. If we can stay on the cutting edge of technology and apply that technology to good and proper use, we can have an enormous impact on what we do and on what we achieve with media. Given the extraordinary changes in the last 25 years, Hartford's guidance seems both prescient and, at this point, obvious. The World Wide Web has now been with us for 25 years. Some say a bit longer than that. It's grown from 25,000 websites in 1995 to well over 1 billion websites today. It serves 3 billion users around the globe, roughly 39% of the world's population, which says also that 61% remain to be connected. Nearly all of the user growth today is fueled by mobile. I think we know that, but I think it's useful to repeat it. By the end of 2016, there will be more than 2.5 billion smartphones in use. In fact, more smartphones are activated every day than babies are born. That growth in smartphone use is not about users shifting focus from desktop and laptop computers. These are users who've never had any form of computing device. In fact, for 15 to 20% of internet users today, mobile is the only way that the internet is accessed. And it's very clear that that number will dramatically increase. Today, media dominates our lives. We twitch with stolen glances at our screens, at the devices in our hands, at the ones on our wrists. Some of you are twitching right now, I'm sure. A recent Internet Trends report from Mary Meeker noted that huge swaths of smartphone users check their devices on the order of 150 times a day. Start counting. It's actually a fair assessment. People are consuming more news and information than ever before. But the internet, of course, did not just increase the volume of media, it also changed our relationship with it. We're not just consumers, we're producers. Indeed, we all have the ability to be journalists and publishers, and millions have seized that opportunity, whether they or we think of it as journalism or not. Media is no longer just a part of our lives. It has become the very fabric of our lives. All of us here now maintain many of our relationships entirely in the virtual world. I personally have far more relationships in the online world than in the real world, and I'm sure I'm not unique. The fact is, we don't just consume media today, we live within the media. This is an extraordinarily different media ecosystem than that of the pre-internet world. In fact, the media ecosystem of today is extraordinarily different from the ecosystem of just 10 years ago, with the World Wide Web now being joined by immensely popular proprietary messaging platforms and social platforms. Fair warning, the pace of technological change will continue. If anything, it will quicken. To think of this as a period of transition from one state to another would be unwise. In this regard, I believe Google and publishers, in the broadest definition of that word publisher, share a common cause. We both depend on an open ecosystem of expression and knowledge, an environment for media distribution that is open, an environment for media access and engagement that is controlled by no one. It is the web's rich ecosystem of knowledge that allows products like Google Search to have relevance and value. It's what allows Google's ad platforms to be successful. We are intrinsically of the web as a company. It is the web that allows publishers to find and build new audiences for existing products, and of greater importance, to find and build audiences for the new products that digital publishers and programmers and entrepreneurs are creating. Fact is, Google and publishers are in this together. We together have a mutual self-interest in the health and viability of the open internet and the open web. Today, I thought I would pose a few questions. Questions I think are particularly relevant to today's challenges and opportunities. These are questions that I think about every day. Question number one. How can we ensure that the open web continues to be vibrant and compelling? How can we make sure that the open web, the communications platform of all communications platforms, doesn't lose relevance in face of popular but proprietary closed platforms, Facebooks, the Snapchats, the WhatsApps, the Lines, so that publishers can maintain optimal control over their content, over their business models, over their own destinies? Open distribution is your closest friend. Today, the web is in crisis. Sluggish performance has turned the web from an experience we used to call surfing to one that feels more like slogging through mud. The experience is made worse by bad ad behaviors that have caused millions to reach for ad blockers, thus stifling an important source of revenue. In Germany, ad blocker penetration is approaching 40%. You can't escape the conclusion that some of the growth in time spent on social networks and on other proprietary messaging platforms is indeed the direct result of the comparatively unsatisfying experience of the web. Audience engagement is key to your success, is key to our success. One thing we know is that speed is crucial. Anything less than instant simply reduces engagement. Indeed, research shows that 40% of users abandon a site if it takes longer than 3 seconds to load. While we can't expand the amount of time in the day, we can take steps to make sure every second is used more widely. The web today is not instantaneous, and it needs to be. Advertising on the web is too often not respectful of the user's experience, and it needs to be. It was these two issues that led Google and 36 publishers and technology providers from around the world to move forward last October with the Accelerated Mobile Pages Project, or the AMP project. It's an open source project. It is a collective and collaborative effort driven by the long-held principles of the web and based on existing web technologies. To put it simply, it's a thoughtful re-architecture of existing web technologies to optimize for speed and user experience. Much has been accomplished in the AMP project's first year. AMP pages are 10 times smaller than current web pages and 4 times faster. That 4 times faster is the most conservative measure because it doesn't include the performance benefits that occur when AMP files are smartly cached or pre-rendered within a specific user experience. For instance, on your own app or on Google's search experience. Those of you who have seen AMP on Google Search, the articles are truly instant. Or, as one user commented on Twitter, AMP is yesterday fast. There are now over 150 million AMP pages from over 650,000 domains from around the globe. More than 4 million AMPs are produced each week. And those numbers I know are dated. In fact, I saw some new analysis this morning that we'll be releasing in a few weeks that shows that growth significantly beyond that. Huge numbers in a year. Publishers who have fully implemented and optimized AMP pages are seeing increased engagement and retention. For instance, the Washington Post saw a 23% increase in returning 7-day active users who viewed AMP files versus those who did not. Speed matters. While these are still early days, we are also seeing strong indications of how AMP can grow revenue. Early results show a 30 to 50% increase in ad viewability, 100 to 150% increases in ad click-through rates, and 10 to 30% increases in effective CPMs. Again, this is early data, before the AMP project has fully developed its capabilities, and before ad exchanges can even reflect the value of AMP in bidding. So, good place to be at this starting point. The momentum behind AMP now also includes adoption by other major platforms, including Bing, Pinterest, Twitter, and Line, all now linking to AMP pages. The AMP project, which began as an idea in May of 2015, has made impressive progress. But there's more to do. The mission has not yet been accomplished. We will continue to evolve AMP, and I mean we, not Google, to extend its applicability to nearly any kind of website from publishing to e-commerce. eBay recently published 8 million AMP pages. AMP is not simply about how web pages can surface instantly on third-party platforms. It's about making websites fast, whether mobile or desktop, no matter how and where they are accessed. It's about being instant everywhere. Again, AMP HTML pages are a publisher's pages. They're your pages, just like current HTML. I've heard too often it referred to as Google's version of Facebook's instant articles. Not the case. It's an open source effort. It's the web's answer to instant articles, if you want to make that comparison at all. The page designs are your designs. The business model is your business model. The user data is yours to collect and work with as you wish, even when it's cached and surfaced on other platforms. Again, it's an open source project. There are no contracts. There are no rev shares. There is nothing to license. While the AMP project already supports paywall management, since revenue isn't all about advertising, it will continue with refinements to optimize subscription revenue growth. We're working to reduce the friction in subscriber acquisition and innovate, including the integration of payment platforms like Android Pay and promising low-friction micropayment models such as the Munich-based startup LaterPay. While AMP currently supports the vast majority of ad behaviors, there are formats that the AMP project won't support in the interest of creating a great user experience. Pop-ups, for instance, roadblocks, for instance. However, the ad community is crafting better approaches, from new ad behaviors to more effective AMP-based client landing pages. Make those fast, too. In fact, the AMP project recently announced a companion effort called AMP for Ads, which will apply the principles behind AMP, the architectural principles behind AMP, to the ads themselves. You know, one thing we did with AMP, as you might know, is as a principle we said, we're going to load the content first and the ads second. And as a result, on day one, you probably saw very instant articles, and then there'd just be a white rectangle where the ad was supposed to be because the ad took much longer to surface. Some people looked at that and said, that's terrible. I looked at that and said, that's great because we're putting the spotlight of transparency on the performance of the ad units. Let's force and stimulate the ad industry to make those experiences fast, not like today where those experiences are slowing down the entire page. Again, it's crucial that the web be fast and compelling and doesn't unintentionally create opportunities for proprietary platforms to gain untoward leverage on a publisher's efforts to find audiences, engage those audiences, and build brand loyalty. It's crucial to the success of every publisher, every media entity. Our societies depend on it. Next question. How do we assure that the open web and the open internet continues to be open? Threats to the open web extend far beyond the web's challenges with performance and ad experiences. The media ecosystem born of the internet is more open than any communications environment in the history of civilization. As an American, I see it as a First Amendment brought to life, as a democratic ideal. Anyone and everyone can express themselves to the entire world or the world that matters to them. But the open internet challenges us. It generates a cacophony of voices and a fragmentation of audiences. It challenges our understanding of the economics of information. It challenges our incumbent institutions who will want to go back to a golden age they remember, which may or may not have been so golden. It challenges our politics. It challenges our governments. It will very likely challenge our very understanding of who we are. Sadly, but assuredly, societies around the world will continue to suffer threats to an open internet. Governments will often use fear as a motivating force to convince their populations that such restrictions are necessary, indeed proper. Private interests will pursue protectionist legislation in a rearguard attempt to protect their historical markets. Let's roll back the internet. The history of modern communication is littered with such efforts. Let me now talk about media products and services. Next question. How do we build the right products, the right services, the right programs to address opportunities in this new media marketplace? Yes, the web has been with us for 25 years. However, for most of that period, in my view, legacy publishers tended to think of the web as simply an extended means of distribution, an opportunity to take media products of a prior era and simply present them digitally. Too often that continues to be the mode of thinking. However, the internet, together with the web, is a fresh media marketplace unto itself. With 1 billion websites and 2 million apps, consumers have so many more options to choose from. It's also a marketplace where consumers have dramatically different expectations. They're no longer the passive audience respectively absorbing what mainstream media wants to tell them. They direct their own media experiences. They pick the voices they want to listen to, some mainstream, some not. They contribute, they share, they comment, they push back. To me, this raises the question, does one look to transform existing products into this new ecosystem, or does one analyze the marketplace, find new opportunities, and address them with new products? Let's take the example of a large city newspaper in the United States. In 1990, that 2 to 5 pound bundle of newsprint was a richly compelling product with a strong and obvious value proposition. It had local and national news. It had a fashion section and food sections and gardening sections and lifestyle sections and automotive sections and a classified section and on and on and on. There was no internet to compete with it. No billion websites to compete with it. But in 2016, that national news section and that local news offering, that gardening and food sections are competing with a rich array of web-based offerings in each and every category. The marketplaces are different and the products that find success will be different as well. Today, it is clear that subscription revenue will be important to the sustainability of quality journalism and quality publishing. Fortunately, it is also clear that consumers are indeed willing to pay where they sense there is value. Edwy Plenel, the former editor-in-chief of Le Monde, has proven that point quite elegantly with the success of his effort, of his paywalled product, Mediapart, which, by the way, focuses largely on serious investigative reporting. This is not frivolous popular material, but he has been rigorous and clear about his mission such that, last I heard, some 300,000 people have voted their support with a monthly subscription. and as venture as profitable. The key lesson, marketplace principles do not change. Subscription offers will work if there's a compelling value proposition. The editorial product that found success in the print marketplace 40 years ago does not automatically translate to a compelling value proposition in today's media marketplace. I was delighted to hear the many discussions here at PBI about explorations into programming approaches that are new and designed to attract the very different audiences of today. The only way to success is through innovation, experimentation, constant iteration. The first 2 decades of the internet have indeed been largely about the internet's disruption of markets. It has disrupted old markets and created new ones. It has enabled many new products and spawned new behaviors. However, we are now beginning to experience the secondary effects of the internet on society itself, of how people find information, form opinions, and seek to manage their own civil societies. You might have noticed that we're having a rather interesting presidential election in the United States. Indeed, a sharply divisive one. Might be the understatement of the day. This election cycle offers shockingly lucid evidence of how the role of traditional news media has changed. It is now but one set of choices as consumers seek their own truths and confirm their own biases. And they are finding succor from all manner of news sites, thinly veiled corporate spin sites, advocacy sites, and an ever-expanding opinion sphere that is all too willing to feed the biases and fears of their audiences, all too willing to provide affirmation rather than information. This has caused me to increasingly think that we're not focusing on the most important question of all. What does journalism mean in this new world? If we assume that its role is to provide citizens with credible knowledge they need to manage their civil societies, then how does the nature and form of fact-based journalism evolve to address those needs of our society in our dramatically different world? Let's consider this from several dimensions. Trust in news organizations has been on the steady decline for 40 years, well before the introduction of the internet. In the United States, recent polls show that fewer than 1/4 of Americans, 23%, trust the news media. Listen to Marty Baron, executive editor of the Washington Post. Trust is our greatest challenge. There is no greater one. We're constantly worried about resources and social media and monetization, all of these kinds of things. All of them pale in comparison to this particular challenge. When I think about that challenge, I see an ecosystem where there are far too cues to help users form a sense of the credibility of a given site, a given voice. Degrees of expertise vary, motivations are often unknown, conflicts of interest are often unclear. It's an ecosystem that challenges the underpinnings of the old trust model that was largely trust us because we're us, trust us because we're the New York Times, trust us because we're the Globe and Mail or the CBC or La Stampa or El Universal. Not good enough. How does principled fact-based journalism stand out in the cacophony of expression? How might we address the continued decline in public trust of media and journalism? Under the aegis of the Trust Project, Sally Lehrman at the Markkula Center for Ethics, along with dozens of journalists and news organizations from around the world, are exploring the very architecture of journalism in quest of new approaches that might help quality, fact-based reporting earn the credibility it deserves, that might help readers divine fact from fiction, wisdom from spin. They're asking many questions, both big and small. Might we divulge within a consistent framework the impressive expertise that resides in quality news organizations that helps the reader decide why this person might know what he or she knows, that allows the reader to understand the full body of a reporter's work, that allows the reader to understand the editorial process that makes that work credible? Might we embrace the practices of academia or even Wikipedia and make better use of structured citations to show the underpinnings of the reporter's fact-based efforts? Can we provide better cues, more points of information to help readers make informed decisions, to help search engines better understand and rank results, to help myriad algorithmic systems and recommendation systems at Facebook or Snapchat or wherever that mold our media lives? It's not that those involved with the Trust Project believe such an architectural rethinking will lead to a sudden panacea. They don't demand such approaches be applied to every or any piece of expression, but they do believe that quality news organizations can and should leverage the true value of the principles and processes and systems they have in place and be loud and proud about how they do their work. Question 5, or is it 6 or 7? And there will be a quiz. Might we create new journalistic forms that can address the gaps between perception and reality? The internet is not only populated with produced content, articles, posts, videos. There's also a vast amount of public data, raw bits of stuff waiting to be turned into knowledge, raw government data, censored data, leaked data, cast off streams of bits that we might not even think of as data, data that in the right hands can be used to help us understand how our societies and our institutions work. While this cloud of public data is massive today, it is expected to explode over the coming years. I was speaking recently with a former commissioner of the Federal Communications Commission in the US, and he speculated that we would see over the next several years 50 billion sensing devices connected to the internet. How might we utilize the power of data journalism to help societies manage themselves? Can news organizations use data journalism not only to help with stories, storytelling is important, but it's not everything, but to build persistent, automated investigative reports that live on, to build what I think of as data-driven knowledge utilities? In the United States, ProPublica has been showing the way in this regard. They've built and maintained an expanding corpus of knowledge utilities on subjects ranging from college debt to campaign financing to the wait times in hospital emergency rooms across the country. These knowledge utilities can provide immense value to the populations journalists serve, and often for comparatively modest ongoing cost. In fact, knowledge utilities can buttress a brand's perception of value, particularly important when subscriptions are there, and as has been the case with ProPublica, can generate new revenue streams and business models. But let's take that concept one step further. In reading today's news, it's easy to develop a sense of dread. We hear of terrorist attacks, home invasions, kidnappings, refugee flows, all the horrific but anomalistic events that occur in a modern world. We hear all too regularly of these abnormal occurrences, which are then amplified by social media and then translated accurately or not into our perceptions of our normal lives in our own communities. I had an experience recently that highlighted both one of these challenges our societies face as well as an opportunity to move journalistic models forward. I was visiting an old friend. He lives in a suburban town in New England. He has a house that sits on a golf course. It's as sleepy and peaceful a place as you could possibly imagine. His adult son was with us that night as well. Late that night, his son heard sounds outside the house, and he went outside to check, and I noticed when he did so, he carried a loaded 9mm Glock in his hand. I was stunned. What would cause this young man to conclude that his neighborhood was so fraught with danger that he needed to carry a loaded gun? Later that night, I went online to look for crime statistics and learned that in the prior 2 years, there had been only 2 murders within a 5-mile radius of my friend's home, and both were instances of domestic violence, not home invasions, not armed burglaries. However, that is not what my friend and his son hear about every day. They hear about the horrific but anomalistic events and then translate those anomalies to their understanding of their normal world, whether accurate or not. How can we address this? Can we build a richer foundation of data-driven knowledge for the benefit of our societies and for the benefit of journalism's ongoing efforts to provide the knowledge, the context that our citizens need? In an era where the easiest card to play in the game of politics is the fear card, might we find ways to close the gap between irrational fear and rational fear? Can data visualizations, or what I refer to as knowledge utilities, become first-class media objects such that they can be more available, more findable, more embeddable in other experiences, and as easily shared as cat video? And to think metaphorically for a moment, might we evolve the weather report, that other metrics dashboard we all look at every day, for my city, such that it includes a dashboard of key metrics that paints a more complete picture of my local environment? It's not just about the weather. It can be about crime data and school performance metrics and cost of living indices and air quality indices and so on and so forth, to help me understand where the real issues are and where they're not. Might we find ways to close that gap between fear-driven perception and data-driven reality? I don't suggest this is a silver bullet, but I think it's part of our understanding of how we can move models forward. How can we move beyond the conflict, the drama, the crooks, and the victims? I think, as you know, Ulrich Hagerup at Danish Broadcasting thinks so with his movement towards constructive news. I think of these elements of data journalism as being components of constructive news. It's not about happy news. It's about giving me the information necessary to form knowledgeable opinions about things. He believes we must rethink how journalism can constructively help societies understand their problems and surface possible solutions. His efforts with news programs at Danish Broadcasting have led to an impressive growth in audience, a notable improvement in the perception of trust. Again, it's not about happy news. It's about a constructive news, dealing often with hard issues, but in ways that we can understand them better and move forward as societies in better fashion. Yes, there are challenges, but I'm passionately optimistic about the future of news. There is so much impressive digital work being done that I believe that we are in the early days of a renaissance in journalistic and media creativity. That we should have such a renaissance, in fact, is crucial. New news experiences need to be created, new journalism frameworks explored, new media types defined, new business models developed, all necessary to harvest new audiences who will find new ways to consume and use news every day. As we move forward, I am eager, Google is eager to continue to collaborate, to work together, to drive the innovation and experimentation that is so important to building long-term success. I thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts today, and more importantly, I thank you for the hugely important and valuable work that you do every day. Thank you very much.
We have time for some questions from the audience. You very clearly use the word renaissance rather than revolution when it comes to news. Why? There are a lot of people in this room who see a revolution coming. They don't see it as a renaissance. They worry that the renaissance perhaps won't be as glorious and as glowy as you say. Why would you use that word and not something like revolution?
Well, probably because honestly, I haven't put a huge amount of thought into whether the term should be renaissance or revolution. As I mentioned, things are changing constantly all the time. I simply use the term renaissance, I think, because it felt to me, as I think it is, a sort of more optimistic, maybe constructive term. Will there be revolutions of change? Yes. Yeah. But I more like to think of it as and particularly from the side of the journalism community, more of a renaissance of creative thinking.
Okay. Questions from the audience. Put your hand up and we'll get to you. Where are we starting? Right over here. Stand up and introduce yourself and go ahead, please.
Richard, thank you very much for your very provocative and perceptive journey for us into the new world of journalism as you have outlined it. My name is Murray Green. I'm a media lawyer from Australia. One of the things about journalism is that it really is about judgment, and that involves significant human intervention about providing context, about verifying facts, about choice of what story is to be pursued or not pursued. What is the way in which Google assessed this issue of human intervention as against the approach of machine-driven algorithms that might give us aggregation of news from different sources. So where does human invention and judgment and reflection fit in your anticipation of the future of journalism?
That's a great question.
No, it's an absolutely great question. I mean, of course, it's core. I mean, I'm not one who believes that, I don't know when we'll get to the point where, the kind of reporting that the, capable reporters do is going to get rendered to a machine, not for the least. And the truth is when we talk about the role of humans, frankly, that extends to what we do with algorithms. I mean, these things don't just pop out of the air. They're created by humans. So obviously where algorithms can come into play is where can we use the capability of machine intelligence to accomplish things that we otherwise could not accomplish. Some of that stuff actually will get applied to the reporting process, as I said, with data journalism. Can we ultimately, and I say we in the sense of the journalism community, apply machine learning intelligence to how we analyze big sets of data? So I think these are tools to all us, but they're still got to be driven by humans, whether those are humans in newsrooms or humans at Google. Obviously, I drive things through algorithms. And where I look to try to have an impact is, as I was talking about today, is when we look at how do we address queries on Google? What's the right way to give people the right answer on what is Brexit? And I'll be the first to say that our approaches are evolving and certainly not perfect. If I did What's Brexit today, I'll probably get a whole lot of very fresh coverage, but I might be missing, for instance, that deep explainer that was written a month ago. We're not surfacing today because of the thing I mentioned. I would love to surface more data more prominently. We want to start surfacing, for instance, fact-check modules that relate to certain kinds of queries, given, obviously, the tremendous range and authenticity of content that are out there. So we'll use machines, but all of it is, in the end, driven by humans.
Will that fact-checking be out before the U.S. election? The next question. Go ahead.
Richard, I'm Eric Wolf from PBS in the U.S., and amusingly, I'm working on the 6th generation of the interconnection system that you built back in the 1970s. My question is maybe a good follow-on to this related to trust. I'm curious about how Google looks at trustworthiness or rates trustworthiness, ranks trustworthiness of sources in products like your news product, and how how you're doing that algorithmically, how you're thinking about the trustworthiness of data you're crawling on the web or finding.
I mean, obviously it's a huge challenge, especially at scale. And everything that we do has to be at scale, right? Whether it's Google Search or Google News, the efforts are just so vast that you can't do it without fully using machines. The question of trust, I think if I were to reduce it, and this will be simplistic, but if I were to reduce it to a single term, it's about reputation. How do we develop an ability in our system? So, and this has always been the case, by the way, with Google Search. If you remember back to the early days of Google Search, then there was a notion of PageRank, right? And PageRank was in effect a reputation system based on the endorsement of third-party links. Right. So if that article on some blog was actually linked to by the New York Times, and we knew that given the kinds of links that went in and out of the New York Times, that we could say, well, the New York Times is a high reputation source, that its endorsement of that article on that blog is significant, then it gives a sense of reputation for that page. So I think of it a lot as reputation, but I want to go far deeper, which is why we think the conversations that folks are having around the Trust Project are important. Because I think there are many, many more signals right now behind the firewalls of news organizations that should be made visible. And I don't mean things like the sources that weren't disclosed. I don't talk about things that are inappropriate. I'm talking about things that are appropriate, right? I mean, I think we tend to harbor, in news organizations, we tend, I think, just believe that everyone knows how we do our work. And I don't think that's the case. So why doesn't an article show who edited it as well? And that their endorsements matter as well. So I tend to want to focus on how do we get more signals about reputation, more signals about expertise. And expertise isn't easy either, but I can at least look at it and say, as I pointed out, when in between stints at Google, I went and I ran Salon Media for a few years, and Glenn Greenwald was there. And he went on to The Guardian, and he went on to The Intercept. Interestingly, our systems today don't really know inherently that Glenn Greenwald is someone who has expertise, certainly a whole big body of work on questions of national surveillance. And that's true whether he's at Salon or at The Guardian or The Intercept, right? So we can do a better job, I think, of these things. But we're also asking the news community to reconsider how they present their work, not simply for benefit of the algorithms, as I said, but for the benefit of the consumer as well, to begin to develop that understanding of why should I trust that source. I mean, interestingly and not surprisingly, in the research that Sally and folks have done, one of the things that we find today is that the identity of the reporter matters more than the brand. Now, you could say, as I do, that the brand, a news brand value today is the collective value of the individual humans within it. But when you ask them why they form opinions of trust, it's very much at a personal level of what they perceive about that individual. Sometimes because that individual seems to have more affinity to them, So how do we develop a better sense of these things such that we can do a better job of surfacing high-quality reporting, surfacing reporting from sources that have deep expertise, from sources that are doing the deep investment in creating this work in the first place? Again, hard questions, no silver bullet, but I think we'd be irresponsible not to pursue.
We have time for probably one more question. If somebody has one, I'm not sure where the microphone is. Right there. Go ahead.
Thanks, Richard, for the very good insights. I'm Lauri Kivinen, head of the Finnish broadcasting company in Helsinki. We had yesterday here an executive from another platform company, internet platform company, who definitely was strongly of the opinion that they are not a media because they don't create content. That is Facebook. So you are head of news. I would not like to ask you whether Google sees itself as a media, but I would like to ask you how you see Google's role in the ecosystem of journalism and media, say 3 years, 4 years from now.
I mean, clearly we're a media company. I mean, you could say we're also one of the world's largest advertising companies. I stop short of suggesting that we're a journalistic enterprise, nor have any ambitions towards that. For very good reason, by the way. We think our biggest role in the ecosystem with products like Google Search is indeed to connect the dots, to organize the world's information and make it accessible, to connect the dots between the query and the best source of information. So one reason why I say that we don't want to get into original content is, I think it's so important that people recognize that what we do at Google is unbiased in what we surface. And I wouldn't want to think if we owned a news organization that we were somehow biasing search results against properties we owned. We have enough challenges with people always, challenging us on those questions, and it's important that we hold to our principles in that regard. So I don't see us going there, but obviously we play a role. I don't know quite how to define it, in the sense of, because you are, in a sense, collecting information and presenting it to people. There's a journalistic element of that process. It's a fair point, but obviously it's not reporting. Google News, we make algorithmic decisions as to what the top story is. Isn't that algorithmic decision editorial? Well, it is, but in our case, we're basically crowdsourcing that decision based on the collective expression of the news organizations that are out there. So that's where I put our role, is how do we connect the dots? How do we do what we can do best to help enable the creation and production of content that helps address those questions? How can we help enable evolving forms or capabilities or technologies to make that environment better? Is how I would define our role, but not technically as journalists.
And for those similar companies that deny that they are media entities, what do you say? Because I think a lot of people are surprised that you're that open in saying, in admitting that, given what we heard yesterday.
I know. I don't want to criticize other platform
I'm not
companies.
asking you to do that.
I mean, they'll say what they say. I mean, obviously, and in many cases, look, I worked on Google Plus for a long time. And we always had issues as well with. I mean, some of it just gets with some of these companies. It also gets to a level of experience. How long have they been doing what they're doing? Have they fully evolved and learned how to operate in this ecosystem? I think these people are well-intentioned, so I don't want to criticize them. But these aren't new problems. I mean, the problems of understanding whether a piece of nudity is artistic expression or has newsworthy merit, and therefore shouldn't be, erased from the system. This doesn't seem to me like a terribly fresh question. But I think, and again, I think organizations evolve, and I think these platforms will evolve as well. I hope so. And I think it's also, again, we're in this together. And I think we have to help each other. I'm first to say that at Google, we've changed our approaches a lot in the last few years. We're technologists, we're engineers. We don't think like journalists. There are commonalities, but there are many differences. And I think, frankly, until you engage, by engaging, we get to learn from each other. You get to learn a bit more about how we think and what we do. We get to learn more about how you think and how you do what you do. And that tends to work to break down on the elements of distrust and get to a true point of engagement, dialogue, and collaboration, which is where I would like to think that we will be. And I like to think that the other platforms will evolve in that fashion as well. I certainly encourage them to. As I said, I think they're very well-meaning.
What a pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was interesting. One of the things that Hubert said in his opening remarks was that PBI and the Public Media Alliance this year have kind of joined forces so that there's a lot of sharing of content going back and forth and back and forth. You know that before the PBI conference began, Public Media Alliance event was held. It was out with my colleague Marion Warnica, who spoke very powerfully at that event. We wanted to bring up on stage Sally Ann Wilson, who's the CEO of PMA, and a panel to talk about what it is that they are focused on in these wildly changing times. Ms. Wilson, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Public Media Alliance is the world's largest association of public broadcasters, and our focus is what's happening in the shared public media space wherever you are. Whether you're in Tonga, Switzerland, Poland, the US, Kenya, Canada, every day our small team watches and reports. It's on our website. Most of it's available for any of you to see. We have your stories. We go out into the field. We visit you, we speak to you, and we email you on a daily basis. We have a unique global overview of public media, what it means in different contexts, and it does mean very different things in different contexts. In our PMA conference just a couple of days ago, we acknowledged that something like over 150 media organizations worldwide define themselves as public media. Many of you would not recognize that if you looked at their governance or their funding, but we are working with those that call themselves public media organizations. We have partnered on and off with PBI over the years, and we were delighted when Sato-san at PBI and CBC Radio Canada asked us to present a panel at PBI 2016, highlighting how some of our members that you may not be quite so familiar with here in Canada and in countries you come from, how they've risen to this challenge of inviting the public into the heart of their content, because that's what we all know now public media is. I'd like to welcome to join me on the panel Lei Chun Lin from PTS in Taiwan, Nedra Weerasinghe from Kapat Maharajah in Sri Lanka, and Will Doran from Ushahidi. Now, you'll discover a little bit later what Ushahidi is. It's not a public broadcaster. It's an organization, it's a media tool. If we're talking about bringing the public in, we're going to hear about benefits, but we're also going to hear about some of the risks, some of the dangers. And Ushahidi have worked extensively with our public broadcast members around the world. I wanted to reflect diversity. We're about minorities and inclusivity. We know that Ushahidi is great because it was really founded and most of its members, originators, are amazing bunch of Kenyan women who are right at the forefront of web development. And so when I approached them in Kenya and Nairobi, they said, fantastic, we'll send somebody. So wanting to represent all continents, I thought we've got African women on the stage, and they said, you can have an Irishman, he's a minority. He actually happens to live here in Montreal, so it was very convenient. Their biographies, as others, are all available online for you to see. If you'd like to take your seats. Just a few years ago, public media was very, very nervous. Many of you from PBI were there in Sintra, in Portugal. And I could feel this sense that the public were, media organizations were, there was a fear of the digital future and having to have the public involved with us. That was the conversation. It was dispirited. But we've seen things change. We've seen many examples today, Yule's wonderful kioski, all the examples of how inviting the public in can be so very successful. We know that actually making the public part of public broadcasting is how it has to be. It has to be participatory. A lot of time and money has been spent around the world trying to transform and fix old-fashioned state broadcasters. They had power, but that was in the old world. Their power is only as good as them having an audience. And pretty much everyone everywhere on the planet now has a choice of media. People, young people in particular, are not going to watch state broadcasters and state news that says what the Prime Minister had for breakfast, where he went for lunch, and who he's having dinner with. The problem of state-controlled media is fixing itself. The power goes with your audiences. And as we've heard so often over the last few days, you have to be where your audiences are. So how do we work with audiences? Well, I think some of the ideas we've seen here today will be repeated around the world, and that's the benefit of meetings like PMA and the PBI conference. So what are the benefits and risks? Because we have to think of the risks as well of a new way of working with the public. It's been great that the last few days have been conversational, but I think some of our panelists, maybe their work isn't so familiar to you, so I'm going to ask them, and they're not necessarily speaking in first languages, well, apart from Will, to just explain as we go through what their work is. Sometimes you can plan, you can strategize, but actually it's necessity that is the mother of invention. That's what drives the best ideas. Being small, sometimes you can be flexible. And for the past 9 years, I've taken a very quiet joy in watching a very small public broadcaster, PTS, Public Television Service in Taiwan. We're one of the first people to invite the public right in, not just to the organization in chat shows and in entertainment and in music, but into the heart of their journalism, their investigative journalism. Their citizen journalism platform, PIPO, is just going from strength to strength. So much so that when the government started a forced acquisition of farmland in a very remote rural area, it was a PIPO journalist who recorded their actions. PTS broadcast it. It went viral nationally within Taiwan, then internationally. Then CNN broadcast it. And within 2 months, the Premier of Taiwan had to appear on PTS and national newscasters national broadcasters in Taiwan to apologize for his actions. That's the power of effectively engaging your public. And I'm going to ask Lei Chun Lin, Vice President of PTS, to tell you and show you a little more about PIPO. Lei Chun.
Thank you, Sally Ann. It's a great pleasure for me to be here to share with you the citizen journalism platform we have been running in the past 9.5 years. So I'll give you a brief presentation on the program. Okay. Okay. First, I'll give you the basic landscape of the media landscape in Taiwan. There are 5 terrestrial TV networks, 13 all news channels, either cable or OTT, 23 national evening newscasts with different orientations, over 300 cable and satellite channels. The cable TV subscription rate is 85%, one of the highest in the world, for a population of 23 million. So we can see the competition is keen. It's very, very competitive media landscape. And we have PTS, the Public TV of Taiwan, started this citizen journalism platform in April 2007. The reason we started it was back then we had lots of internal discussion on what kind of internet service we should provide that's still relevant to the public media value and at the same time that's affordable and maybe sustainable. So we started this People Post platform. It's abbreviated as POPO. The pronunciation in Taiwan, we call it Peppo. It's almost like, it's the same pronunciation of smart way of doing things in Taiwanese dialect. There are several key features of this platform, PayPal. First, it's grassroots. It's for everyone, for all the citizens. Then second is autonomy. It's autonomy for the users. We don't censor content. We don't have prior editing. And it's empowerment of citizens. And we focus on social issues. We encourage people to report their community affairs that's rarely been reported in major media. And we hope to facilitate dialogue among citizens, and we encourage freeware and Creative Commons. The platform is based on a block system. Everyone, either individual or organization, has their own identity on this platform. And it's a multimedia platform, but since we are a TV station, so we encourage video stories. So far, there are over 100,000 stories posted, average 31 stories per day for the 9.5 years. And there are over 9,000 registered citizen journalists on the platform. And now let's take a look at the profile of the citizen journalist. The age, we all emphasize on millennials. 70% of our linear viewing are for people 45 years and plus. So this is a group of people that's also hard to reach through our regular broadcasting. And here, 27 to 30 is a big percentage. And in terms of gender, there are more female than male. That would be something very interesting. And in terms of occupation, about 50% are students, mainly in college students. There's also a target audience very hard to reach through regular public media broadcasting. And we have over 600 NGO and NPO participating in this platform. And there are also 16 college news centers. These are mainly for college with journalism or mass communication department. So this platform is a place for them to showcase their reporting work. And next is a very crucial part. That's the training and development. We have online training courses. We produce tutorial DVD. And we have held over 640 workshops, 1.3 workshops per week. Is all free, and mostly done over the weekend in different parts of the country. And we have regional gathering and annual symposium and a summer camp. And I think this differentiates us from regular user-generated content site. We want to help those who are interested in reporting. We train them to acquire the skill, including the basic principle of journalism and the shooting and the editing skill. So we want them to understand the importance of trust, truth, and credential rather than just authenticity. And we work with the Excellent Journalism Award, the highest honor in Taiwan, to present annual Citizen Journalism Award. Now, I will talk about the youth participation on this platform. Just this year, the Taipei First Girls High School, one of the best high schools in Taiwan, the entire first grade, the entire class, 852 students, are mandatorily required to participate People Post. And they produce 218 stories. The video you see here is the subject is about the dedicated bicycle lane, the controversy, whether it worked or not. So about 4 of them will form a team to do a story in 3 months. And people also become the regular curriculum in high school and junior high school. And this is a test. So this is actually a question of a test, as you can see. It's a regular test. Now you can read it. And here are 4 choices to it. This is one of the junior high school in their regular school test.
Should we do a test
Okay.
and see who gets the right answer?
So, tell me what your answer is. You have 4 choices. 1 answer is correct. And the correct answer is? D. That's the correct answer. So we're very happy that this is really get all the school participated for over those 9.5 years. And now this is a case study. Let's take a look at the video.
年轻公民记者宝座的是这一位84年次的小女生。
我是这里一看就知道我是里面最年轻的，那所以我就是以我是一个青少年的一个角度来做一个报道。
北京交加大学杭州，台江还会了有燕大学的。
Okay, the students start. She joined Peppo at 14-year-old. Now she is a senior in college. So she has been participating the People Post for 7 years. So this is just a case to prove that they participate and it lasts. They don't just join and leave. Okay, this is her very recent post. And every summer we do workshop for college students. We do 2 workshops every summer. Each workshop lasts 4 weeks. It's all free, and each workshop we do it. 55 college students participate. So over the last 9.5 years, there are 1,100 students participated in the workshop. And after the workshop, 70% of them said they will want to do further reporting in their life. Actually, some of them become professional journalists. And this is just one sample story that the person who did the story is an environmental conscious student, often do beach cleaning work. After the workshop, she started to reporting what they do. And as I just mentioned, we have a 16 college news center, and so many students participate in producing stories, and we have the editor-in-chief meeting of these news centers once every semester in our station. And this is one story that one of the college news center produced a story of an indigenous village. That's about 2 hours to the nearest major city. And the teacher set up an after-school study center. 3 days after the story was posted on People Post, they received 10,000 US dollar donation just to illustrate the influence of the story. And that really encouraged the students participating the platform. And last year we initiated another new trial is we asked the news center, the student news center, to look for stories on the platform that has further potential to develop into a feature-length, a current affair type of story, in-depth stories. On the lower right, you can see the guy on the right is a citizen journalist, and the three persons on the left are students working with a citizen journalist to produce a 12-minute story about a medical care in remote area of Taiwan. And then we air this 12-minute story on our channel, as well as on Pebble, of course. So based on our experience, we think this type of platform is a perfect match with public service broadcaster. First, it's financially sustainable. We have 6 full-time staff working on it. The annual cost, including salary, is about 400,000 US. And the ideal is similar to public media, so it has a good synergy. And the youth participation is very crucial for all the public service broadcasters. And then, last but not the least, it creates a dialogue among citizens. And that's a brief introduction to the People Post.
Thank you. Lei Chun, I mean, obviously, we said, to my knowledge, you were one of the very first to be a public media organization that really put digital and inviting the public in right at the heart of your journalism. You have the blog post, you have the site itself. Do you also have this content that comes through into your own news bulletins?
Yes, actually we do. We have 5-minute news bulletin every day. Paper. We select like 2-3 stories out of the latest post and package them together as a 5-minute news bulletin. For those stories selected, we do pay a royalty to them.
So that they actually get some financial benefit for this. And have you ever had stories that have gone, I know one of the reasons just after you launched was Typhoon Noricott, which actually I think helped you grow because it's that very ethos of public media where people played a part in telling people where was dangerous, what was happening during a typhoon when other media wasn't perhaps so available. Have you had other stories that have come from people but then become your big story?
Yes, we have many examples. Taiwan, we just had a big typhoon yesterday, and we have another typhoon coming. As we all know, most media are cutting back on staff and resources. But we have over 9,000 people registered. I wouldn't say they're all very active. Just even just 1%, that's a whole lot of people in every part of the island, all with cameras. So when Typhoon Morocco hit Taiwan, the first disastrous report occurred in a deep mountain area, and we had an indigenous citizen journalist live right nearby. So he filmed and sent in the report, and there are many such type of stories occurred. So all the news media pay close attention to stories posted on paper so they don't miss major stories. Also, thanks to Google News, many years back, Google News talked to us. They treat People Post as a news media. So every story posted on People Post will also appear in Google News within 5 minutes. And that's really creating impact and influence for this platform.
And partnership, and I think we all agree we increasingly have to be about partnership.
Yes.
Thank you. I mean, we'll come back a bit later because I think there's some questions about this is all good news story, but we need to hear also what are some of the risks, and we'll talk to you a bit more about that later.
Yeah.
Now, of all the countries that have been represented at both the PMA and PBI meetings, few of them have come out so recently from a bloody and terrible civil war. Sri Lanka, where our next panelist, Nedra, lives, has been through a really, really terrible time. And throughout that time, our organisation worked very closely with the Capital Maharaja Group in Sri Lanka. They're a private rather than a state broadcaster, but their values have always been those of a public broadcaster with radio and television. When the state broadcaster in Sri Lanka a few years ago was advocating really very terrible things on air, it was Capital Maharaja who we stayed in touch with and worked with throughout the conflict. They covered all sides in that conflict. Nedra, before we hear a little bit more about what you're doing now, I mean, what was that like to be a public broadcaster and you lived it? And you know, we talk about the risks and benefits of public broadcasting, but what did that mean to you in reality?
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity to be here and share with you our experiences. Well, 2009 May was the end of the 30-year civil war. But in January that year, actually on the 6th of January, our station came under a grenade attack, and many of our staff were held at gunpoint. This happened around midnight. And one of our close friends, a journalist who owned a newspaper at the time, he was one of the first on the scene, of course denouncing the state-sponsored terror, because that was obviously a very heated time just before the end of the war. And we, as a network of 8 channels, radio and television in all 3 languages spoken in the island, we somehow kept on reporting both sides of the conflict, and that was the main reason for the attack. So he came on air and he denounced this state-sponsored attack, and 2 days later, on the 8th of January, he was murdered in a high-security zone. And this really hit us as, you know, the level of risks that everybody was taking at that time in order to, you know, truth and integrity was important to us. And 7 years on, the perpetrators are yet to be found. And only last week, the court ruled after the change in government last year that at the end of this month, his body is to be exhumed. And of course, they're going to have a proper investigation. So yeah, those are some of the risks that we lived through. But since January last year, things have slightly changed. It's still quite unstable, but not as bad in that sense.
Thankfully, you're now able to operate in more peaceable times. But I guess, has that made you think even more seriously about why it's important to bring the public into what you do? And can you tell us a bit more about what it is you do with the public?
Yeah, actually now we have realized that engaging the public is kind of it has always been at the heart of what we have done over the past 20 years in media. And as you know, when Alvin Toffler came out with his book, The Third Wave, in 1980, Sri Lankan television was in its infancy. And we were getting our first experiences of the influences of what Toffler called the mass mind, a second wave think, in fact. But Toffler had predictions for the future, and he said that there would come a time when we would get past this and make news for the individual. As this was well before the advent of the internet, many of us would barely imagine that this was possible, but today we know otherwise. As broadcasters of today, we live in a world where most things are possible. This is mainly because of the technology platforms we sit on. We only need to think of a solution and we'll have developers lining right outside our door to provide solutions. My point today is not so much about the technology, but it is about the emotional relevance that is needed when developing content to stay relevant and to engage with our audiences without just putting out news that may just go above their heads. As Sri Lanka's largest private broadcaster, we have been involved in many community projects over the past 20 years, long before CSR and corporate responsibility became a buzzword. I talk to you at a time when objectivity in news is rarely a subject for discussion, although I strongly advocate that a story be checked for its facts and the sourcing is properly done. That alone does not seem enough when we are dealing with present-day audiences. In the here and now, we are dealing with people of high social intelligence. And if you need a definition for that, I'm referring to people with the capacity to effectively navigate, negotiate, and manage complex social relationships and environments. If I talk to you about the millenniums in our little island, they would not typically fall into the stereotype of their Western counterparts, except for the fact that they were born in the same era and they carry one or more handheld devices. They are, of course, at the heart of the digital age, and these tools allow them to share their lives' details almost seamlessly. Given that the greatest challenge for our channels was to find a way to engage with our millennials who had a distinct need sans a Western approach to life. I stress on this point particularly as we have not looked at our audiences from any Western paradigm. Instead, what we have are homegrown success stories which go beyond the traditional objectivity frame. Some of them are absolutely subjective, which means that we are now in the midst of our audience as well as being a part of the news. Our chairman and managing director, a visionary, had the foresight and recognized the next level of change in order to make our news the voice of the people. The change began several years ago when we started the Jour report citizen journalism concept in our news. We expanded from a 100 correspondent network to about 20,000 new reporters almost overnight. Every one of them is a volunteer and is a leader in his or her community. Speaking recently to our former news director who virtually started our newsroom about 20 years ago, he was actually appalled at this concept and the prospect of managing such a large network, his main worry being, how could standards be maintained? He was a typical old school guy, but then maintaining standards in itself to run a system is an old school thought. Today we live in the world of Wikipedia, where the entire writing of the encyclopedia has been turned inside out, where the contributors are the ones who create the standards. We understand our millenniums are unique. We also have those who are Western influenced, but they are small in numbers. Out in the provinces, the people don't understand Western values or principles. They live by a much older value system, where most believe in the karmic cycles, where merits and demerits are part of the ongoing change from one life to another. Part of our millennials are the workers in the fields, the tea pluckers on the estates, the tourist guides, the fishermen, carpenters, and masons. So how then does this work for us? We, a country of 20 million people, only just a few years ago came out of a 30-year civil war. Thousands of our youth died, and for those who survived, life must go on. How do we become relevant to them? I can confidently say that we have done something distinctive to stay relevant to them. It is through our U-Reporter concept of news reporting that we realized what was really going on in faraway villages, far away from the capital city, and what it really meant to the lives of our audiences. Therefore, it is then that we realized that objectivity factor was fast becoming redundant, and there was much more power in engaging with the people. One example that revolutionized the rural landscape is a program we started breaking out of the traditional news boundaries. This Gamat the program, which means the center of the village. This was born through the need of the many rural stories reported daily, where the plight of the Sri Lankans, the forgotten people who were neglected by successive governments and officials and even social workers, was highlighted. The major problems faced by them was what you and I would take for granted every day: lack of clean drinking water, dilapidated roads and bridges, lack of hospitals and schools, as well as the hardships faced due to the human-elephant conflict, where many villagers lost their lives and livelihoods. These villagers have openly gone on air denouncing politicians and their false promises, And in looking for solutions for them, we put a lot of pressure and held multi-stakeholder meetings with ministries and called upon the relevant authorities to act on these issues. But typically, though, the action was very slow. This drove us to step in with the 100-day program, which is currently in effect. And this is moving like wildfire among rural Sri Lanka with great appreciation from the public, who are our main donors and supporters, as well as a few corporates. The success of these initiatives is because the local communities are the stakeholders. The millennials are a huge part of this wave. They provide their labor in construction, drilling wells, providing local knowledge, which gets shared instantly across media platforms. And I must emphasize that the millennials support organizations that make a permanent difference. So helping them has helped us. One of the successors of such initiatives are the people behind it, our staff. They themselves are millennials, and they are given the responsibility of running these projects as CEOs. And as we all know, young, inspired people can do a fantastic job. The waves we were making drew the attention of the UN, and they recognized the Capital Maharaja organization as a flag bearer of humanitarian work in Sri Lanka by the private sector. This year, we were invited as the only Sri Lankan company to participate in the UN's first inaugural World Humanitarian Summit in Istanbul. Today is the 60th day of this 100-day program, and one example of the work we do is that in just 47 days, we were able to complete a clean drinking water project for 150 families in a village that didn't have water for 70 years. This is spanning 2 generations. So this was completed in just 47 days. We have been not only a problem reporting channel, but also a problem solving channel. With due apologies to Alvin Toffler, I would like to say that this for us is the 4th wave in media. The 4th wave in our paradigm is to use the power of the media to engage with the public and reinvent journalism to better serve our audiences. Of course, with one qualification, the system remains absolutely transparent. The traditional disconnect we expected between the story and the storyteller vis-à-vis the reporter is no longer there. For over 20 years, we ran segments like Action TV, where we reported many problems and highlighted, and at the end of the report, we said, over to you, Mr. Minister, or the relevant authorities. We realized that all these reports mainly fell on deaf ears. For us, the news has gone the full cycle from the Toffler prediction of the 3rd wave, which was being very individualistic and far removed from reality. We as the media are reporting solutions that we initiated and we executed. We then become part of the story. We are not just observers anymore reporting the story, but we are the protagonists. This is our 4th wave in media. The technology used and the methodology adopted may have changed, but how effective we remain would be how relevant we are to our audiences. This means we continue to do what we do every day, but it also means questioning our core assumptions about the way things have worked for us thus far. And it often means going outside our comfort zones and creating change and starting to believe that the impossible is possible after all.
Nedra, can we see, perhaps, sorry to interrupt you, can we see some of your work?
Yes, we have a short
video. We have a short video.
The Capital Maharaja Organization Limited, the 4th wave of media in Sri Lanka. Gammata, a unique media initiative changing the landscape of news reporting, staying relevant to our audiences. homegrown success stories. Trailblazers go beyond their comfort zone to create change and believe the impossible is possible. For us, this is the fourth wave. Your life, our news.
Thank you. And I think we should also acknowledge that in that film we saw Siobhan Daniel, who's another group executive director at Maharaja Capital, and he was coming until the very last minute when his wife became seriously ill. So Nedra got on a plane at the very last minute and came, and thank you for making that big effort for us. You know from operating in time of war how there are also risks of involving the public in your media, and verification is, I would say, one of the most important things. We'll come on to Will in a moment, because you've spent years working in looking at digital security. You now are a software developer. But let me just go back to Lei Chun briefly. How do you know where your reports are coming from? You know, you put them in the heart of your news, they become your big news story. How do you know that it's not a hoax? How do you know it's genuine? How do you know this is somebody you can trust?
Okay. We have a mechanism called ID authentication process. Whoever wants to, interested in using the platform, want to become a member of the platform, when they apply, they have to send in their real national ID. And our staff will talk with them and check with them. The process is similar to you apply a credit card. So we want to know exactly who you are, and we keep your ID on the file. And of course, when you post your story, you can use whatever name you like, but we know who you are. And that seems to be quite effective. And also the training also helps a lot. So we do lots of training continuously. Yeah. For example, the case you mentioned, one of our citizen journalists who cover this land expropriation controversy, he's nicknamed T-Rex. And when the government, when the city government send in the bulldozer to mess up the farmland of the farmer who resist this land expropriation scheme, the farmer filmed it, and they call up T-Rex rather than news media. And the T-Rex did a 10-minute story and raised the interest of all news media in Taiwan. Then they did a 4-minute English version all by themselves with English narration and subtitle and sent to our report. And then CNN showcased it. So, and then the Prime Minister eventually apologized. So we know who they are, and we hold workshop. So
it builds on itself. And I think one of the fantastic things that I'm sure you've all realized as you looked at Chun's presentation is we often talk about the role of a public broadcaster in supporting digital literacy. And both what you're doing and what Nedra's doing in Sri Lanka seems to me to be supporting that and actually helping young people become millennials. You know, you're supporting that growth in digital literacy. Well, Ushahidi is an amazing tool. We know about it through a lot of places where there have been natural disasters, and also it helps collate information from civil society. I believe ABC Australia used it during the times of the fires in Victoria and the floods in Brisbane. Yeah. It's also used in times of crisis. It's used in Syria. It's used, I don't know if it was used in Sri Lanka. Tell us a little bit more about it.
So the origin of Ushahidi is, it began as a project post the
think you might need to speak a little louder.
Sorry.
It's a great tool, sell it, shout it.
So Ushahidi begins post the election violence in Kenya. It was a mechanism for citizens to collect and map information about election violence incidents. From there, it grew into a fully fledged software tool, the intention of which is to allow individuals, civil society activists, governmental and non-governmental organizations to engage with their public, their audience, their demographics, to collect information and to share that. So actually, do I have slides? Does this work? No, apparently not.
I think we'll start some slides. Yep, I'm getting a thumbs up, so you
good.
try again.
So if I press it again? Yeah. The joy of technology. Oh, well, I went too fast. Oh, it's back. So I would invite you all to visit our website and to take a tour of our platform. So my role is as a software developer, and in a previous incarnation, I worked as a developer on anti-surveillance and anti-censorship tools. The goal of which was to facilitate the work of citizen activists, journalists in various places around the world. From that, developing into Ushahidi, the principles of Ushahidi as an organization are to facilitate the work of interested citizens. The tool is incredibly malleable. It allows you to build your own surveys, to publish, to collect information directly. As Sally-Anne mentioned, in 2011, the previous incarnation called CrowdMap was used by ABC in Australia to collect information from citizens about the Queensland's floods. This information was collected through text message, through email, and through direct interaction with the website. It allowed a window into what was possible in terms of individuals feeding information into a news organization, and a news organization using this as a guide in terms of where to focus attention, in terms of issues that were brought to light through the flooding. And beyond that, it allowed individuals a sense of interaction and ownership of their own news and their own stories.
So very simply, if you're using a crowdsourcing tool for information, and it's public broadcasters are putting it out there, for them trust is critical.
Absolutely.
How do you ensure that you are, and I assume the public broadcasters you work with need to know that you can rely on that information, because at those moments of natural disaster, war, it's critical. We saw that yesterday from the fantastic, or 2 days ago, from Marion Warnicker's, from CBC's reporting of, with a Twitter essay from Edmonton and the fire in Fort McMurray. What she said, what she did on Twitter was the lifeline for people, and it mattered that it was right.
No, this is absolutely true. Ushahidi as an organization does not facilitate verification. Verification still falls as a role of journalists and individuals. We provide the opportunity to collect the information, but that work is still an integral part of investigative journalism. It's a role and a responsibility. One of the projects that we've actually been working on recently is in cooperation with FEAM, which is an EU-funded project, the goal of which is to collect and parse information from media sources. At the moment, it's looking specifically at Twitter. In the end, the hope is that the tool will allow identification of trends and the removal of potential rumor and a trend towards factuality. So when parsing the tweets, information that is considered to be is clustered around particular themes, so particular incidents that have occurred. Supporting information is searched, and this is presented to the journalists and researchers. But at the end, the effort rests with the humans. It rests with...
So it's back to the public broadcasters and their own journalistic standards.
And these are the individuals that have the training and experience to develop from this. The tool acts as a facilitation. It's a mechanism by which we hope to bring the researchers and the public closer to their own information.
And you were originally involved with digital security, and I know we've had conversations. I think it's Deutsche Welle that their innovation team in Germany are at this moment really working very hard on better verification tools, whether it's for images or for where information is coming from and who it's coming from.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. In terms of verification systems, I think that it still rests as a kind of a
with the journalists, and if I can go back to Nedra, I mean, how do you're actually by and large interacting with your young people, but there have been times, I imagine, in the past, particularly during the war, where verification and the risk of just taking, that must influence your standards of journalism, your checking procedures.
Similar to what he said, most of our sources are known, and especially at critical times like that. I don't recall a time when we've run a story without properly checking the source and the facts. So other than our websites being blocked by the government and stuff like that, as well as our websites being hacked into, most of the stories that we reported were done with the proper checking through the proper sources.
I think it'd be nice to not just go to a broader Q&A, but I was going to ask, I can't see because I'm blinded, some of our other members, Marc Besson, I had Marc, can somebody get a microphone here? Because Marc is a phenomenal investigative journalist. His material is taken worldwide by the BBC, by US broadcasters. He's based in Trinidad. And Marc, you've got some thoughts, I think, about some of the risks of involving the public in the work you do and what that means to you as an investigative journalist.
Yes, definitely. I just want to say that my heart goes out to the media journalist family and to the nation. Trinidad is a population of 1.3 million, but a lot of what I do sometimes gets out across the wider Caribbean region, as well as Vice News I work with from time to time, as well as BBC. Being a small country, doing what I do, it's very difficult. 2 years ago, a state prosecutor was shot dead in the middle of a huge trial on our way home to a condo, like 2 minutes away. And I started to dig a lot. It was a very high-profile thing. She was very close with a lot of high U.S. officials, and apparently she had uncovered something that was not right with a certain government official. So I started to do some digging because they basically entrapped SUV on a street near our home, and they blocked it on both sides, and a gunman with a van, just one of those panel vans, and he opened fire on her on a SUV, a Volkswagen SUV. She was dead. It was instant. And over the next week, we broke the news first. It happened about 12:05 a.m. And we went on air like at 5 o'clock in the morning, as early as possible as we could have. So during my digging, I noticed there were a lot of high-profile players involved. And not just the gunmen who were involved, but the people higher up. And I started to write a lot of things for both the newspaper and for television. And it started to get out to, I had people from California call me and a couple of other places in the UK and so on. And then about 4 days after, I started to use the initials of the men I was told were involved, instead of using the entire name, because I didn't want to defame anybody. And then it started to come. 2 days later, my sources from in the prisons I had underworld sources. I had police sources telling me not to trust anybody. That there were rogue cops by these men following me. They were tracking my movements, and that they were planning a hit on me. And somebody who actually stood in the meeting was one of my trusted sources. He didn't approve of it. And he sent a message via somebody to me, because I know phones are not the safest thing. And I met him. He said, they put out a hit on your life. It's about, I guess, about $100,000 US, give or take. And they're going to execute it within the next 2 to 3 days with the help of police officers. So I went to my CEO and I told her. And it's a little bit emotional because I had to leave the country for about 4 months. Nobody knew where I was, not even my family. But all through it, I had Canadian Association of Canadian Journalists. They called me and asked me if I want to come back to Canada because I studied and lived here for 7 years. But I said to myself, I'm not going to let these people get to what I do because I stand up for the public. We have a job, we have a duty, once you report accurately, fairly, and truthfully, that people in high places, wherever you are, you have to be held accountable as well. And through that ordeal, I had great people, like 1,000 messages on my Facebook, people I didn't even know from all over the world. And because of people like you guys and so many other strong people, I spent 4 months outside the country. My dad didn't know I was for a long time, but I said to myself, I'm going to go back and do what I do best. 1 year later, in 2015, I did an exclusive interview. I got her family, they came to me, I got her phone, I got a lot of things that she did just before she died that gave clues. And I wrote a piece called Who Killed Dana Sita Ahal? It was a 2-part series. It was about 15 minutes long. And within a month of me doing that piece, this very said men I spoke about a year ago, they were all arrested and charged with a murder. All 11. They are now in the preliminary inquiry stage of the matter. But I say to everybody, broadcasters, stand behind your journalists. Believe in them. Once they have credible, solid information, stand behind them. Never back down, because that's the only way we'll make this world a better world. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I think for many of us in the Western world, when we think about the risks associated with involving the public, relying on the public for information verification, we are thinking about things that might actually get us in the courts if we don't. What I wanted to hear Mark's story is that in so many parts of the world that we hear about on a daily basis at Public Media Alliance, it's actually a matter of life and death. And I also think that one of the stories that, some of them, they seem very national stories, but Mark, as a journalist, is also somebody who, many of us in this room will like football. And most of us will have heard of the FIFA scandal and what's happened in FIFA and how it's all been unraveling and unpicked is also down to the work that Mark has done in Trinidad and Tobago, particularly around Jack Warner. So he's a journalist of a global stature. And we were the other day at the PMA conference. I think we were just knocked out by his commitment. What I'd like to do, just before I come back to the panel, is to really broaden it out and see if there's any questions. I'm only holding my hand up because I feel as if I'm in the spotlight here. But is there anybody with any questions for our panelists? I think we're all getting to the end of a double conference. And I've been assured that we can move and wrap a little earlier, so I think we'll go into that mode. But if any of you think of any questions, I'll just come back to Lei Chan and say, where do you see PIPO going and public engagement going for your broadcast operation? It helps financially, but it does something much more than that.
Yes, I think we are in this digital era. Everybody is a producer. Everyone now we are talking about like Facebook Live and everything. Everyone can produce content, but as a public media, we want to stay relevant and true to our commitment of truth and facts. So I think our operation, the way we operate the citizen journalism platform really teaches us that if we give the right tool, or should I put it the other way, this is really a media literacy platform in a way, and people are really interested, and young people are interested. They want to learn, they want to acquire the tool and to report the story important to them. And as I, through these couple of days of conferences, one thing young people are really interested is a term of justice. And justice is something they really in their mind. And same thing in Taiwan as well. We did a study internally. We work with the outside company. That is the exact word young people are interested in. And when we put the right tool in their own hand and we give them the right training, and we actually can co-work with them, collaborate with them. I think this citizen journalism platform teach us that we have a regular news operation, but that's very limited. As I mentioned, we have over 9,000 registered citizen journalists. Just 1% of them, 90 people, has more than any news organization can afford to send out people in our country. If we have 2%, that's about 200. So they are very willing to participate this operation with very ideal of public broadcasting. So we can really work with these young people to facilitate the dialogue in this civil society to further our ideal through these young people. And I think that is significant.
Thank you. I don't think we can really say anything more significant about what happens with millennials. Thank you to my panelists, and big hand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good, Roger.
It has been a long couple of days. People's brains are probably full of information and ideas, and the ideal thing will be to leave here, and people have long plane rides, they have train trips, they have car trips, but you go back to work on Monday or Tuesday, and hopefully people will be energized about what they've heard here and start to put some of those ideas in place and in practice. To help us get to the finish line, please welcome back, if you would, Hubert Lacroix.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sally-Ann. Thank you. Thank you, Sally-Ann. Thank you, everybody. Okay, one word about the last panel. I'll use the word sobering. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for the content that adds on to our view of what a public broadcaster sometimes actually does. Thank you for doing this, Sally-Ann. Thank you very much. All right, so finish line. Finish line means for a runner, we're about there. For the last 2 days now, we've been engaging and talking about how we engage with young people, how we've been talking about digital age, how to serve them. And I hope that what you've heard here will inspire you when you go back. So here's my shortened Letterman list for the second day. Here's what I remember. We need to continue collecting and analyzing data, and we have to do a better job at it because that is how we connect our content to the people that want it. Number two, our workforce has to reflect our targeted audience. We all have diversity objectives, and sometimes we fall short of those. Ce matin, j'ai entendu une journaliste ou un journaliste n'est pas Shiva. That made me smile. Journalist is not Shiva. Importance of engagement versus reach versus impact. Where do you land on those three concepts? And number 5, yeah, Google is a media company. So I encourage you to maintain the contacts that you've made here. You expand. I mean, this is why we hold conferences of this kind. There are 50 countries, 62 broadcasters in this room. Use your contacts. There's power in those numbers. See, actually, I was saying this morning to the Swedish ladies who were sitting beside me. And we're talking about what we heard over the last couple of years in different PBI conferences. I kept hearing the word disruption all the time. Today, or last 2 days, we heard authenticity. But disruption, we're beyond disruption. Now we're into solutions. And you could see this from all the presentations in this room. And we all know that public broadcasting plays a vital role in strengthening the values shared by democratic societies like tolerance, respect, and diversity. And in this environment where tensions over economic security or immigration, literally exploited on social media sometimes, can make people more polarized and more divided, well, we, public broadcasters, we help share stories. We help bring people together. We tell them stories they can relate to and how much they have in common. People need to have confidence that there's a place where they will find accurate information, exposure to diverse cultures, and a healthy range of perspectives. That is what we do. So thank you for coming. It's now my pleasure to bring up, before I make, and I give thank yous to a whole bunch of people, I'm going to ask Mr. Sato, who is the Secretary General of PBI, and Ovidiu, who is, my friend Ovidiu, where are you? Over here, Romanian broadcaster, the Radio Romania, who will take over from us in about 5 minutes, the mantle of the next PBI environment. And I will finish with thanks. Go ahead.
Well, first, my thanks goes to CBC, the beautiful host of this PBI. The topic this year was young generation, young audience. Maybe I'm the oldest in this room. But don't fool me, because, there were 25 PBIs before. I attended 15 of them. And I just look back, and whether it was a successful one or not would be judged by the themes the host chose. And this year, it was very challenging, and sometimes, it gives me a kind of electric shock to me. And still, people on the floor, they are congenial. They want to tell something to somebody, and that is our mission. And so, in that sense, we shared the value. And next year, we have Radio Romania. PBI goes first to the Southeast Europe. And this year, we had a beautiful Radio Canada CBC show, PBI show. And next year, we'll have Radio Romania PBI show. So I'd like to see you all in Bucharest. And thank you for CBC, and welcome to PBI.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. Monsieur Lacroix, I want to congratulate you and your team for what we are doing and for the success of this conference. I saw that from year to year, this PBI conference grow up, and only the people who organize know what is the price. It's blood behind this. So, the next PBI conference will be on the other part of the globe. So, give me less than 2 minutes to show shortly where will take place the next PBI. Please. So, thank you. You know, the fortune make this link between Montreal and Bucharest. 40 years ago, Nadia Comaneci realized the first 10 in gymnastics here in Montreal. So maybe it's a sign. I think that it will be a good sign.
I told Ovidiu that if you walk around Montreal, women 45 years old, about, at one point in time, 1 out of 4 was named Nadia.
Oh, yes. It's in all over the world. So I look forward to seeing Bucharest be welcome in Romania, and you will discover a nice city, a nice country, a professional team, and I promise that we will be at the high level of PBI. Thank you, and
Thank you very
welcome.
much.
Be welcome to Bucharest.
Thank you very much. You'll do a good job, I'm sure. Merci beaucoup. So, please be patient for 3 more minutes. We have to give thanks and thank yous. Emmanuel and Matt, please. Let's start with the great job that you guys did. On the stage, please. Yes, jump. Guillaume, could you put a picture on the wall, please? This is our organizing committee. There are a whole bunch of people from the committee that are in the room. Could you please come up and stand on the stage? S'il vous plaît, come and stand. Come on, folks, please. Heath and Stephanie, Guylaine, James, Hélène. No. We can't see you. You're in the darkness. On the stage. Come on. Please.
Don't be shy.
Everybody. Yes. Thank you very much. Tourne-toi. So, they say it takes a village, right, to raise a child. Well, it took a village to do PBI 2016. I'm extremely proud of our team. I'm extremely proud of CBC Radio-Canada and the job that we did trying to host you in our city, in Montreal. There will be a feedback form. We always try to make from PBIs to the other one a better conference. Please fill them out. They will come electronically to you in the next couple of days. Take time. It's very important to us. Tell us what you liked, what you didn't like, what you want us to change. But the bottom line is we were extremely proud to be the host of PBI 2016. We took a couple of chances. We took chances on one theme. It is of concern to us. We wanted to share our experiences and learn from you. On the first day, I said, I want to steal your best ideas, and I hope that you will steal ours. And I said, hoping that our ideas are good enough to steal. And these people made it happen. So again, Guylaine, Bergeron, I'm going to walk away and say thank you very much. James.
Bravo.
James. Come on. Merci. These are the two people who led our team. Thank you very much. Safe travels. Good luck. We'll see you in Bucharest.
We have one little housekeeping note for everyone. Please do not forget to return your translation devices. It's very important, Matt. It was a pleasure working with you.
Lovely. Thank you very
Can't believe
much.
we work in the same company and we just met. So
it's a big place. Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure to be with you.
Happy trails.